Good morning. At this time, can the host please start the webinar? Good morning and welcome to the New York City Council hearing of the Committee on Finance. If you wish to testify, please go up to the sergeant's desk to fill out a testimony slip, even if you already registered online. Written testimony can be emailed to testimony@council.nyc.gov. Again, that is testimony@council.nyc.gov. Thank you for your cooperation. Chair, we are ready to begin.
Thank you. Good morning and welcome to today's hearing of the Committee on Finance on the FY24 preliminary budget. I'm Councilmember Justin Brannan. I have the privilege of chairing the Committee on Finance. We have a very full day today. We'll hear from the Office of Management and Budget, the Controller, the Independent Budget Office, the Department of Finance, the Department of Design and Construction, and then finally, if not most importantly, the public. Before we get started, I want to introduce my colleagues that have joined us thus far. Councilmember Lewis, Velasquez, Hudson, Williams, and Barron. And before we get started, I want to take a quick moment to thank the entire Council Finance Division for their efforts in preparing for today's hearing, including our CFO, our Deputy Chief of Staff, to the Speaker, Tanisha Edwards, the Senior Finance Staff, the Finance Director, Richard Lee, Managing Director, Jonathan Rosenberg, Deputy Director and Chief Economist, Ray Majeski, Deputy Directors, Paul Simone, Isha Wright, and Chima Obacher, Assistant Directors, Emra Adev, Carillion Francisco, and Elizabeth Hoffman, Supervising Economist, Paul Sturm, Unit Heads, Aliyah Ali and Jack Story, Finance Counsel, Kathleen Ahn, our Committee Counsel to my right, Mike Toomey, and my Senior Advisor, John Yedden, and all of our finance analysts and support staff who make the magic happen behind the scenes and pulled everything together for today. We're here today to examine the Mayor's $102.7 billion preliminary budget for FY24, which would be an increase of $1.7 billion from our budget this year. But before I go any further, I want to invite our leader, Speaker Adams, to give her opening remarks.
Thank you so much, Chair Brannan, and welcome. It's good to see you all. We welcome you to the very first budget hearing of the fiscal year 2024 budget cycle. We're here to examine the Mayor's $102.7 billion fiscal 2024 preliminary budget. The preliminary budget for fiscal 2024 is $1.7 billion less than what was presented in the November financial plan. The preliminary budget is balanced by closing a projected $2.89 billion gap in fiscal year 2024 with $1.46 billion in additional resources from FY 2023, along with increased revenues in FY 2024 of $738 million and $690 million in expense savings. While the increased revenues are promising, a key component of the administration's approach gives reason for concern. As part of the preliminary budget, the administration directed certain agencies to eliminate half of their vacant positions. This has yielded a 4,300-person reduction in the city's budgeted workforce beginning in the current fiscal year. These reductions call into question the city's ability to provide essential services that support New Yorkers, to say nothing of the goals laid out by the administration in housing, economic opportunity, and public safety. The fact that these cuts are not distributed evenly only magnifies this concern. Prior to the November financial plan, the Council held hearings that found acute vacancies in agencies such as the Department of Housing Preservation and Development, the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene, and other city agencies most aligned with the needs of New Yorkers. This is especially concerning as we work to address crises in affordable housing and mental health. Considering that other agencies with significantly more resources were permitted not to meet their required PEG targets, the administration must take a sharper look at where public resources can be reallocated. What a larger agency may dismiss as a minor amount could fund the continuation of essential services at a smaller agency elsewhere. This harms New Yorkers who depend on these services to feed their families and remain in their homes. The COVID-19 pandemic spotlighted the wide and persisting inequities in our city. As we move forward, we cannot underfund and understaff the very agencies that have connected New Yorkers with the essential services and organizations that have helped them withstand this crisis. The health, safety, and well-being of our city, our communities, and our economy are all bound to how well we support essential human services. Whether it is our 3K and early childhood education programs, CUNY, or our public libraries, these fundamental services must be prioritized as bedrocks of achieving healthier and safer communities. We may face economic challenges and uncertainty, but we want our city to come out stronger and not be undermined by withholding investment in what is proven to help our city and New Yorkers. Director Jiha and team, we hope to hear from you today about this budget and how you believe it helps us plan for a brighter future for our city. Thank you once again, and I turn it back over to Chair Brannan for the remainder of his remarks.
Thank you, Speaker. We've also been joined by members Hanks and Ayala. The Speaker has identified some of the dissonance between the administration's stated goals for the city and its approach to the budget that would support the work in the months and years ahead. When we began the budget process last year, we all attended this hearing remotely. That we are now, 1 year later, able to gather in chambers is another example of the city progressing out of the COVID-19 pandemic. However, after reviewing the administration's preliminary budget, concerns that the council raised last year about veering into unnecessary austerity have returned. While most economic monitors agree that the Fed's actions to combat inflation will slow economic growth, in many ways the present economy continues to defy expectations and see strength. Yet OMB seems to unfortunately operate out of an abundance of pessimism. Based on the stronger economy, the council's forecast sees more in revenues this year and next than OMB does, to the tune of $2.4 billion in FY24 and $2.8 billion in $2.4 billion in FY23 and $2.8 billion in FY24. Other monitors, including the IBO, also see more revenues coming to the city. For instance, in the preliminary plan, the administration assumes a sharp deceleration in sales tax revenue and no revisions from the November financial plan to the two largest sources of city tax revenue, real property and personal income. With the sales tax, monthly collections continue to show strong growth and durability, pushing year-to-date revenues 15% over last year, and real-time credit card purchases in the city have shown no decline over the year. With the real property tax, OMB assumes setting aside collections in reserve for delinquencies, refunds, and related expenditures at a rate almost a full percentage point higher than historically justified. 7.6% in FY23 and 7.3% in FY24, when 6.5% has been the average necessary over the past 5 years. Least understandable is OMB's assumption of no change in the personal income tax revenue. Despite reduced Wall Street bonuses following the stock market decline in 2022, the council still sees stronger wage growth than OMB, plus less dramatic contraction in estimated payments following the Congressional Budget Office's upward revision in realized capital gains. While present numbers are strong enough to balance FY23 and FY24, the out years do present a challenge. The council's tax forecast sees revenues growing less than 3% in the next 4 years, a level that the city has only seen in 8 other years over the past 42. This challenge is amplified by ongoing labor settlement conversations and other unsettled costs. Our expenses for the asylum seekers remains entirely on our shoulders, with support from our partners in Washington and Albany still undetermined. Further potential costs imposed by the state budget, such as ending state contributions to the MTA paratransit and student MetroCard programs, as well as federal Medicaid supplements, remain on the table at this time. Speaker testified before the state legislature to show how these proposals would harm New York City, and I joined the Speaker in calling on our partners in Albany to recognize New York City's success to the benefit of the state and that they must change course on these proposals. These pending challenges strengthen the need to commit city resources at this time in a way that actively and meaningfully supports New Yorkers as they build their lives, in turn generating the economic activity necessary to meet those future challenges on stronger footing and to continue rebuilding our city. I urge the administration to a realistic assessment of the city's economy so the council can partner with you in enacting a constructive budget. I'll now turn it over to the committee council to swear in OMB's Budget Director, Jacques Jiha, and First Deputy Director, Ken Godner, for their testimony.
Good morning. Please raise your right hands. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and that you will honestly and faithfully answer council member questions? Director Jiha? First Deputy Director Godner?
I do.
Senior Deputy Director McKinney? Thank you. You may begin.
Good morning, Speaker Adams, Chair Brennan, and members of the Finance Committee and City Council. My name is Jacques Jiha, and I'm the Director of the New York City Mayor's Office of Management and Budget. I'm joined at the table today by First Deputy Director Ken Godner and Senior Deputy Director for Intergovernmental Relations and Education, Latanya Kenny. I will be testifying this morning about the fiscal year 24 preliminary budget, but also we'll discuss the challenges we face as we approach the executive budget, which must be released in less than 2 months. The preliminary budget was crafted in response to economic headwinds and fiscal uncertainty. While the city tourism industry and labor markets rebounded, record high commercial office vacancies and weakness on Wall Street were a drag on tax revenue growth. At the same time, the asylum seeker population was increasing, surpassing the 40,000 mark by mid-January, and has grown significantly since then. The city had to fund this massive undertaking without real help from the state and the federal governments. Additionally, labor settlements with the city workforce, valued at billions of dollars, were on the horizon. Hence, in the preliminary budget, we followed a cautious path with a focus on achieving recurring savings and limiting new agency spending. As a result, fiscal year 23 remained balanced, and for the first time, fiscal year 24 was balanced at $102.7 billion, with out-year gaps of $3.2 billion, $5 billion, and $6.5 billion in fiscal years 25 through 27, respectively. We were able to balance the budget in part because of an updated revenue forecast that added $1.7 billion in fiscal year 23 and $738 million in fiscal year 24. We also achieved nearly $550 million in savings over fiscal years 23 and 24, which brings total savings in those years to more than $3 billion since June. Nearly all of the savings in this plan were generated by the Vacancy Reduction Initiative. In response to council concerns, we have restored almost 400 vacant positions, including 340 for the Department of Social Services. As a result, we removed nearly 4,000 vacancies in fiscal year 23 and around 4,300 in the out years. The initiative produced savings of $176 million in fiscal year 23 and $350 million in fiscal year 24. It is important to note that agencies still have the resources and budget authority to fill more than 23,000 vacant positions citywide, including more than 2,100 at social services, over 670 at the Department of Health, and more than 400 at HPD. Their challenge is that hiring has not caught up with attrition. For context, in fiscal year 22, agencies hired 22,400 employees, but lost 24,500 to attrition for a net reduction of more than 2,000. Fortunately, more recent data suggests that we are turning the corner. Over the first 7 months of fiscal year 23, agencies onboarded 17,000 employees and lost 16,000 to attrition for a net gain of 1,000. To simplify and accelerate the onboarding process, the city lifted the 2-for-1 restriction in December, leaving agencies free to hire up to the budgeted headcount without any restriction for the first time in 3 years. At OMB, we have taken steps to shorten our review timeline. OMB will now respond within 10 days to all personnel actions that follow the hiring and promotion guidelines, and in less than 21 days if an agency requests a guideline exception. The administration is implementing additional initiatives to boost recruitment and retention. As part of the recent collective bargaining agreement, we created an equity fund with DC-37 to adjust salaries for hard-to-recruit titles, and we are exploring flexible schedules, including remote work. DCAS is also working with DC-37 to conduct job fairs throughout the city. The bottom line is that this administration is prioritizing and deepening its efforts to help agencies fill more than 23,000 vacancies that still exist despite agencies having budget authority to hire. We are asking the Council to join us in our recruitment outreach efforts. Our strong and cautious fiscal management also include building and maintaining reserves. The preliminary budget has $8.3 billion in reserves, which include $1.6 billion in the general reserve, $250 million in the capital stabilization reserve, $4.5 billion in the retiree health benefit trust fund, and $1.9 billion in the rainy day fund. And unlike in previous preliminary budgets, we did not reduce the general reserve to fund new needs or close the budget gap. I would like to thank the Council for your ongoing support of prioritizing and building reserves. Spending within our means while making the best use of limited resources was another critical piece of our strategy. Hence, agencies were asked to self-fund their new needs. This held new agency spending to $441 million in fiscal year 23 and $39 million in fiscal year 24. By staying focused on savings and keeping agency spending low, we achieved several important goals. We prepaid an additional $1.5 billion in fiscal year 24 expenses, and lower gaps in fiscal years 25 and 26 by $2.3 billion. Fitch Ratings recently validated our strategy by upgrading the city's credit rating to AA from AA-. They praised the administration's fiscal management, in particular, actions to increase reserves and achieve savings. In the preliminary budget, we overcame great obstacles to balance fiscal years 23 and 24, to maintain critical services for New Yorkers, and set aside resources for the future. Since that plan was released, we have new needs, like the DC-37 labor deal that must be funded, as well as new challenges, like the proposed cuts and cost shifts in the governor's budget and the rapidly growing asylum seeker costs that threaten our financial stability. For perspective, the executive budget will be released in just 51 days, giving us limited time to marshal the substantial resources we will need to stay balanced in fiscal years 23 and 24. When this administration took office, labor agreements with nearly every union had expired. Anticipating settlements, we increased the labor reserve to support 1.25% raises across the workforce. In mid-February of this year, we reached a tentative contract settlement with DC 37 for the 2021 through 2026 round of collective bargaining that provides 3% annual raises beginning in May 2021 and then 3.25% in May 2025. The total cost of the contract is $4.4 billion, which is offset by funding already in a city labor reserve for a net budget impact of $2.9 billion through fiscal year 27. The cost to the city of applying the DC 37 framework across the workforce is about $16 billion and will be reflected in the upcoming financial plan. While the administration anticipated and planned for a labor settlement, we did not foresee the over $1 billion in annual cuts and cost shifts that are proposed in the governor's fiscal year 2024 executive budget, which will significantly impact the city Medicaid reimbursement and our annual MTA contribution. The city contributes a substantial $2.4 billion annually to the MTA. The governor's proposal will boost this by about $530 million each year. Further, he anticipates withholding enhanced federal Medicaid matching funds that are meant to partially reimburse localities for the cost of providing health care to eligible low-income adults, children, pregnant women, elderly adults, and people with disabilities. We conservatively estimate that this will cost the city about $125 million this fiscal year and more than $340 million annually thereafter. Shifting responsibility for the state costs and cutting our reimbursement levels always threaten our ability to deliver services. However, today, we face substantial and unprecedented new needs, and the impact would be dire. In addition, we have welcomed almost 50,000 asylum seekers and are caring for over 30,000. To be blunt, meeting these obligations is rapidly consuming a massive level of resources. For example, when this administration came into office last January, the shelter population was 45,213. Today, the number of people in our care between the DSS shelters and the humanitarian relief centers is nearly 80,000. This is a 77% increase in a little over a year. This dramatic increase has expanded our costs substantially over a short period of time. The growing cost of caring for migrants is $654 million through the end of February and is expected to total $4.2 billion over fiscal years 23 and 24. And we have yet to receive adequate assistance from the federal government and the state governments. The governor has proposed reimbursing 29% of costs incurred by the city over 2 years, capped at $1 billion. And Congress has appropriated $800 million, which must be shared with other localities across the country. This is woefully insufficient and inadequate to cover the needs. We face these unplanned, new, and ongoing needs at a time when the city tax revenue growth is slowing and many economists fear that the economy is on the verge of a downturn. Let me be clear. Getting to the finish line in just 51 days will require great effort from the administration and the City Council. We are in a very difficult situation. In an era of limited and diminishing resources, we will have to make difficult decisions to balance the budget as required by law and simultaneously prevent fiscal strain that will jeopardize our ability to deliver quality services to New Yorkers. The Council plays a critical role in the process. I welcome your assistance in pushing for more resources from the state and the federal governments to care for the migrants and advocating against the cuts and cost shifts proposed in the governor's budget. Finally, I would like to discuss the preliminary 10-year capital strategy, which is $159.3 billion over fiscal year 24 through 33. Over the next 10 years, we will prioritize modernizing infrastructure, improving public health and safety, supporting economic growth and housing affordability, and promoting access to education, all while advancing a more equitable and inclusive city. And we are building and maintaining capital assets responsibly by keeping debt service payments below 15% of tax revenue in each year of the financial plan, which is the benchmark for prudent and affordable debt financing. To conclude, I have no doubt that we will meet the challenges ahead of us and get through this together as partners. As always, I appreciate all that you do for New Yorkers. Thank you, and I look forward to taking your questions.
Okay, we've also been joined by Councilmember Carr. And now I'm going to hand it over to the speaker for some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you once again, Director Jiha, for your testimony. Director, the mayor has made a commitment to provide city services to our most vulnerable New Yorkers. Meanwhile, the preliminary budget plans for the elimination of approximately 4,300 vacant positions across multiple agencies. Several MMR indicators demonstrate how certain agencies have been having issues with providing critical services, issues that may be a product of their staffing issues. For example, HRA's timeliness rate for the processing of applications for SNAP declined in the first 4 months of the year to 42.3%, well below the target rate of 90.6%. In your opening testimony that you gave us, you acknowledged that we are in dire need of hiring. We also note that you cited for us that there is now a simplification and acceleration on the onboarding process, and we've now lifted the 2-for-1 restriction back in December, and we're now leaving agencies are freed now to hire up to their budgeted headcount with no restriction for the first time in 3 years, which is a good thing. My first question is that over the past couple of months, what are the results that OMB has seen due to this new change in practice per agency?
I don't have the exact information per agency, but I could give you a more or less overall picture that we're seeing. As I indicated in my testimony, we're seeing some good sign. This is the first time we're seeing that attrition has been less than the hiring. So far we have hired through the first 7 months of this year, 17,000 employees, and attrition has been running around like 16 for a net gain of about 1,000. But I would provide you all the detail that you would need by agency if that's what you would need to see. But overall, it's a good sign. And as I indicated, the city has been historically a very passive employer. We just wait for people to take exam. Okay, now we are aggressively pursuing with career fairs throughout the country. And as I indicated in my testimony, we welcome your participation, the council participation, to work with us, okay, to have job fairs throughout the district, because we're trying as best as we can to attract employees, because we lost a lot of employees, particularly during 2022, for a number of reasons, including the vaccine mandate, including, all the mandates that we impose. So those things had significant impact on the attrition level that we have. But again, as I said, we're seeing some promises in terms of where we're heading.
Okay. Does OMB have to approve hiring at every agency, or is there autonomy for hiring when it comes to agencies? Do agencies have the decision-making authority to make those hires on their own?
We approve all the personal actions throughout the city, but as I said in my testimony, the agencies have the budget authority to hire. In other words, the challenge that they're having is not vacancies, okay? They have the vacancies. It's just they're not hiring as fast, okay, to basically offset the attrition. So the challenge is not vacancies. They have vacancies. We have 23,000 vacancies, okay? As you said, social services, for instance, they have 2,100 vacancies. So it's not like they don't have vacancies. And we just added for them 340 as part of a negotiation with the council. So it's not that they don't have, it's a question of how quickly they're hiring, okay, compared with the attrition.
So you mentioned also the planned agreement with DC 37. With the planned agreement of the DC 37 collective bargaining agreement, we anticipate now that some of the hurdles that agencies faced when hiring would be lessened, especially if it's coupled with better outreach and marketing efforts. So I think the administration and the city council may be perhaps viewing this a little bit differently. The administration maybe trying to set a lower ceiling, whereas the council's trying to raise the floor. So as we go through the budget hearings, I hope that we can identify positions that can be restored to ensure an acceptable level of delivery of city service. I know in particular, we have been, particularly disturbed by the losses at HRA. We have seen families suffer at the losses of HRA. Just with that in mind, can you say for certain that the elimination of certain positions in the preliminary budget will not further impede city agencies from providing services to New Yorkers?
As I indicated to you, we are more than happy to work with the agencies. Agencies have enough heads, but if there are certain areas of their operation that needs resources, and if the resources are available, we would work with them and we'll work with you, okay, to provide them the needed resources so that they could maintain their operations, like we did with you working with HRA by providing them 340 more heads to basically process faster the application for SNAP and cash assistance.
Director, is OMB taking a look at prioritization of agencies? Do you all maybe have a list of, let's say, 1 to 5 agencies that you're prioritizing when it comes to vacancy that you're watching, that OMB is particularly have eyes on, hands on, watching the hiring process because of the deficit in service, in the provision of services?
We do not provide target when we work with the agencies in terms of, we give them a target overall. We don't tell them which particular operation, but what we do, we work with the agencies. If they come to us and tell us basically that certain aspect of their operations, okay, are suffering because they lack the resources needed, we work with them to provide them the resources for those particular areas.
So the stories that have come out regarding families that are now being put out of certain spaces and other issues that have come out and brought light to not just the council but to New Yorkers, you're saying that OMB is not necessarily prioritizing those things that have specifically been made or
What I said is the agencies have those resources, okay? In other words, they have a lot of vacant positions. So it's up to the commissioner to basically, based on where the needs are, to reallocate those resources into those areas. And if there is a shortfall, if they hire up and they use all their resources and there's a shortfall, they come to us and discuss with us. And if we have those resources, we'll make them available to them.
So OMB plays no interactive role, I guess that's my question. OMB plays no interactive role in making sure that the numbers for restoration of resources for families that are hurting, for families that can't get the resources. OMB plays no interactive role for those agencies in saying, look, we've got to bump this up or not.
If the agency heads come to us, okay, with a request that they have needs, okay, we provide them the resources. But for now, what I'm saying to you is they have those resources. So what we tell them is hire up, okay? And if you, after you hire, if you need more resources, we'll provide you the resources if we have them available to us.
Are there any agencies that you can name that have specifically come to OMB saying that we need resources now?
As far as I'm concerned, when they come to us, we discuss it with them, okay? We discuss what they need.
So there are no specific agencies that you can,
I cannot
Okay.
point specific agencies to you because every time they come to us,
okay,
always
because we
work with
can.
them.
I just want to
We
make that
always
perfect.
work with them.
The council can name specific agencies that have come to us and made their deficits known to us that are particularly concerning, so.
I would love to know them, to
Okay.
be honest with you.
All right, well, we can put HRA at the top of that list for now, but we can certainly provide you with several others.
Okay.
I'm going to move on to asylum seekers. The November 2022 plan included an additional $1 billion in federal funding in fiscal 2023 across multiple agencies for the city's response efforts to the recent influx of asylum seekers that began in April 2022. The mayor subsequently indicated publicly that the cost had ballooned to $2 billion or more for this fiscal year. Recently, the cost has been quoted at $1.4 billion for fiscal 2023 and $2.8 billion for fiscal 2024. You mentioned also in your opening testimony that this is exponential. I'm paraphrasing. Why has the estimate grown so large in such a short period of time? In addition, we know the numbers and everything else, but can you give us specifics?
Yeah, as I indicated in my testimony, we now have welcomed almost 50,000 asylum seekers in New York City, and we are caring for about 30,000, okay? At the beginning, it was very little, okay? And it grew exponentially. So now we're looking at the trend going forward, okay? That's how we forecast the need in our forecast. Currently, as I said to you, we're spending about $150 million a month, okay? 150 million. This is not forecast. That's what we're spending, okay, a month, okay? That's how quickly, okay, resources are being spent. So that is what explains, okay, the new forecast, because we currently have in our care about 30,000 people, which we didn't have at the beginning.
Yep. What is the city's current estimate for the number of asylum seekers over the next year and a half?
We are assuming that the trend will remain more or less flat where it is because of all the policy changes, okay? And our hope is to try to exit as many folks as possible, okay, so that we could bring down. But for now, our forecast, we're looking at more or less keeping the trend line flat.
Do you have a specific breakdown, Director Jiha, in the $150 million that OMB is spending a month? Which agency, which expenses?
Yeah, we do. Give an example. As of the end of February, as I indicated, the total cost is $654 million. We have DSS, it's about $382 million. H&H, $200 million. NISAM, $42 million. DCAS, $15. OTI, which is Office of Technology, $13 million. DOHMH, $2 million. And DDC is about $600,000.
When we take a look at those, and thank you for having the specifics for us. So when we take a look at those numbers then, is there another specific breakdown as far as programming?
I could give you in terms of, housing, supplies, including, I could give you that, that information as well. Services and supplies, about $239 million. Housing, rent, initial outfitting is like $237 million. Administrative costs, 78. Food, 51. Medical, 47 million. And the navigation center is about $2 million. If you want me to provide you a breakdown after, I would be more than happy to share those with you.
That would be great. I'm sure that we all would appreciate that very much. When we take a look at the situation with asylum seekers and moving forward, what do you consider to be the greatest need right now? And let's just do a comparison, and I know this is difficult sometimes to take a look at this. The comparison between DSS sheltering and HERC sheltering, what are the most substantial differences in OMB's opinion?
It costs a lot more to do the ERCs than the regular shelter because, as I indicated to you, we provide a lot of medical care because a lot of these people come in, they are sick. Okay, so we provide a lot of services that we're currently not providing in the shelter because of the condition that these people are in. So the cost is it's a lot more. And also there is the cost of the emergency. Because it's an emergency, you have to build up these things quickly. And the hotel cost is also very expensive. And you know the marginal cost, because as you get more hotel, they become more and more expensive, okay? Because the supply is shrinking. So these are the main factors driving the cost of the HERCs compared with everything else.
Yeah. I'm going to bring this up also because I'd like to get OMB's opinion. In oversight hearing last week, it was noted by the council, we spoke about matters of equity, it was noted by the council the distinct differences in equity between HERCs and shelters. It is also noted by residents in current shelters. How does OMB, and you mentioned a little bit, how does OMB explain the lack of equity in food provision and other types of provision, comparatively speaking, between HERCs and shelters?
It is, put it this way, I'm hesitant to answer that question because of...
It's difficult.
It's very difficult because I don't want to put like one group of poor people against another one and trying to be careful about this. But as I indicated to you, I don't think it's like we're treating them differently. It's just the outcome is different because of the circumstances. You have to build new capacity, which is very expensive. Whereas a shelter, you have it in place for a long time, and you're paying per diem. Okay, you negotiate the contract, and you're paying per diem. Whereas these are emergency places. You have to build, and you have to do them right away. You have to find the hotel right away. On top of that, you have to provide a lot of medical services that we pay for. Whereas folks in the shelter system, they could go to the hospital, okay? So these costs are not reflected as part of the shelter, whereas for this group of people, they are reflected because they're new to the system, and we have to provide them all the cares that they need. So that's the reason why I could say to you it is a lot more expensive to do, okay, than the regular shelter system. But again, as I said, hopefully our goal is to get these folks their paperwork so they could go out there, work, and get out of the system, exit the system as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I think that's everybody's goal as well. In witnessing some people getting off of buses and realizing all they want to do is work. And we are unable to provide them, right now, legal means to do that. It's extremely disturbing. I'm going to move on to housing. I know my colleagues really want to get in here. It's going to be a long day. The mayor has spoken a great deal about his plan for dealing with our city's housing crisis. 6 months into his term, he released his Housing Our Neighbors plan, which encompasses the administration's vision to improve NYCHA, build and preserve new affordable housing, and reduce homelessness. However, the PMMR shows a decrease in anticipated affordable housing starts from 25,000 per year to 18,000 per year. At the same time, the city staffing crisis is making the affordable housing pipeline more constricted. The capital plan, although large, is largely backloaded, with most housing funds planned to be committed between fiscal years 2028 and 2033, and it doesn't present immediate relief for New Yorkers. Does the administration believe the preliminary plan puts the necessary resources in place to deal with the city's housing crisis?
Yes, I do. Don't forget, we currently have an unprecedented $23 billion in the capital plan for housing. I mean, this is unprecedented. This is the highest level ever, okay? I understand the challenges. It's take times to bring new properties online, and we're dealing with a serious crisis, housing crisis in New York City. But we're trying our best to address it.
Okay. You just mentioned challenges. Can you name some of the challenges or factors driving the decline in housing starts and what we can do to ensure increased housing production?
I mean, I don't even have to, everybody knows the supply chain problems we have. It takes a long time to get materials, okay? And it's costing us a lot more, okay, for materials. These are things, these are real, okay? I mean, anyone doing construction work at their house knows you have to wait like 6-7 months to get anything, okay? So it takes a long time to get material because of all the supply issues that we have. So to the extent that these things would work themselves out, it would allow us to accelerate the process.
You sound very optimistic, which is a good thing. We also are hoping that HPD can ramp up its production and decrease that backlog. I'll let my colleagues dig more into that. I'm going to move on to 3K. The preliminary budget includes a reduction of $283 million in fiscal year 2024 for the 3K program. This reduction would eliminate the planned addition of 6,000 slots. This reduction was justified by the administration because of the current 33% vacancy rate in 3K. However, the council is concerned because anecdotally, we've heard from our constituents that many of the extended day, year-round 3K programs are currently waitlisted. Of the current 3K enrollment, could you tell us how many of those slots are extended day, year-round center-based programs, and how many are school day, school year? And similarly, with the vacancies, how many of the vacancies are extended day, year-round, and how many of the vacancies are school day, school year?
Regarding the 3K capacity is about 54,944, and the breakout is as follows. 44,810 are school day seats, 7,450 are extended day seats, and 2,684 are Head Start seats. That's what we have. And if you need additional breakdown, I will work with your staff to provide you the additional information that you need. But the larger point that you raise is a question of the vacant positions, seats that we have. And again, we would more than happy to work with the council because as we have DOEs conducting an analysis with a consultant, basically to match seats with kids. So we would be more than happy to work with the council to to basically try to, as best as we can, to place kids in those seats because it doesn't make any sense for the city to be spending money for 19,000 seats that are empty. Okay? They are empty, 19,000 empty seats. So to the extent that we could make a big effort in terms of on outreach, okay, to place kids in those seats, we'll all be better off because we're already spending that money. It's 19,000 open seats. Please help us out because we need your help to work with us. Okay, if you have a wait list, let us know. We will share that with DOE because you're talking about 19,000 seats we are paying for, empty.
Is there any information that OMB can provide when it comes to the types of seats families want, A, and B, if there will be any front-facing system to let the families know where these vacancies are so that they can go in and see where the 3K slots exist in their neighborhoods?
I think that's the reason why I say we are doing a study with a consulting firm to to see where the needs are and to match the needs with the seats. And once that study is completed, okay, we will have more insight in terms of how to allocate those seats and which area to allocate them.
Okay. Are these studies ongoing right now?
It's
Have they
ongoing.
begun?
It's ongoing.
They've begun. When did they start?
I believe a month ago. I think about. I'm not sure exactly, but I believe it's about a month and a half ago.
All right. So that's not enough time to give us any
No,
results yet.
we will have that information very soon. We're pushing them really, really hard.
Okay, great. Okay, let's look at terms and conditions for a moment. The council negotiated for the inclusion of a record number of terms and conditions to be included at fiscal 2023 adoption. However, we've learned for the most part, agencies have not been meeting the deadlines for reporting as mandated by the terms and conditions. As of today, Director, there are 49 terms and conditions that the council should have received. But to date, we have only received reporting on 19 of those, with 30 still outstanding. Can you explain why some agencies are consistently late in their reporting back to the council?
I cannot, but if you are able to send me a list of outstanding terms and conditions, we will work with the agencies so that they could provide you the appropriate response right away. Okay? It is, as I said, it's unacceptable because, that we work out an agreement with you and we expect the agencies, okay, to follow through. But if you give us a list, we will work with those agencies so that they could provide you the TNC that you need.
Is there no mechanism already in place for OMB to follow up other than the council's oversight, bringing back this information to
I know
OMB?
they come and provide you the information ongoing throughout the year, so we don't keep track, and we should keep track of what is submitted and what's not submitted. But again, as I said, if we will work with your team to get the list of the agencies that are not meeting the terms of the agreement, and then we'll go back to them.
Okay, we're going to recommend on the record that because these terms and conditions are negotiated with OMB, that OMB put some type of mechanism in place to follow through with the negotiated items.
Agree.
Thank you very much. I yield back to Chair Brannan. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. We've also been joined by council members Ressler, Sanchez, Moya, and Brewer. I think that's everybody. Oh. And Osei on Zoom. I want to zoom in a bit more on some of the points made by our speaker with regard to the vacancy reduction plan. There was a commitment made not to eliminate any revenue-generating positions or positions that would reduce delivery of services, which obviously critically important to us. The reason why it's so important to us is because reduction in headcount leads to reduction in services for New Yorkers, and in some instances, less tax revenue for the city. Has OMB considered all other alternatives, such as better collections on outstanding fees and taxes, before deciding on PEGs and vacancy reductions?
Yes, as part of any PEG that we issue every year, we look at revenue generation, and we explore them to see if they are sound. Agencies submit them, and we always look into them. But more concerning to me is the fact that you mentioned that revenue-generating positions were removed because we exempted them from the exercise. Listen, I'm very sensitive to that because I used to manage finance. I used to be the Commissioner of Finance. I know exactly, okay, what revenue-generating position can yield in terms of resources for the city. So therefore, we would never, okay, cut agencies that generate.
Yeah. No, I said in the vacancy reduction plan, the commitment was made not to eliminate.
Not to. So
yeah.
we know that. We're very careful with that.
So this sort of, speaking about the asylees, are there any contracts that are being executed for work that could be done by city employees that are now being done through contracts because of the current vacancies, whether it's through the asylees or anything else?
Not that I believe of, because of, the nature of the work is so quick. You have to set up those things so quickly. So it's not like you could free up resources and say, I'd go and do X, Y, and Z while you're not doing your work. So these things, they have to be built very fast. You have to provide the services very fast. So we didn't have the infrastructure in place for that, okay? So therefore, the best route for us and for us to get the result as quickly as we needed was to contract out the services.
But if we didn't have the vacancies that we have, would that have been your, would that have been the move?
They don't have the expertise to, to set up tent, okay, to provide, it's not like these are services that we have to contract out, because currently we contract out all of the services to begin with, because we don't have the infrastructure in place.
Are there any other city services that, due to the vacancies, we're relying on contracts for that we normally wouldn't be if we didn't have the vacancies?
No, the vacancies is, as I said to you, the vacancies are there not because we don't provide budget authority. The agencies have the budget authority to hire. It's just a question, as I said, they're losing faster. They're losing folks as quickly as they hire people, they're losing people. Okay, that's the attrition problem that you have. And as I said, and the attrition problem you had it for a specific year, for a number of challenges we had, including vaccine mandates, including mask mandates. A lot of these things had an impact on people leaving the workforce.
So let's talk about the hiring process a bit. I was encouraged to hear in your testimony that you've taken steps to shorten the review timeline. Your testimony said the OMB will now respond within 10 days to all personnel actions that follow the hiring promotion guidelines, less than 21 days if an agency requests a guideline exception. So I know included in the mayor's vacancy reduction plan was the repeal of the policy for the 2-for-1 or 3-for-1, which we were happy to hear. We're still hearing from agencies that the practice is still in effect. I guess the larger question is, what are we doing, what's being done differently to improve the hiring process since the issuance of the vacancy letter?
I don't know which agency is telling you that this 2-for-1 is still in place, but it's not.
Okay.
Okay. And as indicated in my testimony, we're taking a number of steps. We work with, as part of the deal with DC-37, we create an equity fund, okay, for hard to recruit titles, because there's certain titles, our city's salaries are not competitive with the private sector, so therefore we create that fund so we could pay a higher salary to attract employees in those hard to recruit titles. So that's one thing. We're doing job fairs throughout the city. We also exploring, okay, a pilot with DC-37 to explore flexible work in terms like things like remote work. So we're exploring a number of things, okay, to see what's going to work, okay, to make sure we are as attractive to city workers, to the workforce as we can be. And more importantly, we're changing the mindset, okay? This piece is critical. The city has always been a passive employer, okay? We just sat around, wait for people to take tests, okay? We don't aggressively, okay, go out there, try to recruit people. We're changing that paradigm, okay? Now you have the mayors out there making, in job fairs. We're working with DC-37. We're trying our best to be out there in the communities to tell folks, listen, the city has 23,000 vacant positions, okay? You should apply for those jobs. And that's the reason I'm asking the council to work with us, okay, in the outreach effort, okay, to recruit as many people as we can. You're talking about 20,000 good-paying jobs, okay? And then we have high unemployment in many districts around the city, okay? Please work with us, because
Yeah, no, I mean,
as I said, we're changing the paradigm. We're becoming a more dynamic, more aggressive, instead of being a passive employer.
Yeah, no, I think the speaker has been clear. I mean, we want to be partners there. Is there a dollar? I mean, what is normally baked into your budget for attracting talent? And is that something that you're going to look to increase in the next budget?
Well, that's something, as I said, we're looking. As I said, we just negotiated a contract with the labor unions where we'll put in, I mean, how much? $70 million? About $70 million into an equity fund to basically pay better salaries to certain titles.
Okay.
Okay, we're looking into a number of things, and if they require resources, and in upcoming financial plans, we'll address them.
So there'll be I agree that normally it's been passive. We just wait around for people to call and say, I want to work for the city. if we're going to be aggressive and really roll out a campaign, I think for us to really believe in that, there would need to be some money behind it.
As I said, we are reviewing all our options, and if there is a need for more resources to do so, we will address it.
Okay. Have the DC-37 hiring halls, have they been successful?
I think they have been, so far, based on what I'm hearing, okay? Based on what I'm hearing, they've been successful. We got a lot of people coming to them. If I remember correctly, last time they had like, let me see, they have like, based on what I'm hearing, seeing, yeah, they've been very successful. GCAS had participated in 129 recruiting events so far. And they hosted the first citywide hiring fair, and then they had like 21 agencies participated in them with over 856 vacancies, and they had about over 1,000 attendees. Okay, so it looks very promising. So it is something that we should continue to push.
Can you walk us through sort of soup to nuts the process an agency has to go through to fill a position? Are there layers of bureaucracy there that could be removed to expedite that process?
Let me talk to Ken. Go ahead, Ken. Let me ask Ken to answer that question.
When the process-wise, agencies first generally seek OMB approval to make an offer, to put a posting out. At that point, OMB has the new service levels. We turn those around in 10 or 21 days, depending on whether they meet the salary guidelines. At that juncture, it's over at the agency level. I think that the experience is that each agency handles this slightly differently. But, we've tried at OMB to reduce the amount of time it takes. We've made some new rules that allow people to be hired at the incumbent rate if they have 4 years of relevant experience from outside the city. We're taking a number of steps to try to make it easier for agencies to get those offers that people want out there to meet the guidelines so that it can be processed quickly. And I think, one of the things that's very fortunate, if this DC-37 labor agreement is in fact ratified by May, the titles in DC-37, which are our largest civilian union, will see a 9.25% increase in those salaries that we're offering people, and we think that's going to help a lot too.
So now that the restrictions have been removed, what are some of the reasons that positions that an agency requested to hire would not receive OMB approval?
Ken, go ahead.
If the agency lacks a budget authority to make the hire, right? If they're spending above their budget, that would obviously be a restriction why we would not do it. Otherwise, things that come to OMB would be approved unless the salaries were outside the contractual rates. We do look on a case-by-case basis at the exceptions. That's that 21-day process when salaries are not at the contractual rates, and we review those. So if the salary was vastly different than, let's say, other people who are already working for the city we might not approve for those types of reasons.
And does OMB keep vacancy rates in mind when you're approving or disproving requests to hire?
Yeah, it's part of a holistic review, but clearly, the agency's need for employees, their ability to recruit, right? It goes into our calculus in terms of whether we approve or not for a salary exception.
Yeah, I think we're just looking to learn and be supportive and helpful in what's being done differently. I think we agree that in the past we haven't had the same challenges that we're experiencing now, and we cannot afford, literally and figuratively, to be passive. But I think it's important for us to see, and if you want the council to be partners, to understand what's being done so we can support those efforts.
Sure, definitely.
Getting back to the response efforts for the asylum seekers. So the federal government appropriated $800 million for costs. City Hall has not received this funding that I'm aware of as of this morning.
No.
What is the status of the city's expected allocation, and is it any more or less?
Well, right now we're still waiting. We reach out to FEMA and ask them to give us an update in terms of when we should expect to get those resources. They're still working on developing the grants and coming up with the guidelines. So we're still waiting. We don't know how much we're going to get for sure. But even in the best case scenario that the city were to get all $800 million, this is so little compared with the needs that we have to make a big push, okay, at both the federal level and the state level to get additional resources.
What was requested?
Well, we request to know exactly when we'll get the resources because we're spending a lot of money. As I said to you, we're so far away.
So how did they come up with $800 million?
I don't know how they come up with that $800 million.
Okay.
This is what they
But there wasn't a dollar figure for, an exact figure put in for a request?
No. It was $800 million allocated by the Congress, the last
Yeah.
Congress, but we don't know how they come up with $800 million.
So can we expect that an adjustment will be made in the executive plan to, depending on what happens here, to reflect?
Our goal is to, right now, to reflect what the state has promised us, which is $1 billion, okay? Everything else will be a guess because we don't know how much we're going to get from the federal government, so therefore we have not yet decided how we're going to treat that, the federal government, because we don't know for sure how much we're going to get from them.
What cost do we believe would be reimbursable under the state program?
So far, I'm assuming all of them, including hotel, food, shelter, shelter costs, food, and my expectation is all of the costs will be reimbursed.
Okay, on Friday, it was noted at a hearing on contracts related to the asylees that the average cost per asylum seeker and shelter per day was $363. There was some confusion as to whether this was the cost per person or the cost per household. Can you clarify that?
The cost is $364 per household.
$364 per household.
And we have about 13,000 households, exactly 12,700 households.
Okay. And what goes into that $364?
It's shelter, it's, as I said, it's care for food, it's all of these things that I just laid out.
Okay. And is this the blended cost for all asylum seekers and shelters, or?
It's a blended cost for both the DSS and the HERCs.
And the HERCs, okay. Okay. So, as the speaker mentioned, DHS and HRA, like many other city agencies, have had to deal with high vacancy rates among its employees, which we're seeing has led to challenges in their outcomes. So how much of a priority is OMB placing on reducing the vacancies at DHS?
A high priority.
Okay.
This is a high priority of the administration. Actually, they have made significant progress in terms of hiring at SNAP, for the SNAP program. And again, as I said, as part of the deal that we had with the council, we just added another 3,400, 340 heads on top of the 2,100 they already have. So we're working with them, and they're making progress. But as I said, it's a very challenging environment, and we're trying to be as aggressive as we can be, okay, in our hiring practice.
I guess just zooming out for a second, overall with job applicants, what is the biggest challenge? Is it the pay rate? Is it the flexible schedule? Is it that they could work remotely somewhere else? Is there one?
It's all of the above. We hired folks at OMB after like 2-3 weeks. They leave because they want to work remote. It's all of these challenges. On top of that, we cannot compete with private sector. We have challenges because, our salary are set by contract with the labor union, so we just cannot just change them. So you have a lot of challenges, and it's a very tough environment because you're talking about an environment where we have, from what I read a report somewhere where we have they have for every 2 vacancies, they only have 1 employee available. So this is how difficult it is throughout the country, okay? It is a very, very, very tight labor market.
I know we spoke before about contracting with the asylees, but if DHS and HRA hadn't been dealing with these staffing challenges, would we have needed to create the HERCs?
Yes, because we don't have the capacity. We don't have the capacity. And because we don't, this is not a joke. This is, as I said, last year, we had about 43,000 folks, okay, in the shelter system. Okay, we are up to like 80,000, okay, in a matter of a year. This is not a joke. This is real. This is a 77% increase in about a year. So you cannot handle this kind of increase, with the capacity we currently have, in the city. So we have to rely on outside expert to provide us the resources that we need, that we wouldn't need because we don't have those. We don't have the expertise, and also we don't have the capacity to hire us quickly, okay, to basically to respond to this crisis.
But then how do you think the contractors that we're doing business with, how are they hiring so quickly?
These are emergency contracts.
What's that?
Emergency contracts. That's the reason why they go, they went as quickly as they could because we couldn't do it any other way.
And you think that's just because it's less bureaucracy?
Yes, because that's exactly what it is, yeah.
Moving to the labor settlements, I think you mentioned a bit in your opening testimony, but will it just be the DC 37 labor costs, or will we see the cost of all unions at that same pattern in the executive budget? What do you anticipate?
In the executive budget, our goal is once this agreement is ratified by DC 37 members, our goal is basically to present the pattern, okay, in the executive budget, the cost of the pattern. And Ken, you want to add more?
Yeah, it's just, right, if this hopefully will be ratified, then if, at the next plan will reflect the cost of the pattern applied to the entire workforce.
So would the estimated cost of the bargaining pattern include the cost of settlement with the uniform unions?
Yes.
Yes, okay. I think the most important part, or most interesting piece of the DC-30 settlement for us was the committee to explore the flexible work options, including remote work. Is this option going to now be offered to other unions?
Ken?
We're looking at, we're setting up a joint committee to discuss options to provide greater flexibility for work for our employees. As the mayor said, we need to create a program that works for a 300,000 employee workforce, a variety of whom are performing roles that are not particularly well suited for remote or flexible schedules. We also need to make sure that we roll out the program that aligns with the flexibility of work, as I said, with the ability for people to get the work done. He mentioned that we need to view this program through an equity lens to make sure that that's being taken into account as well. So as we go, as this committee starts, I think it's really important that the administration and our labor representatives sit down together and be very thoughtful and deliberate as it relates to workforce flexibility.
Yeah, I don't want the city to be the last one holding on to the return of Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. I think the flexible work options will go a long way with attacking the high vacancy rates. I look forward to seeing how that shakes out. There's been some mention of the settlement pattern perhaps differing for different unions depending on their ability to work remotely. So has this been a consideration in developing the collective bargaining pattern?
Well, right now, we have one settlement, right, with DC 37. We expect that to be the framework for the settlements going forward. You know, we're again going to be taking a deliberative approach, working closely with our union partners here, and making sure that places where the work flexibility or the ability to work remote allows people to still to do the work that's required. We'll keep going on. We're going to have a pilot program. It should be rolled out by June 1st, and we're going to make sure that the flexibility is done in an equitable and sustainable way.
Because I think it was stated that employees who are unable to work remotely may receive larger wage increases from those with the potential to work remotely. So has there been an additional cost estimated?
The agreement we reached with DC 37 doesn't anticipate, nor do we anticipate additional pay for those whose work schedules remain the same, you know, where they must be for them to do the work.
Okay, I want to move on to 3K. The speaker mentioned one of the pieces that we're interested in the council is how we agree with you that we need to do more with getting those seats filled. I think we all find it hard to believe that there could be that many families who would not jump at the opportunity to take a 3K seat. So what has the administration done to encourage enrollment in 3K programs? And again, not unlike the vacancies, is there a budget that's going to be set aside to increase or execute, you know, marketing and outreach to increase signups?
Well, currently, DOE has a dedicated team that basically does outreach, and they have a budget of about $3 million. Again, as I said, there is a study being conducted to basically match needs and seats. And after the study is completed and we do the matching, if there is need for more outreach, more resources, as part of the budget negotiation with the council, we will discuss opportunities to provide them more resources.
Okay. I want to move to revenue quickly. In terms of economic output and employment growth, do you expect the city to experience a different trend from the rest of the nation in dealing with the current and looming economic challenges?
The city economy has a much higher dependence on the finance sector than the nation overall. So, you know, for instance, while employment in that sector is only 4% of the total job in New York City, that sector generates 20% of all the wages, okay? And whereas in the nation it's only 1%. So the Fed monetary policy already is having impact on Wall Street. As you know, Wall Street profit has dropped significantly, okay, from 58, I believe, from almost more than half. So therefore, the city's economy has already been impacted a lot more, okay, than the rest of the country because of our over-reliance on finance.
You mentioned finance, but not the the reliance on tourism. Would that not be a factor as well?
Yeah, tourism is a big factor, and the tourism has rebounded, which is very good for us. I mean, we have two things working for us right now. We have a very strong labor market. At the same time, you have tourism. Both of them have rebounded. But at the same time, you have two major industries that basically drive our tax revenues in New York City are facing some extreme challenges. One is Wall Street and the commercial real estate market. Mm-hmm. Okay, the office market is going to 20% vacancies, okay? You know, about to reach 23% vacancies in New York City. This is equivalent to the entire downtown of Manhattan office market being empty, okay? This is a huge challenge for us. Okay, so without these two sectors driving the growth of tax revenue, you could get some gains in, in tourism and in other sectors, but without these two major sectors, okay, it is hard, okay, to imagine our tax revenues remain, staying very strong in the out years of the financial plan. So therefore, we have to make a big push, okay, to get not only the commercial real estate market going, but also hoping that Wall Street could come back.
I want to talk quickly about the property tax. In calculating property tax revenues, there's a certain percentage taken out for reserves for uncollectible tax payments. During the last 5 years, the actual required reserves came to an average of 6.5% of total collections. However, OMB projects that 7.6% should be set aside in FY23 and 7.3% in FY24. Can you explain why OMB prefers this higher 7.5% in allocating reserves?
It's not that we prefer it. It's a question of, from our perspective, based on our own forecast, the fact that you had property tax revenue growth for next year, we're expecting some challenges. We're expecting more challenges than usual, okay? But if we happen to be wrong, okay, and so we would adjust the revenues going forward. But again, from our perspective, we're expecting more challenges, okay? That's what's driving our forecast of a 7% instead of the 7.6% instead of the 6.5% historically.
And is that related to why OMB has chosen to keep the personal income tax forecast unchanged over the past two plans, even though we've seen stronger collections?
The forecast that we have is a personal income tax forecast is very complicated. As you know, a personal income tax forecast is comprised of a number of factors. You have wages, you have capital gains, okay? You have a bunch of factors that impact. While wages remain strong because of the tight labor market, withholding remains strong, but capital gains has dropped, okay? So so estimated payment has dropped significantly, okay? Because of, we have less capital gains this year so far. But more importantly, there is something that we are not sure yet about, and every forecaster will tell you, which is the pass-through entity tax, okay? The PTET is the first time we're doing this. So everybody's saying a big jump in personal income tax, but we expect we have to provide a refund on the back end, okay? So until that adjustment is done, I'm not sure I would take at face value any forecast that tells me we have a very, very, very strong personal income tax. So I have to wait until that offset is materialized, and then we could have a better sense of what's going on. At this point in time, it's too early, way too early for us to say, the forecast should be much higher than what we anticipate.
Okay. I want to move along so my colleagues have some time. I want to talk about audits quickly. The prelim forecast the city will collect $721 million in tax audit revenue for each year in the financial plan, including the current fiscal year. Historically, though, the city has allocated more than that figure every year since FY 2005. So in the past 10 years, audit revenues have averaged $1 billion per year. In fact, audit revenues for FY23 are already over $950 million as of January. Do you think that the estimates for audit collections in the plan are realistic?
Audit collections are hard to predict with accuracy, and because it depends on some large audits could skew things one way or another. Okay, and the timing of those audits is also critical. So usually what we do, we typically rely on the baseline forecast that is provided to us by DOF in the out years, and adjust them as we go forward, adjust them as as the,
Okay, I'll shout him out. Could you tell us why the audit revenues for January were so high at 611 million, which mostly came from the bank tax?
there was a very large audit settlement, okay? And that's the reason why it was so big.
Okay, and DOF's PEGs included a reduction of audit staff headcount. In prior administrations, hiring auditors was a PEG as it was considered revenue generating. So how is reducing auditor headcount not going to have a negative impact on revenue generation?
Tax auditors and assessors were exempted, okay? And again, as I said, the DOF currently has 275 vacant positions. 275 vacant positions. I used to run that organization, okay? The vacancy was about 250 back then, okay? They have 275 vacant positions.
Okay. Just staying on the PEGs for a sec. So putting aside our differences on the extent of the recent round of PEGs, I think we do agree that the exercise of reviewing the city's budget for efficiencies is obviously good practice. However, it doesn't appear that this practice is extended to the city's tax expenditure system, which in FY22 amounted to $13.7 billion in foregone revenue. So do you believe that there's savings that could be found in the city's tax expenditures?
Of course, and we should also always review them for savings. The challenge you always have is that the savings from reducing the tax incentive programs, they usually accrue very slowly. They accrue over time because the benefits last several years, okay? So you're not going to get the savings until way in the out years. While when we have to balance our budget, we have to do it in the immediate. Okay, so therefore we need those resources right away. So it's not like we don't look at those. We look at them, we review them, but it's just that the challenge that we have, the savings accrue slowly over time because the benefits, okay, last several years.
So I'm going to send it back to the speaker, but lastly, there's some tax expenditure programs that are due to sunset in Albany. Does the administration hold any position on any of the programs that are due for sunset? Any of them that should be ended or revised?
I would defer to DOF on this because I believe they're doing their own analysis and to make a recommendation to the mayor. So I would defer to them.
Okay. Okay, Director, I'm going to give it back to the speaker.
Thank you, Chair Brennan. Just a couple more, Director, and then I will definitely defer over to my colleagues. The city's economic development tax expenditures, which total $3.1 billion in fiscal year 2022, are a good place to look for efficiencies. And recently, IBO, at the request of this City Council, completed a thorough evaluation of the Commercial Revitalization Program, or CRP, and the Commercial Expansion Program, CEP, two programs which are currently up for renewal in Albany and currently have a cost of about $27 million. IBO's analysis didn't find that these programs had an impact on employment growth or commercial vacancy rates in the targeted areas. Do you agree with their evaluation?
I have not seen the analysis.
You haven't seen it?
No, so therefore it's hard for me to make any comment.
Okay, so in that analysis, would OMB support renewal of the two tax expenditures?
I have to look at the analysis to see if whether or not the benefits worth more than the cost to us. If the benefits are worth more than the cost, it makes sense. If it does not, it doesn't make any sense.
Okay, thank you, Director. I want to just return one more time to the question on the HERCs, and I promise I'm going to be
okay.
done unless I'm just piqued by a second round. Okay.
That's okay.
In looking at, you mentioned earlier the growth in asylees. Do you have any idea how many more HERCs is the city seeking to place in existing hotels or elsewhere?
I know they're working on this every day, depending on the needs, how many people are coming. So I believe right now we have, let me see how many we have We have 92 emergency shelters for asylum seekers, and we have 7 HURCs today. But they continuously, as I said, this thing consumes a lot of resources at City Hall because every day people are coming and you have to find places to put them. And so I can't tell you for sure how many. So it depends on the trend, okay, in the future. I can't tell you exactly how many we're looking into do. But so right now we have about 92 emergency shelters and 7 HURCs to date.
Okay, thank you very much.
We've also been joined by council members Farias, Stevens, Powers. Before I hand it over to, and who's the first? And before I hand it over to my colleagues, I think it's just important that to be partners in the process, we want to make sure that everything is on the table as far as, I understand our economists are used to saying one thing and then 2-3 months later everyone agrees with them. We're used to that. We're proud of that. But I think it's important that we and our forecasts might be different, but I think when it comes to tax revenues and tax collections, I see the same numbers that you do, that we're having a sober conversation and no one is sort of hiding the ball on what's what. So we know what we've got to play with and we know how to allocate it to make sure that we're delivering the core city services that New Yorkers need and expect. So I look forward to working with you as we head into the next 51 days. I'm now going to turn it over to Councilmember Barron for questions.
Thank you very much. It's incredible that you come forth with this kind of a budget discussion when, in fact, money is available. The council projects in 2023 and 2024 $5.2 billion more in revenue than you. OMB projects more revenue than you. And then you project your revenue, and by the way, we also have $8.3 billion in a reserve budget, along with surplus projections in even the outer years, while some say deficits, but there are surplus projections in revenue then. So this is why your revenue, you try to justify PEGs, and you should stop calling them PEGs. They should be called PES, programs to eliminate services. Because when you put PEGs in place for over $2 billion or whatever the PEGs are, when we actually have a surplus, you're doing a disservice to the city. When the speaker asked you, did you know of the agencies that were going to be hurt by these PEGs? Oh, they haven't come to me yet. I'll check out the other 30, 40 agencies who haven't come, and I'll see how we could work with them. You know they're going well, that they're cuts. These are not PEGs. These are cuts to services. And when you cut vacancies, you cut services, no matter how you try to fix it up in your report. On homeless shelters, it's interesting that you find shelter for asylum seekers and homeless in Black and brown communities that are oversaturated with shelters already. Not predominantly in Brooklyn and Bensonhurst, the majority is Asian and white, and in the Bay Ridge, majority white and Asian. No shelters, but in East New York, Brooklyn, Brownsville, and the Bronx, we oversaturated. And when they get in these shelters, you're warehousing them. They don't have real mental health services, workforce development services, and there's no services to provide them permanent housing like some of us in the city council were able to do by putting a clause in our development to have permanent housing. So when I look at this budget of $102.7 billion, a $159 billion 10-year capital budget, and we asked one year just for $200 million, $200 million to build community centers in high crime areas. If it only cost $10, $20 million, you didn't do it, but you have billions in capital money. State has $220 $420 billion budget. You don't have a money problem. You have a prioritization of spending problem. The rich are getting richer. You know, Wall Street, you know, during the pandemic, $51 billion in 2020 and $58 billion in 2022. And you didn't know, you said, I don't know what the 2022 and 23 number was. Yeah, it was cut in half to $24 billion, but prior to the pandemic, Wall Street averaged $22 billion a year. So even at $24 billion, which is less than the $58 that was bloated during pandemic, you're still $2 billion over in Wall Street. Rich getting richer, and the poor are getting poorer with your Republican prosperity budget. So I want to just speak truth to power. When we have that kind of money, tell me what the unemployment rate is in black and brown communities, not Brooklyn, Manhattan, but low-income black and brown communities. And what are you doing? How much money goes to workforce development? No chump change, I'm talking billions. And what about the poverty rate? The poverty rate in black and brown communities. In a state that has a $224 billion state budget, a $102.7 billion city budget, and we have 30 and 40% poverty in black and brown neighborhoods, and you come here with some justification like this and have these micro discussions on what can and can't be done. This is a damn shame that we have that kind of money in this state and we still have that kind of poverty. Finally, affordable housing. Affordable to who? Affordable for who? What is the area median income requirement in your housing, the AMI? Most of the housing that's coming into this city through the mayor often is market rate housing, maybe 25% affordability, but most of it is market rate. I'll end with this to my city council colleagues. We're beginning this budget process, same dance. I've been at it for 14 years, been through 14 budgets, heard the same dance at the beginning, then the council negotiates their council initiatives, and the poor get poorer and the rich get richer. The council has the power to say no to this budget if they don't do right by money and education. All the city agencies are being cut. Police are doing well, $5.1 billion. You add on this other fringe benefits, $11 billion for the police department, $2.9 billion for their capital budget. But when it comes to the other agencies, we're suffering. So I know this is going to be a long budget process, but I'm encouraging my council members, this time around, let's use our power. So no matter what they present, let's use the power of the city council to be for the people and say this budget is not a priority of the moral position or the values of this council when it comes to human beings living in the richest city in the world with abject poverty that is disgusting and shameful.
Okay?
Okay.
You want to answer? Okay, so many issues here. Let's start with the forecast to begin with. And I have a lot of respect for your economist. We have a different view. From our perspective is the economy, most economists are looking at a slowdown in the economy. So therefore, most economists are looking for a slowdown in the economy. And so therefore, our tax revenue forecast is basically reflect the fact that we think that the economy will slow. And so therefore, our tax revenue forecast is lower than your forecasters. But there is a scenario in which if the economy remains strong, that tax revenue could remain strong as well. In which case, we will reflect incoming plan. Okay, if it is the case.
But how could you be $2 billion off?
No.
You know, you say slow. Pardon me for cutting you, but you said slow.
Yes, but
slow.
Can I finish?
You're $2 billion. You're billions off. Yeah. That's not slow. No. That's wrong.
No. If we happen to be wrong, we will adjust.
You are wrong.
Okay, we will adjust in coming months. However,
just today.
However, You're only looking at one side of the ledger. We're looking at both sides of the ledger. We have a labor cost, which is about $4 billion that is not yet in the plan. We have the migrant crisis, about $4.2 billion not yet in the plan.
But that's what I said in my remarks. I said that we can take care of the labor settlement, and we can take care of a lot of other things with the proper forecasting and with using some of the reverse funds, not all of them, but 8.3 billion using some. You can take care of labor costs, labor settlements can happen. Stop telling the public that it can't happen because it's a slow economy, because the money is there for it to happen, and your forecast is off.
Okay, I don't.
Okay, I'm now going to turn to Councilmember Lewis for questions.
Thank you, Chair and Speaker. I think most of my questions were answered, but just to piggyback off of the $1 billion ask for the migrant and asylum seekers, the $800 million versus the $1 billion, what's the difference between the two that the admin would need in order to reimburse back if there's particular items that weren't able to be reimbursed?
Right now, the needs that we have is $4.2 billion. And we are counting on the governors to provide us $1 billion because that's what she promised at this point in time. So, and the rest of it, if we don't get as much federal aid as possible, we're on a hook for about $3.2 billion. Okay? Hopefully, we'll get some significant portion of that $800 million from the federal to minimize, to reduce it. But right now, we're on a hook for 2.4.
Thank you for that. And the
2.2, I'm sorry, 2.2. Go ahead.
Okay. And the speaker spoke about this earlier regarding vacancies and seats and identifying locations, but I wanted to know regarding invoices that remain outstanding from FY22. We often hear from nonprofit organizations that weren't able to get reimbursed, so I wanted to know what was the status and what are we looking at for FY24?
Are we talking about the
3K.
pre-K providers? Yeah. This is a challenge, and we are working, and I know GEO is working very hard to try to address these challenges. But so far, we have paid about $110 million in outstanding invoices from last year, and over $500 million of invoices this year. But in an effort to provide support to providers, we created an Early Childhood Education Stabilization Fund of $70 million so that we could pay for providers that did not receive at least 75% of their annual contract costs as a result of the processing delay, so they could get paid. So we're trying our best to accelerate the process as much as we can and trying to pay folks because I'm getting a lot of this calls myself from providers, and it's very troubling that for them, they don't have credit line, they don't have line of credit, so they cannot continue their operations. So we're working with DOE and trying our best to see how best we could accelerate that process.
All right, thank you. That's all my questions.
Okay, we have Councilmember Ayala, followed by Velasquez.
Thank you. I'm going to sort of kind of piggyback off of that. So we know that nonprofit service Frontline and Lifeline for so many of our residents. These community-based organizations provide a wide range of services from housing homeless youth, helping needy access benefits, providing our seniors with care, early childhood education to our youth, among many other services. These nonprofits are partners to us in government and operate on contracts and funds provided by the city. However, one persistent problem has now grown to threaten the system of services that so many New Yorkers now rely on. Nonprofits are not receiving their contracts on time. Sometimes these contracts are provided months after being awarded these funds, and even then, after obtaining their contracts, organizations would wait months, if not years, to be paid for the services that they provided. We have heard from several organizations that have claimed that they are still waiting payment from 2 years ago. And the entire time, the organizations are operating on a razor-thin fiscal edge, carefully balancing their financials so that they don't go under. Many are not successful, taking Sheltering Arms as an organization that has provided services for 200 years through the Civil War, Great Depression, both World Wars, Vietnam War, and the Great Recession, this storied institution is quietly shutting its doors because the city could not provide its promised payments in a timely manner. In order to better understand this situation, could OMB walk us through, step by step, the entire contract process, starting from the point when an organization is notified of being awarded a contract to the point an organization receives payment? And can you also let us know how long each part of this process takes on average and what role OMB plays in each part of this process?
Yeah, what I could tell you is we have made, since the beginning of this administration, significant progress in terms of reforming the procurement process for not-for-profit, okay? And I will defer to Marks, and we'll probably provide you more detail in terms of all the work that's been done, okay, to improve the procurement process. But again, it remains a challenge for these folks to get paid, and this is the most important aspect of this. And to the extent, particularly when we're dealing with the discretionary contracts with small not-for-profit, okay? And I know, as I said, they're working very hard to put in place a process. They're working with staff from the City Council and also with the Comptroller, okay, to streamline the process, okay, to make sure that it doesn't take a long time, okay, for contract to be registered, because contract cannot be paid unless they are registered. So they're working very hard with the Comptroller's Office and also with the council staff, particularly in the area of discretionary funds, because this is an area where we have a lot of challenges, particularly with the small non-for-profit organization. They provide a service, their contract have not yet been registered, they cannot get paid. And in the meantime, they provided a service, okay, and they don't have the cash flow. They can't meet their cash flow needs because we have not paid them, okay? So we are making significant progress, and as I said, I would defer to Marks. Marks will provide you more detail in terms of all the process changes they're making from beginning to the end, okay, so that non-for-profit could register the contract faster, okay? But I guarantee you, it's a big task, it's a big priority for this administration, and we're spending a lot of resources to streamline that process.
I mean, this is something that we've heard about consistently. It seems to have gotten worse. Is any of this, are any of the delays as a result of understaffing at the processing?
No. It is, as I said, it is an issue. It's been a long issue for the city. Okay. A long-term issue. This is nothing recent. I mean, not-for-profit have been complaining for this for the longest. It's the first time.
Yeah.
This is the first time we're tackling this issue. We're putting resources behind it to make sure we change the entire process, okay, to streamline that process. As I said, the council is very much involved. The staff of the council is very much involved in the process, okay, because we're trying to tap into every resources around the city. The Comptroller's Office, the City Council, as I said, the discretionary funds is a big part of the problem, okay?
But we're relying on a lot of nonprofit groups to deliver these services. Is there any consideration to, does the city typically review what the budget for operating costs, right, for that agency are prior to contracting and then imposing a further financial burden on the organization? Because, you know, I don't want to see what's happening with Sheltering Arms continue to happen, but I have heard specifically around the HERC and the asylum conversation from multiple nonprofit providers that are expected to, you know, continue to buy food and you know, other necessities for families, and they simply do not have the cash flow to do that. And while I appreciate, you know, the attempt to try to, you know, to expedite these contracts so that the wait time is not as long, 2 years is not long. I mean, that's a really long time.
Of course.
To have to absorb, you know, these costs. And there's no reason why our nonprofit organizations are having to apply for loans to be able to pay the bills and ensure that the staff are being paid and that the services are being rendered. That is of huge concern to this body, and I will ask the question of Mox, but I wonder, is that something that is considered prior to entering into some sort of contractual arrangement with a nonprofit group that may not be able to sustain?
Now, as I said, this is a priority for this administration, and we're working really hard with a lot of stakeholders to make sure we streamline that process. But again, as I said, I hear you because I get the same calls, okay, from folks complaining about not getting paid. And so we know it's important, and we're making it's a priority for us. Okay, this entire process, we're changing it. We've made some significant progress. And as I said, Marks could provide you all the details in terms of the type of work they'll be doing, in terms of the changes they're trying to make to the loan program that they currently have, okay, to make sure small organization, even if their contract are not yet registered, so they could provide them loans. So they're looking into a number of things that to make sure that this small not-for-profit have the resources, to meet their cash flow needs. So it's a challenge. We know it's a challenge, but as I said, this is the first time it's a priority, a real priority, and we are working with a lot of stakeholders to make sure we get this right.
I can appreciate that. And just one more question, Mr. Chair. In regards to the attrition rates at the different agencies, is the city tracking, the reasons for why individuals are leaving these positions? I feel like there's something in the universe that happened post-pandemic. My understanding is that specifically at HRA during the pandemic, when applications were being completed from home remotely, that the completion rate was in the high 70s, and then when staff came back to in-person, that those dropped significantly, and I wonder if that's because those individuals left because they wanted to continue to work remotely and found other an alternative job that allowed them to do that. But I think it's so I'm advocating for the continuation of remote work. If you're doing data processing specifically for HRA, I think that makes all of the sense in the world. But I also think it's really important to kind of capture the data on what exactly is happening in the universe of our workforce to better determine what our strategy moving forward is.
I totally agree with you, and this is what we're doing, and trying to get a better sense of what's going on, the challenges. And like everything like you just said is correct. It's just work from home is one of the things. Vaccine mandates another one of the challenges. A lot of people left because they didn't want to take the vaccine. So you have a number of things that transpired in 2022. So, and we have to address every single one of them.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilmember Velasquez, followed by Brewer.
Thank you, Chair. So, Director, what makes the governor's proposal regarding MTA contributions so expensive for the city? Can you break down the cost for us?
Yeah, it is, the cost is, we're talking about $540 million for the MTA. We're talking about Medicaid cuts of about $385 million. We have something called Pay and Pursue, which is, I believe, $80 million. We have the minimum wage increase, which is about $180 million. I could give you the list of all the items that we have, and when you tally them, they like over $1 billion when they are fully phased in. Okay. Don't forget the $500 million for the MTA. It's an annual contribution. It's not just a one-time. Okay, it's a recurring cost to the city.
Thank you.
Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you.
On the hiring, I just want to mention, I sent somebody on, I think it was February 11th at 45th Street, that was the hiring hall. Great lines in terms you had to wait, but when you wait, you got a good interview with one of the 21 agencies. So the person I sent has a record. He's a good worker. I know him well for many years. Doesn't have a job. So he did have an interview of Friday afterwards at 10:30 in the morning, but he hasn't heard anything yet. So I'm just saying your analysis of, what was it, 6 to 21 days or something? I don't know if it's within that time frame, but there needs to be, if we're going to be hiring, we need better communication, in my opinion. Now, this is not a high-level job. He's working on a, hopefully some kind of a maintenance job. But I would like to know, as a result of that 45th Street, DC 37, DCAS fair, how many people got interviews, how many people got jobs, how would I get all of that information, specifically?
I'm willing to take all the blames in the world for what OMB does, but if somebody doesn't communicate to somebody for a job after an interview, I can hardly take that blame.
No, I'm not saying it's you. I'm saying for the we have a vacancy issue. You had a fair, and I'm saying, what is the outcome of that specifically?
I don't know. The person would have to contact the agency to get a sense of where they are. I don't know who was interviewed, who was not interviewed.
Okay. I know you mentioned it earlier, and we have a vacancy problem, so I wanted to bring it up, that somebody needs to be paying attention, that I'm not sure that the outcome was as good as the line. And the line was long, and people waited. I was there. I saw it.
Okay.
Okay. Number two, federal dollars. So at the hearing the other day, Contracts Committee, the issue was, I think, as you said, $800 million. The city, I think, has sent in reimbursements for about 8, I think is my understanding. So have you sent in more reimbursements to FEMA? Where are we specifically with the reimbursements for hopefully something close to what you need within that small 800 million? You need a lot more.
We sent a letter to FEMA with needs worth about $1 billion. Okay, so it's not like they have not yet set up their operations. That's a challenge.
Okay.
So we already sent, a communication to them with needs worth over, $1 billion.
But do you know how much we've sent specifically in terms of the reimbursements?
Yes, we did. As I said to you, they have not set up their own operation, so therefore they cannot accept anything from us.
Okay. So nothing, they can't accept anything at all?
Because they have not set up the operations. That's what they keep telling us.
Right. I don't.
Yeah. The guidelines, they have not submitted any guidelines how to proceed, nothing. Okay. And most likely, my hunch is it's unlikely we're going to get any resources this particular fiscal year.
Nothing this fiscal year is your guess?
Probably by the time they set up the operation, issue guidelines, probably be next fiscal year.
All right, and the congressional delegation is helping with those guidelines? Is the congressional delegation helping?
We have been in discussion with them. They've been very helpful.
Okay. The other question I have, just in terms of sales tax, obviously there's a sales tax when you go to the store. Do we get online sales tax, and how much do we get as a city? Obviously, it goes through the state, I think, and comes to New York. But
Yes.
how much do we get in terms of online? Because supposedly everybody's buying online, so I'm
Yes,
wondering.
I cannot give you the specific number at this point in time, and I don't know if we receive that information from the state. Probably we do, but if we do have it,
You get back to
I would
us?
get back to
I was interested to see if it goes up
yeah,
based on people's,
it gotta be.
I would think, but then what are we doing to making sure that it happens, and is it up, and what are we doing about it?
Yeah.
The other question I have is in terms of hybrid. So obviously, I've been saying hybrid since January last year, hybrid, hybrid, hybrid. How are you going to make the determination? Is it through the unions as to what is hybrid and what is not? Lawyers, tech, I understand we don't want to hurt the inspector, the amazing building inspector who has to work constantly. So I am very aware of the equity issue. But how are you going to make that decision? Because I don't think you're going to be able to hire your auditors, which you need, and everybody else, unless you have a hybrid schedule. They're just not going to come to the city.
This is going to be part of the pilot, the discussion we're going to have with DC 37, how to design the program. So, but let me turn on to Ken that could provide you more detailed answer.
No, that's exactly right. We're setting up a pilot, but we're still going to be having set up a committee with representatives from the agencies as well as representatives from DC 37. And these are exactly the issues that we're going to have to sort of plumb. You know, where is hybrid appropriate? Where are flexible schedules appropriate? And where is it, you know, that the schedules and the locations can't change? And we have to work our way through that.
What's your timeline? Because otherwise, you're not going to have 275 auditors unless you figure this out quickly. So what's your timeline?
We expect the contract calls for the pilot to begin June 1st.
So you'll be ready on an audit schedule by June 1st?
We hope to have the pilot start to roll out on June 1st, right? First, we have to get this contract ratified, or DC 37 has to get ratified, so that process will play out through this month.
Okay, I have many more questions, but second round, thank you.
Speaker.
We'll just take a brief intermission to welcome students, fourth grade students from PS 98 in Staten Island. Welcome to the City Council. Oh, from Queens, it says Staten Island. PS 98 in Queens? What part of Queens? Where? Douglaston, Queens is in the house. We shout you out, Queens. Welcome to the City Council. We want you to stay awake, but we know that you don't have too much time in the chamber, so we welcome all of our wonderful students and their teachers and administrators here today. Enjoy your time on the tour and enjoy the rest of your day.
Okay, now we have Council Members Sanchez, followed by Hanks and Stevens.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Chair. And good morning to the Director and to all the members of the administration here. So I am a broken record, and you can completely anticipate what I am going to ask about, and I will. The housing crisis. It is number one on New Yorkers' minds, and I wager that it should be and it should remain number one in the administration's mind. And I just want to harken back to your testimony and some of your answers where you state that $23 billion has been allocated in the capital plan for housing, and that's the 10-year capital plan for the city. You say that this is the highest effort ever, and yet, as also has been documented, the HPD staffing challenges are widely known, right? Housing starts are down by 45% per the mayor's management report. And the agencies have also been sharing concerns about their ability to spend these funds, the capital commitment rate. At the same time, advocates and this New York City Council, we're calling for the mayor's campaign commitment of $4 billion per year annually to be spent on housing production, and in a way that prioritizes deeply affordable housing, supportive housing, and homeownership. So my question with respect to this is, how does the administration plan to ramp up production and preservation of affordable housing? And can you speak directly to HPD's efforts in staffing, and what changes is the agency making to ramp up?
For sure, I can tell you that while staffing could be an issue, but you also have other critical issues with respect to housing. And as I said earlier, you have a supply chain problem, okay, that causes a lot of delays in construction. Okay, this is nationwide, it's a problem everybody knows, okay? No one can ignore it. It's a real problem that you cannot find materials to build. And you can't find laborers. You have labor shortage. So it's not just a staffing issue at HPD, it's a problem that we have throughout the country, you know, when it comes to the construction industry. So until we begin to address those concerns, okay, you could have all the staff that you need, all the resources that you need, If you cannot, get the materials, you can't get the workers to produce, you're always going to fall short in terms of the units that's coming online. So that is a challenge. We are very conscious, of the fact that HPD may have needs, but at the end of the day, you have to remember, HPD has currently 427 vacant positions, okay? Vacant positions. They have the authority to hire, okay? They have the authority to hire, okay? If they hire those 427 vacant positions, okay, we will have a discussion, okay? Giving you 100 more vacant positions is not going to solve your hiring problem, okay? Hire those 427 first and come to us, then we'll have a discussion. But right now, you have 427 vacant positions.
And I'm sorry, Director, because I know I'm on a clock, but do we know, can you share with us the breakdown of how many of those are on the programmatic side, the project management side?
We will provide you the breakdown.
Absolutely. So, and understanding that, I know several of my colleagues have asked about the hiring halls. I'm excited to host one in the Bronx. We have double the unemployment rate in the Bronx as the rest of the city, continuing historic trends, but I want to see the administration as a partner in filling these positions and filling them with Bronx residents. So on the same vein, and I know a lot of conversation has happened around the HERCs as well, but thinking about the HERCs, thinking about the Department of Homeless Services, what changes is the administration willing to make in order to expedite moving folks into permanent housing from our shelter system? And this council has proposed legislation eliminating the 90-day rule. We have also proposed changes to expand eligibility requirements so that more New Yorkers are eligible for vouchers, in addition to those that are eligible today. So what changes is the administration willing to make so that we can house more folks permanently in units versus having them in shelters and then overflowing into HERCs?
I believe this year we took a number of steps to accelerate exit. One is we covering the cost of apartment application fees. We're paying a 1 month hold for clients with emergency housing vouchers. We're taking steps to make sure that folks get out of the shelter system as quickly as possible. The challenge you have, and unless we address it, sincerely address this issue, you have a supply problem, okay? Right now, I believe 5% of people with vouchers exit the system. 5%, okay? All right? You have 95% folks with vouchers, they cannot find houses, okay? They cannot find apartments. So unless we address the supply problem, okay, you could provide as many vouchers as possible to people, okay? They're just gonna compete with the people who already have vouchers for a year or 2 years, okay? That's not gonna solve the exit problem.
Yeah.
Okay, you're just adding more vouchers to the system until and unless you address the supply problem. Okay, bring more housing online. You're not going to solve that problem.
Thank you, Director, for agreeing with me on the supply problem. Let's bring it up to $4 billion, okay? Thank you, Chair.
Now we have Council Members Hanks, followed by Stevens.
Thank you, Chair Brennan, and thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you also for coming. This has been eye-opening, but I am going to also talk about vacancies because it's clear that our main challenge with all of the city agencies are kind of boiling down to the fact that we do not have the workforce to actually do the work. So HPD and all of these agencies are experiencing issues, and we rely on these city agencies to make the city run. So I know this question was asked, but I just wanted to drill down a bit more. What would you say the reasons, or can you provide the reasons for the high levels of attrition? And how did you come to that conclusion? And I'll expand on why I'm asking it that way.
Yeah, I think I would say to you it's a number of factors. During COVID, we lost a lot of employees. Okay? All right? We lost a lot of employees. We also have people left the workforce because of the vaccine mandate. They didn't want to take the vaccine. Okay? You also have people who push back against return to, to the office. Okay? So you have all these factors. I cannot point my fingers and tell you, attribute to each one of them how many, folks we lost. But if you take all of these things into account, that's what explains the attrition problem that we all dealing with in the city. Okay, it's a major challenge, and on top of that, you have a very tight labor market. People are trying to earn more, and if they could get more in the private sector, okay, and they have the skills, they're going to leave city government and go into private sector and make more money. So all of these factors, okay, combined, are part of the problem. It's not just one piece of the puzzle; it's a lot of pieces, in that puzzle.
Thank you. And to that point, if you can just confirm, earlier you testified that the administration is going to be committing $7 million to support outreach to fill vacancies. Is that correct?
No, I'm
sorry.
not saying we don't have a specific number.
You don't have a number.
What I said is we in the process of reviewing, an outreach campaign to see, the mayor's doing major campaign outside, and the chair asked me if, we're thinking about adding resources. I says, as part of this exercise, if there is a need for more resources in the future, we'll address those needs in the future.
Thank you. So, so I guess what I'm trying to get at is that, this is from a marketing perspective. We have folks who, for a myriad of reasons, are not returning to the workforce, not staying in the workforce, and now we are doing outreach. And so my question is, do we have the surveys and data so that the marketing and outreach is targeted so we can actually make a movement on getting people? Because if, for the reasons that you offered, and the reason that my colleague, Councilmember Brewer, said we had a long line and we don't understand if we're meeting our goals. So what is the administration doing to making sure that whatever outreach, whatever funding, whatever's budgeted, is laser focused on what the issues are? And so if we are not in a hybrid situation and you're exploring that, my question was, so how do we effectively speak to the issue and get people excited or interested in returning back to the workforce?
It's a good suggestion to basically do a survey and trying to get the data to basically micro-target, the people that we're trying to reach to appeal to come to work for New York City. It's a good idea.
And I think that that's how the council can be helpful.
Yep.
In our respective districts to find out what those pain points are, so we can actually get some, materials and resources and get this movement so we can get people back to work. So thank you very much for that. Now I'm going to scoot back over to sales tax. Again, Councilmember Brewer had brought it up. But so year-to-date sales tax revenues in fiscal 2023 are currently at 1.5% above the same period previous year. Did we talk about why OMB expects such a significant decrease in sales tax revenue growth? If you can speak to that.
Currently, our forecast is about 6.9% growth. This is significant. Okay, this is the historical norm in terms of, but again, folks have a lot of money in their hands. People are buying. Okay, people are buying. The job market, as I said, is very strong. Okay, and as long as the job market remains strong, you expect people to continue to spend because I don't have the exact number in my mind, but the public still have a lot of dollars left, savings from all these government programs. They still have a lot of, I don't know exactly the number, I think it's like $2 trillion, I don't remember exactly what it is. But it's a lot of resources people still have, okay, and they're still spending. No, now if it happens that the second half of the year we don't have a slowdown in the economy, and then sales consumption remains doesn't drop. If consumption remains high and sales collections remain high, we will recognize those revenues in the executive plan. But right now we assume a 6.9% growth. This is very significant level.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Pleasure.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to very quickly, because I know that we're in the middle of having preliminary conversations that are going to lead to a final budgetary outcome, and I didn't want you to leave here today having the impression that I believe you have about the housing eligibility for vouchers that Councilmember Sanchez brought up. The intent of the change is to, you're right, it won't reduce the census count at the shelter level, but it'll help ensure that we're no longer feeding people into that pipeline, because it would allow folks who were in the process of facing eviction who qualified based on the income, and eligibility criteria that we've set forth, to stay in place in the apartment that they already have. So it eliminates the city's, need to have to pay to house them in a shelter, while at the same time, the convenience of having an apartment already obviously is a win-win. So that is the approach that we're taking. And in terms of reducing the size of the census count at the shelters, while we are pushing, obviously, right, to open the criteria up to, eliminate the 90-day rule, we also are pushing to ensure that staffing and funding the Office of Rental Discrimination is a priority for this administration at this time, considering that this is the highest census that the city has ever seen. So I just wanted to put that out there, because I want you to,
And I hear you, and I respect your point of view, but you also have to realize that we had a point right now in the shelter system where if you create that kind of incentive, you're going to draw more people into the shelter system.
I don't agree with that, and I think that is something that it really, and I'm sorry, Jack, I like you, but that bothers me. I cannot allow you to make that statement and get away with it. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know anyone who willingly would want to go into a shelter, especially if you've ever walked into one today and had to live in those conditions, in rat-infested units, in buildings that are substandard, in a bed next to 20 other people. There is no way that you can convince me that people will willingly leave whatever they have to go into that unless they had no other choice. And that is why we are here now, because under Mayor Bloomberg, that was his state of mind. That was the rhetoric that he was putting out there, and he stopped people. He restricted eligibility to NYCHA, to Section 8, and this is why now you're seeing, the number in shelter be as high as it is, because of those policies, because of that way of thinking. So, that is absolutely not true. And believe me, I'm a person that I've been in shelter twice. It was never a pleasant experience. I would have rather slept on my mother's couch than have to sleep in a shelter if I didn't have to.
Okay, now we have Councilmember Stevens, followed by Ressler and Powers.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. I know Deputy Speaker already kind of spoke to the nonprofit crisis, but I know several times in your response you kept saying that this administration is a priority, and the reality is we don't need to just see a priority, we need to see action at this point. Nonprofits are closing. She already noted Sheltering Arms, but we have gyms that's also looking at as closing as well, and I predict that this is going to continue to happen if we don't actually take the time to put in systems that work, AKA pay people. There's no other place that you can go that you can have a contract with someone and not pay them and pretty much force them to do services. People who are in this industry in nonprofit and the human service sectors because they love their community and they want to help build it up. And so we need to stop penalizing people and having them do work and not paying them. It's unacceptable. And the reality is we also offered up, solutions and things like that, and the administration consistently pushes back and say, well, we're making it a priority. The priority is we have to pay these nonprofit sectors, and it's just really important. And I just needed to say that before I even got into my question, because that also was something that was a sticking point for me as well. In response to the earlier question from the speaker, OMB said that they had hired a consulting firm to study issues with the programs with 3K. What was the firm that's conducting this assessment? What are they studying, and what will the results be available? And what is the cost of services provided by this consulting firm?
It's Accenture. Yeah. Accenture, and do you have the cost? Do you know the cost of? It's not. The studies. They already started the study, and it's supposed to come out sometimes very soon. We're pushing really hard because this is something that is a priority for us before the school year begins, so we could know exactly where to allocate seats. So again, I would defer to.
And what exactly are they studying? Like, what is this assessment for?
Try to map out needs and seats, okay, to see exactly what the needs are, and then to do the reallocation. If you're going to optimize the program, so you know exactly our best and where you're going to reallocate seats from areas where you have too many to areas where you have the real needs.
And so how long is the study supposed to take?
I don't know, but
just
we're pushing.
Several months. It would take several months, but we should have information as we go into the executive budget process to adoption. So they're working on it now. When we had this conversation during the November plan, we had top-line information by district of where vacancies were in 3K. Accenture is supposed to do a more in-depth walkthrough and see where the needs are program by program in the neighborhoods, provide that to DOE. And in the meantime, we're hoping that you'll work with us to try to fill the seats that are vacant, but Accenture will have that detailed information that should have before we go into the adoption process.
And so you don't have the cost, if possible, if you don't have it now, if you can get it back to us, because I think that that's going to be really important. And absolutely, I believe this council, we are very much in support of 3K and want to make sure that we're working with the administration to get these seats filled and in areas that really need it. My district is one of the areas in Highbridge that we had a huge vacancy issue and there was no real outreach done. And we're gonna be meeting with the administration to kind of talk about what that outreach can look like. And I know a number of my colleagues also feel the same way of like, how can we be supported to get these seats filled? And just another question I had, I know we've been talking about this vacancy issue and you've said several times that a lot of people are leaving the sector to go to the private sector because it's more competitive and things like that. So what are you doing to actually make these jobs more competitive, right? And how are you trying to get them more in line to being feasible of what, private sectors are paying and things like that to get people to come back to the workforce?
As part of the labor deal we had with DC 37, we created an equity fund with $70 million. And basically to pay those hard to recruit, hard to keep employees, pay them higher salary to be more competitive with private sector.
Okay. I think more could be done in thinking about some of the other perks, but I guess that's a start because I don't think anyone's going to come back for that. And just I wanted to also agree with my council colleague Sanchez, who said the Bronx, we would love to be part of hosting any job fairs. I had a job fair in my district, over 200 people showed up. So there is a need for people who want to work and really looking at how are you working with the council to really get out there and get to the people who need these jobs the most and who really wants to get back into the workforce. So we look forward to working with you guys in that partnership. Thank you.
Working with you as well.
Can I say, Councilmember, the contract cost with Accenture is $760.2 thousand for the contract for Accenture for 3K. $760.2 thousand.
Okay, council members Ressler, followed by Powers.
Thank you, Chair Brannan and Speaker Adams, for your leadership, and thank you to Jacques and Latanya and Ken for joining us today. It is good to see each of you. I have a lot of respect for each of you and for OMB, but I am particularly concerned about the role that OMB has been playing in driving down the headcount in the New York City workforce. And I'll just start. The controller reported in October that there were 25,000 vacancies. Could you advise how many vacancies do we have today?
We have 23,000.
And that doesn't include the 5,000 positions that you eliminated, vacant positions that were eliminated?
4,000.
4,700?
4,000. We eliminated 4,000.
Okay, but that number's not included in the 23,000 that are vacant?
23 vacant positions right,
Right,
now. We
separate and apart from the 4,000 you eliminated.
Remove 4,000.
So in fact, we have, when you add in the positions you got rid of and the vacant positions today, we have even more vacant positions than we had in October. When you consider less people that are filled, less jobs that are filled relatively. We're moving in the wrong direction. And what really shocks me is that when you look at your out years, when you look from 23 to 24, we see OMB planning for shrinking the headcount further. And all the way to 27, we see a further reduced headcount in New York City. So you think we have too many people working in New York City today, is that right?
No, I think you are confusing those numbers.
I mean, the numbers I'm seeing, Director Jihad, are that we're at 329,000 in FY23, 326,800 in FY24, down to 323,000 in FY27. You know, the mayor said some will argue the vacancy reduction results in agencies not being able to do their jobs. Don't believe them. I believe them. And the PMMR shows that we are not doing our job as a city. Right? HRA is down to processing 42% of SNAP applications, of food stamps applications on time, down from 92%. DOT is down to only installing half as many bike and bus lanes as they did previously. HPD is issuing 30% fewer Section 8 vouchers in 30 days. We are failing the people who rely on our services because of our the mayor's rigid ideological insistence on shrinking the headcount of the city of New York. Why does OMB believe that we should continue to shrink the headcount of the city of New York?
I just provided you answer from my perspective, as I said to you earlier. We currently, have 23,000 vacant positions. The agencies have the authority to hire 23,000 employees, If they hire those 23,000 employees and come back to us with needs, we will discuss with them. But right now, it doesn't make any sense, to say add more vacant positions, and that's going to solve the problem. They have 23,000 right now. Have them hire them first, then they come back to us, So don't make a case, you're making an ideological case out of something there is no ideology here.
Yeah, I disagree. I think you all have made the decision.
Something concrete we're telling you.
I disagree with you.
It's something concrete we're saying to you. Agencies have money in their budget, to hire people. We told you, let them hire those people. And if there is more need,
with all due respect, Director, I'm tight on time. And so when I talk to my friends at city agencies, and we have a lot of mutual friends, they tell me that the biggest challenge they face in hiring is OMB. That they don't have any flexibility on the salary lines, that they get delayed and delayed and delayed for approvals from OMB, and they're unable to fill positions. They lose good candidates because OMB's lack of cooperation. That you all are insisting to use the effort to shrink the workforce to save money as your primary means of savings. And that is hurting the people of the city of New York, and we have to shift positions. And when we look at your out years, you're continuing to insist on such an approach, and we can't afford it. So I'd like to just shift gears a little. If it's okay for me to ask Ken a question, Ken, how many years have you been working at OMB? I think you're the longest tenured person on the platform today. Deus?
I'm 34.
34. That is a heck of a tenure. In your 34 years of experience, have we ever gotten to a prelim and not spent down a penny in general reserves?
Yeah.
Not spent down a penny in the capital stabilization fund?
Yeah, I believe that's happened.
You believe?
Yeah, I think so.
You think so? Decades ago?
Not decades ago. No,
I don't recall it in many, many years, and I find it to be confounding that we have $10.4 billion in the capital stabilization fund and general reserves sitting there, and yet
Those two numbers, the general reserve and the capital stabilization reserve, do not total to $10 billion.
The budget, excuse me, the budget stabilization account totals to $10.4 billion.
The BSA is $10 billion?
That's
Where
the,
did that from?
that's based on the analysis we did in advance of the hearing. And yet we are.
That's not correct.
We have record general
There's about
reserves
$2.5 billion
and the capital
for the
stabilization fund that have
BSA.
not been a penny of which spent down, and yet you are cutting funds from libraries and CUNY and social services mid-year. I think it's highly unusual to have record general reserves not go touched, and yet we're cutting essential services that we need and hurting our higher education, our public libraries, our social services, our schools, cuts that we should not be making.
Your numbers on the reserves are incorrect, but putting that aside, back to what the director said, these aren't cuts to the services. Those places have vacancies. Fill them first. If that's, I mean, when you cited your numbers, right, those 320,000 plus, right? You know that we're just under 300,000. That's because
under 300,000
active workers, right? That's why we have 23,000 vacancies.
Like Giuliani era workforce. I mean, it is been.
If we could fill the vacancies, it's actually not. But if we fill the vacancies, right? Then you'd be up in the 320,000s, and the highest number ever in the city was like 327. That was the absolute highest peak. The problem here, in terms of when you're talking to your agency friends, the problem here isn't that they don't have authority to hire. It's their ability to hire in excess of their attrition. We see it, you know, I can't remember the number off the top of my head, but we've hired like 17,000 people this fiscal year to date. It's not that the city isn't hiring. And we actually got a little ahead of the curve.
But
right?
you heard
We
from
lost about
Jacques in his
15,
first answer that the
16,000.
vacancies are essentially the same. Plus, we've eliminated over 4,000 positions over the last 5 months. Plus, we've eliminated 4,000 positions in that time. And the thing that I really take umbrage with is you and the mayor trying to make the argument that services are not suffering. The PMMR shows that every key objective that this administration is saying that you all want to achieve, we are moving in the wrong direction because we don't have the staff. And so, to me, hiring is priority number 1, 2, and 3 to be able to achieve our collective goals for what the people of New York City need. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Ressler. We have now Councilman Powers.
Thank you. I'm going to shift to another topic, but I wanted to just, I guess my time is up. Wow,
Nothing to be done
tough
now.
crowd around here, let me tell you.
Wrap it up.
The question I do want to ask, though, is maybe just a pivot from what Councilman Ressler was asking, which is those numbers that he cites, though, do seem concerning about service delivery. So I have two questions. One is, does the agent, and this is administration over administration, it's not just attacking on you guys, I don't want you to feel away, but how do we actually measure the customer experience of people that are going to places like HRA or going to other agencies and can't get effective service delivery? So number one is there a mechanism by which we are measuring the actual customer experience? Because those numbers are concerning about people not being able to get the services that we're promising to them. And the second is ignoring the numbers, ignoring exactly how many jobs they have. It's still the same issue. It's people getting the service delivery they want from the city. And you can have different theories about how you get there in terms of head count and titles. But how are we going to ensure moving forward that those numbers improve if we don't have the workforce and it's going to be difficult to get to the full amount of workforce to do that? That's my first question, and then I have a couple more.
As I said, as I said in my testimony, this is our number one priority, okay, to make sure that we hire, bring folks back, backfill those vacant positions. We're taking a number of steps. As I said, we lifted the 241. We expediting the review process at OMB. We created a fund, equity fund with DC 37, basically to pay competitive salary with private sectors. We're doing job fairs. We're doing a number of things, okay, to make sure that we hire as many people as possible, okay? The challenge is, as I said, is try to retain those people that you hire. And we have a number of reasons, including remote work, a number of things, okay, that are in place that serve as impediments to retaining those people. And we're trying to remove them, okay? So again, this is a priority for us. And, folks here, agencies complain about OMB. As I say to folks all the time, if OMB didn't exist, the agency heads would have created OMB. Okay, because this is a normal complaint. You hear those complaints every day, every day, every day, every day. And then when you go back and ask your own employees, hey, the problems are within the agencies. Okay? So again, we're pushing the agencies to hire. We've been aggressive. As I said, we're moving from being a passive employer, okay, to a more active employer. Okay? We didn't have a recruiting agent within city, the city government. So we're trying to create all of these pieces, okay, to make sure we attract as many folks as possible to backfill those vacant positions.
Okay, I just want to switch to topics. I know you've covered this in your testimony, and I'm sure in some questions as well, but just on the crisis of asylum seekers here in the city and the cost of the city, I know that it's $654 million through the end of February. You have a total of $4.2 billion over the next 2 fiscal years. And we have not yet to receive any adequate assistance from the state and federal governments. 2 questions. One is, I would expect that cost is going to keep going on into fiscal years past fiscal year 2024. Do you guys have any funding allocated for to continue the services to folks after next year? That's number one. Number 2 is, I think you may have said something about the $800 million we're getting from the federal government. So I want to understand if we expect to get that in the next fiscal year, and if not, what is the timing of that, or if we expect to see it at all. And then third is just on the governor's plan to reimburse us, I think up to $1 billion. I know we both probably believe that's not going to be enough to help out with the crisis, but any updates on what's happening in Albany as they do their budget on that conversation?
Yes, we don't have anything beyond 24 right now. We're looking, for the simple reason that it is our hope, and we're going to work with. We've been working with the federal government so that we could, these individuals can get their paperwork, okay, and exit them out of the system. So therefore, we don't have that a new kind of dependence on the city forever and ever and ever. Okay, this is the mindset here. Regarding the FEMA's resources, as I said earlier, they have not set up yet the grant. Okay, they have not set up the guidelines, so we're still waiting. And from my perspective, most likely, if we're going to get anything, it's going to be in the out years, maybe 24 instead of 23. And we don't know how much we're going to get either. Okay, and the last question was?
Just an update on the state, the conversation with the state. They're doing obviously their budget.
The conversation we have so far is the mayor's making a big push, working with the legislature to see if we could get additional resources in those one-house bills to supplement what we are getting from the governor.
Is there a number you've asked the state to fund over? I know they're offering up to $1 billion. Have we asked for a different number?
We don't have one. We have not asked them for a different number. But if you have to follow the model that the governor proposed, which is a third, and a third, a third federal, a third state, and a third city. Okay. From our perspective, we know that we're not going to get any third from the federal government because of the Republican-led House. They're not going to provide us any. So at least, if the governor were to split, the cost with us, it would make more sense than just paying us 29% of the cost that we expect to pay.
Can I just ask one clarification? Are you saying that we no longer expect to get the federal allotment because of the change in the...
beyond the whatever we're going to get.
What's allotted, okay. And we don't believe that's going to happen, and we may not get that reimbursement for a couple of years, it sounds like, right now.
Yeah, they have not set up the program yet, so we have to wait.
My only warning sign would be we are hoping a little bit that we're going to solve this problem. We're not getting enough money from the state. We're not getting enough money from we're not getting the federal money until later. And to believe that in the out years, we're not going to have a cost associated with this feels like everything we're saying disagrees with that. So I'm just concerned that this is going to be a problem that we're going to continue to carry the cost of. Our federal and state partners should be helping us to carry the cost. And also our governors in other states to stop the charade of the political charade, but that we should be budgeting, around that reality.
We have the same concern, and as I said, in upcoming plan, we will address those issues, if the problem, is still going, it's not solved.
Thank you to the chair, and thanks for your answers.
We have, to finish up the first round, Councilmember Farias.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for coming and testifying. I just wanted to ask just some questions on sales taxes. Year-to-date sales tax revenues in fiscal 2023 are currently 1.5% above the same period the previous year. Sales tax revenues have remained robust through the year, helped by pent-up demand from visitors and tourists. Real-time data from Opportunity Insights show consumer activity, as measured by credit card charges, have not softened through the year. OMB, however, projects sales tax revenues to grow only by 6.9% in fiscal year 2023. Can you folks explain why OMB expects such a significant deceleration in sales tax revenue growth?
Yeah, as I indicated earlier, our forecast is calling for a slowdown of the economy, for the rest of the year. And we are looking at 6.9% from a very high growth of 30% that we had last year. That was extraordinary. The 6.9 is more or less in line with historical, okay? But if the economy remains strong and the more sales tax revenue materialize, we will adjust the plan going forward.
Okay, just to clarify, are we assuming that through the increase in visitors that we're seeing, increase in tourism, is there not a direct connection to
Yes.
how? Okay, so I guess I'm just trying to.
There is a direct connection, and 6.9% is a very healthy growth. 6.9% is very significant.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, now we're going to go to the second round of questionings. Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you. As chair of the Committee on Oversight and Investigations, I am concerned, as you can imagine, about the impact of the administration's PEG on the city's oversight agencies. They include agencies like the Board of Correction, the Civilian Complaint Review Board, CCRB, COIV, the Conflict of Interest Board, and very specifically the Department of Investigation. These all have independent oversight over our city agencies. My understanding is the adopted budget allocated $83 million for these agencies, and the preliminary budget allocates to $73.5 million in FY24. It's a 12% cut. And with these cuts, OMB has forced the oversight agencies to cut deeper than its PEG target of 4.75% for FY24. Particular concern is a staggering 15% reduction in the Department of Investigation's total budget and 16% reduction in its headcount. So I am obviously concerned about a robust and proactive oversight to protect the services New Yorkers deserve, and they need money in the long run, not the short run. So why did the administration implement such a deep cut? And what are we going to do about it? And how can it be baselined and increase in funding? By the way, as you know, I put funding in last year, and I don't know who decided not to spend it because it wasn't baselined, but it's very, very concerning because 18 positions were lost. I'm ready to hear your answer, sir.
We, like every other agency, DOI and all the oversight agencies participated in the PEG program that we initiated. This is nothing just targeted basically to those agencies. It is citywide. Every agency participated in the PEG exercise. Discussion I had with DOI has been, I told them they have a lot of vacancies. I told them to hire those, to backfill those positions, to fill those positions that you provided resources for last year. And if they need more, they could come to us, as I said.
Can they be hybrid? They're not all DC 37. Can they be hybrid?
Again, that's going to be part of the pilot. We will find out exactly.
That's not till June 1st.
Yes, but
So between now and June 1st, they really can't hire.
no, they can hire.
People won't work for the city if it is not hybrid.
Okay.
You're not going to be able to hire good people. You can hire bad people, but we want to hire good people. So if they're not DC 37, can they hire hybrid?
As I said, we're looking into hybrid as an option. And until the policies change, okay, they can't, every agency has to comply with the order.
Okay, I'm not going to argue with you. I feel so strongly about this, like everybody
Sure.
else.
No,
I know people, they're not coming to the city for the kinds of positions that DOI and your auditors. You let me know when you hire an auditor who's not able to go hybrid.
Okay.
Can I ask you one more question, sir?
Go ahead.
So the issue, of course, is in another front, in terms of oversight of the court-appointed monitors. They're appointed by the court, they're not appointed by you, but I want to know what the amount is. You've got police, you've got correction, you've got NYCHA, Bert Schwartz makes a fortune. So how are you dealing with the court, discussing with the court the amount of money, maybe mold, lead, correction, police, maybe they're working, maybe they're not, but I don't know if it's a cost benefit, because they're getting a fortune. So what are you doing about these monitors in terms of the cost to the city of New York? And do you think it is something that we're getting as a result?
The monitors, they are imposed on us.
I know.
They cost the city a significant amount of money.
I know.
And I wish I could save those dollars. I'm with you on those things. But again, until we comply with federal.
But can you get us the cost that they have been costed up to now, not today, but
Yeah,
could you
we
get
will
those numbers,
provide you.
please?
We will provide you.
And then do you
all
go
the
to court and say, we're wondering if this is really, is that something that Corp Counsel does?
I have to defer to them.
Okay, I'd like to know those numbers
Okay.
and what else you're doing, because sometimes when you make a fuss, there's a difference to the approach by the judge.
Yep, I agree.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We have Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you, Chair. Hello again, Director. So focusing on, of course, the Bronx and the high rate of unemployment that we have there, we have the Kingsbridge Armory, a structure that has been vacant for the better part of 30 years, that has been used temporarily as a food distribution center, sometimes as a film studio, sometimes as a concert hall, but we haven't had a permanent use. And I'm very happy to be working with the Economic Development Corporation and my colleagues who are supportive of the project at every level of government. And so I would love to hear a commitment from the administration to resourcing the redevelopment of the Armory. The state has put in $100 million in the form of a loan from the previous cycle, from the previous, the previous sessions. And so would love to see a commitment from this administration to do the same and maybe to work with the state and the federal government to resource the redevelopment.
Yeah, and I think we agree with you. I believe EDC so far has kicked off a community visioning process together with the community, basically to get input from the community in terms of the future of Kingsbridge. I believe EDC is supposed to issue, once that is completed, they would issue an RFP by the end of sometimes this year. So I think the commitment is there on our part to see, our best to maximize the use of this very significant property.
Thank you, Director. And if I might say, this is the assessment of us on the ground and folks who have worked on the Armory in the past. We're looking at upwards of $1 billion to remediate the Armory, not to mention to build it out for a different use. And failures in the past were because of insufficient access to financing. The money just didn't come together. So if the administration could commit to, being a part of the financing here in a significant way, that would really help the project. Thank you.
Well, we're working with EDC, and then at the appropriate time, we will discuss
Okay, now we have Councilmember Barron.
Thank you very much. Just have two questions. One on DCAS. I understand now some of my constituents are calling me up and said DCAS has a delay because of OMB in the hiring of special officers. Is that true?
I have to find out. I don't know because.
Well, could you let me
I'll
know
let you know.
sometime today?
Sure.
Because they've been calling my office and said DCAS, these are qualified people, but yet
No, we'll
they're
find-
not being
we'll let
hired
you know.
in special offices. Secondly, the $4.5 billion in the Healthcare Reserve Fund, I know that's a tricky thing. I know in the past, they used that for all kinds of stuff. I know it's supposed to be for the premium for retirees. What about making a commitment to paying $600 million out of the reserve fund for the retirees instead of forcing them into Advantage Care and Aetna? And by the way, Aetna, its morality and the concerns about some of the past practices of Aetna has been called into question, but they seem to be forcing the retirees into a private health care and where they would pay premium. Is it possible to put that $600 million that you're trying to save, put it in the budget so that we can take care of our retirees?
Totally opposed to this concept. As you know, we have liability of $95 billion, okay, long-term liability for health, retirees' health. And this was created to address this particular issue. So far, we only have like $4.5 billion. So basically, to take money out of the reserve that we're building to address the long-term issue, when we could get $600 million from the federal government for free.
Yeah, but if you're not getting it from the federal government, because that's always a challenge, and what happens when we have these kinds of situations, the city throws it to the state throws it to the feds.
We're getting it from the Fed. We're getting it from the Fed. We're getting it from the Fed.
But is the $600 million, wherever we get it from, I'm not stuck in it,
Yeah.
getting it from here, but whatever, out of $100 and some odd billion budget, I think we should find $600 million wherever we can within the budget and not saying dependent upon the feds or dependent upon state or something and then wind up going nowhere to take care of our retirees. What is the commitment to that?
We want to switch to Medicare Advantage, and I would let Ken speak because Ken is more aware of this issue than I do. But Ken, go ahead.
Yeah, our plan is to switch folks to the Medicare Advantage on September 1st of this year. The plan is a high-quality health care plan.
Well, let me cut you because I got my timer, because I'm familiar with the plan. I disagree with it, and so does a lot of people that are at a hearing right here where we had hundreds of people here, maybe thousands all over the city that disagreed with you switching to privatizing, and that would cost them a premium that they didn't have to pay and what they're paying in senior care now. They want to remain in senior care. And the city was saying you were switching because you wanted to save $600 million. So my question is not to explain to me what we disagree with, what most people at this hearing disagreed with, and that is the finding $600 million to take care of our retirees and leaving them on senior care and not transferring them to Advantage Care with Aetna, which is a very not a corporate-friendly company.
Well, the bottom line is that the way to get the $600 million from the federal government is by putting people in Medicare Advantage.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about, so you're over-talking me. I'm not saying getting it from the federal government. I'm saying finding it within the confines of the city budget. With the city budget, we need to find $600 million in the city budget and not saying we're trying to get it to the feds, and since the feds didn't give it to us, we have to put you in a privatized, profit-making venture for Aetna as opposed to taking care of our retirees.
We're taking care of the retirees. We're providing them an alternative plan, which is a much better plan, but asking us to bear $600 million.
Right, it's not a lot out of $102 billion.
Well, but we have a lot of competing needs.
Yeah, and what can be more of a priority than the retirees? So some of them are retired on a $30,000 salary. They're struggling already, and out of 102.7 billion, I don't see why we can't find 600 million. That's chump change in a budget like that.
Yeah, but we're providing them an alternative which is as good as the one they currently have.
They disagreed with that.
I hear you.
They didn't want it. The city council wasn't for it. So, but you're still pushing something on people when many people disagreed with it and said they would rather stay in senior care, and we should find the 600 million.
I understand, but we don't have that $600 million.
Yes, you do. I'll help you. Well, I'll help you find it if you, you know.
I hear you.
Latonya and I will sit down and work with you to find 600 million, because it certainly is there.
Okay, now we have council members Hanks and Farias.
Thank you, Chair Brennan. So this line of questioning is about the subway safety program. The mayor recently announced a plan to hospitalize people who are too mentally ill to care for themselves. That was not only after the mayor and the governor jointly announced the subway safety program to expand NYPD's presence in the subway system that would receive state funding. How much state funding is going to training NYPD and other first responders to properly respond to someone dealing with a mental health crisis?
This is a program that's going to be led. It's a multi-agency program that's going to be led by social workers. This is not going to be a NYPD-led program. So therefore, we are trying to connect people with mental health services that they need. So again, it's the OCMH, DOHMH, and health and hospitals, NYPD and FDNY, all working together. It's just so it's not just we're going to need to train. Okay, the effort's going to be led by social workers, not by PD per se.
But what budget is it coming out of, if that's the case?
We have a budget for, let me see exactly how much is it. It's coming out of, we have resources added into FDNY budget and HNH budget.
So just because
Is it a BHERT program?
I just couldn't hear you for the record, FDNY?
FDNY and I believe HNH.
And HNH. So how much state funding has the city received to support NYPD overtime and staffing?
I think it's, you're talking about the SOBRE program that was launched last December. It's about, I believe, $62 million for the 3 months.
$62 million. Has OMB decided on a long-term plan of funding for this program? If not, will the expanded NYPD presence in the subways be cut back in future years?
We continue to work with the state to make sure that the state fund this program, because this program has been very successful so far, okay, in terms of crime reduction in the city.
Okay.
So we're working with the state and we're negotiating with them to ensure that the program continues in the future.
Okay. Thank you. So I'm going to turn my questioning along to overtime uniform overtime spending. As of December, the halfway point of the fiscal year, the city had spent $776 million on uniformed overtime out of the $911 million budgeted for the whole fiscal year, 85% of the budgeted amount. What is the current level of overtime spending year to date for each of the uniform agencies?
Okay, year to date, we're spending about $951 million across all the uniform agencies.
Across
all the uniform
all of the
agencies.
uniforms. Is that broken out?
NYPD is about $442 million, FDNY $255, sanitation $94, and DOC $160.
Thank you. How does the year-to-date uniform overtime expenditure in each of the uniform agencies compare to the amount budgeted?
Year-to-date, I believe there's a variance for NYPD of about $26 million above last year. FDNY is 28, but PD, the only reason it's above last year, it's a big part of it is the state, the state is paying for that portion of it. But year-to-date, NYPD is down. Okay, but the 40, so PD is 26 above, FDNY is 28, and sanitation is below last year by 107. You know, we don't have very little snow this year, and DOC is above by 19 year-to-date.
Thank you. Just two more final questions. What plans does the city have to address overtime spending for the rest of fiscal 2023?
Well, we're working with all the agencies to make sure that, this is a big issue for us. We're trying to make sure that they change the way they operate, change their processes, how they deploy their workforce to make sure that we minimize overtime as much as possible.
So finally, last year the administration committed to create a plan to tackle rising overtime costs. What is the plan, and what is the city doing to address overtime spending for fiscal 2024? Can you provide a breakdown of the overtime spending, i.e. parades, subway, safety, patrol, et cetera? And can OMB provide overtime spending by precinct? I mean, not all this today, but we would love to have that information.
We will try to provide you as much information as possible. I don't guarantee you to provide the overtime by percent, because I don't know if the budget office maintain this kind of information, but we'll try to find out.
I would love that. We'll definitely be following up. Thank you so much, Chair Brennan.
Okay, last questions from Councilmember Farias.
Thank you, Chair. Just a really quick piggyback off of Councilmember Hanks and the overtime. Does the city monitor what's used in terms of overtime and what's approved for overtime for like local community events that the officers participate in?
I'm sure I could provide you that information, but the PD monitors, and approve all overtime.
And do you happen to know if there's any policy around what can or cannot be approved?
Let me get back to you on this.
Sure.
No
problem. Thank you. There's a considerable level of uncertainty regarding the city's economy over the next few years. We're hearing notions of a recession or like a recession light. The causes have become common idioms over and over, including the Federal Reserve raising interest rates, high inflation, supply chain disruptions, and the war in Ukraine. Focusing on one or two of these risks, how much of a threat do you think they will likely pose to the city's economy?
It is real. I mean, it is as I said, economic activities activity has been strong lately and remains strong. We are very much concerned about the impact of rising high interest rates on the real estate industry, on Wall Street, on a host of other sectors. And that's the reason why many economists project the possibility of a recession. And if a recession were to materialize, it would basically worsen economic condition and make it even worse for what we're looking at in terms of our forecast, in terms of the budget gap we're looking at in the out years.
Can you go a little further on discussing the likelihood of that recession within the next year or two and what those impacts are?
Put it this way, the blue chip, the February blue chip is a consensus of economists. They put the probability of a recession in 2023 at 58%, which is down from 65 it was in January. But again, economists are divided over whether or not you're going to have a recession. But again, we have to be prepared for it because we don't have any choice. We can't have a plan based on hope that there's going to be a recession. So therefore, we have to prepare for all kind of scenario, and that's where we are right now.
Okay. I mean, you kind of sort of just answered my last question of how prepared do you actually think the city is in the next few years as the economic growth is expected to slow. Even though we're seeing that the number has gone down in expectation of a recession, we do know it's still looming.
We tend to be very conservative in our forecasts.
Sure.
And we will continue to be conservative just because we don't want the city to spend and then later on we have to cut spending. So therefore, we'll continue to monitor the economy and remain as conservative as we can be until conditions change that warrant a change in our forecast.
Great. Thank you so much, Chair.
Okay, thank you all so much. 51 days sounds like a very short amount of time. But,
Yes.
but we look forward to working with you and getting it done and obviously partnering with you wherever we can. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, we're going to take a break, and then we're going to be joined by the controller.
Yeah, no. Thank you. Thank you. No, all right, up to you. 35 down.
Yeah, I think I went 35 plus 30.
Josh?
Started in 90. Did you,
No, it didn't work.
it didn't work?
The cable was
You still had enough juice?
Yeah.
You hate to miss it,
I
don't
had
you?
another
Yeah,
kid.
you hate to miss it. She's like,
Hello.
Hi, how
How are you?
Good, good.
How's everything coming?
Wonderful. Especially when you
Okay.
all the old timers came.
Hey, how you doing? Good, how are you? Pleasure.
Oh, you didn't have to pay?
This is, I believe, is, no, that's a Tanya.
Oh, it's a Tanya.
Okay, good afternoon, I think. Yeah, oh yeah, we're fully in the afternoon. We are now going to start our portion with the Office of the New York City Controller. And thank you for coming.
Thank you so much.
Oh, wait, we got to swear you in.
Yeah.
Raise your right hands, please. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and that you will honestly and faithfully answer councilmember questions? Controller Lander?
I do.
Executive Deputy Controller Brindisi?
I do.
Deputy Controller Olson? Thank you. Please begin.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, Chair Brannan, Deputy Speaker Ayala, and Council Members Stevens, Williams, and Hudson. It is wonderful to be with you. I'm glad to be here to discuss the preliminary budget, the state of the city's economy, and how we can budget together for a thriving future. Joining me today are Executive Deputy Controller Francesco Brindisi and Deputy Controller for Budget Krista Olson. This morning, we released our preliminary budget and financial plan report, 100-plus pages that I gave a copy to the chair, and we'll briefly summarize here, as well as a brief on how city staff vacancies are impacting outcomes per the mayor's management report, the preliminary MMR. The city's fiscal outlook differs significantly from that depicted in the preliminary budget for three main reasons: additional costs from the collective bargaining agreement with DC 37, shelter and service provision for asylum seekers, and cost shifts proposed by the governor in the state's executive budget. As a result, before the potential fiscal impact of asylum seekers and state executive budget gaps are modest and manageable for fiscal years 23 and 24, but become significant in the out years of the financial plan. At the same time, as the New York panel convened by the governor and mayor outlined, New York's economic future depends on significant investments in affordable housing, childcare, mass transit, and the public realm. How to navigate these competing realities is the challenge facing the council and the mayor in the years ahead. New York's economy has proven resilient during the pandemic's disruption and tighter monetary policy. Our updated forecast projects an economic soft landing, quote unquote, with national and city economies slowing down, but hopefully avoiding a recession. Last month, Fitch Ratings upgraded the city's general obligation bonds, which fund our capital program, to AA, citing our strong recovery and the long-term reserves the council funded at my urging last year. Jobs have returned to 98% of the pre-pandemic peak. In healthcare and IT, jobs are above pre-pandemic levels, but they remain below in the arts, retail, accommodation, and food service, as much as 13% below pre-pandemic levels in those categories. Good afternoon, Councilmember Brewer. Cost of living, as you all know, especially housing affordability, is a key challenge. After a dip at the beginning of the pandemic, asking rents rose above their pre-pandemic peak, averaging $3,500 over the past few months. Nearly 30% of New Yorkers spend over half their income on rent. Local inflation has risen nearly 13% since January 2020 without the minimum wage changing. Strong rationale for the minimum wage increase that Albany is considered this year. Turning to the preliminary budget, the mayor's FY 2024 preliminary budget totals, as you heard, $102.7 billion. The $4.2 billion gap in the adopted plan was resolved through a combination of revenue increases, prepayments, and a PEG totaling nearly $2 billion, resulting in reducing over 4,000 city positions. I'll talk about that in just a moment. The proposed budget reduces spending with the ramping down of COVID federal grant-related spending. New York City spent $18.8 billion of that federal funding through FY22. $7.6 billion remains in the current financial plan, $4 billion in FY24, and moving down from there. On the positive side, with updated property tax receipt information unavailable when the preliminary budget was released, we project that overall revenues will come in higher than the city's projections in each year of the financial plan. Unfortunately, that's about the only good fiscal news that I have for today. Since OMB released the preliminary budget in January, three other significant things have changed. The tentative labor contract reached between the city and DC 37, while necessary to support our public sector workers, if made pattern across the rest of city workers, would add a total of $16.3 billion over the 4 years of the financial plan. Second, the cost for shelter and services for asylum seekers is escalating. City Hall now projects the cumulative cost to be $4.2 billion for FY23 and 24. State and federal aid are projected to cover only a quarter of that as costs to continue to grow, and I'll have a couple of recommendations there in just a minute. And third, the New York State executive budget, which we should have counted on to help us while providing partial funding for sheltering asylum seekers and an increase in school funding, also includes substantial cost shifts, unfunded mandates, and revenue cuts. In total, the governor's proposed budget would cost New York City $1 billion, from transit cost shifts to charter school mandates, growing to over $2 billion by FY27, exacerbating our already widening budget gaps. And that doesn't include the cost of implementing the state's class size mandate, welcome for reducing class sizes, but a significant expenditure, which requires class size reductions over the next 5 years. As in past years, my office has also identified many under-budgeted areas that are likely to significantly increase expenditures above financial plan projections. These include funding shortfalls for tuition at charter schools, underfunding of Carter's special education cases, pupil transportation, the city contributions to the MTA even before the unfair increase proposed in the governor's executive budget are underfunded, and especially uniformed overtime, as I know you discussed with the budget director. As a result of all of that, despite the revised revenue projection, budget gaps are estimated to grow significantly from modest and manageable amounts this year and next, $1.3 billion for FY23, which is 1.2% of expenditures, and $1.5 billion in FY24, which is 1.5% of expenditures, to significant levels in the out years. $7 billion, or 6.7% in FY25, $10 billion, 9.6% in FY26, and $11.7 billion, which is 10.6% of expenditures in fiscal year 27. And those gaps still don't include the additional risk derived from ongoing costs for asylum seekers or the impact of the governor's executive budget. Now, for FY23, the city has access to $1.8 billion in the general reserve and the capital stabilization reserve. And the mayor's executive budget later this spring will likely include additional savings and resources to balance the FY24 budget with some room for critical restorations of harmful cuts. But in the out years, the size of those budget gaps, along with the need for substantial additional investments in affordable housing, childcare, mental health services that are necessary for the city's economic thriving, indicates the need for structural interventions in both expenses and revenues. And I'll have more to say about that in just a moment. Within the city's FY24 budget, just for this coming year, I'd like to highlight a few critical needs that can be addressed, I believe, within the contours of a balanced budget. First, we must pivot in how we approach the influx of people seeking asylum. For the past 9 months, the city rightly has focused on scaling up shelter capacity. But now, the city's got to shift to getting people out of shelter through a mix of scaling up support for work authorizations to accelerating pathways for individuals and families to permanent housing, both for asylum seekers, but also for long-term shelter residents. The city this way can both help families get on a path to economic stability while significantly reducing the long-term costs of providing shelter. And I'll look forward to saying a little more about that tomorrow at the Immigration Committee hearing. Reversing the counterproductive cuts to CUNY and public libraries are essential to preserving critical resources that New Yorkers rely on. Even with the big picture I've mentioned, we can find $20 million to prevent cuts to library hours. I also urge the council to prioritize funding for the 25 shelter-based education coordinators, to strengthen the 6 District 79 English language learner programs put in place this past year, to fund Promise NYC's childcare for undocumented children, and the rollout of universal curbside composting. Last year, my office advocated for a new formula for making regular deposits into and codifying withdrawals from the city's rainy day fund. While the council and the mayor made the largest deposit ever into reserves last year, you did not yet move to adopt a formulaic approach to remove these deposits from the budget dance. Our team came up with a great formula that will protect the city for the long term without pain in the near term, and I urge you to adopt that formula or another comparable one. I want to talk for a minute about the challenges presented by city agency vacant positions, which you also spoke with the budget director quite a bit about in the prior session. As you know, the FY24 preliminary budget includes the impact of several rounds of savings, primarily through blunt vacancy reductions. And while an annual review to identify efficiencies is a necessary component to budgeting, the across-the-board eliminate half of all outstanding vacancies, we believe, is a penny-wise, pound-foolish approach. We released a new brief today that I believe you have on your desks called Understaffed, Underserved, where we identify the areas where high vacancies are impacting direct services to New Yorkers, as well as long-term planning and risk management. So across the 15 agencies with the highest vacancy rates, the Department of Small Business Services, HPD, and DOHMH are falling farthest behind on the critical indicators they set for themselves in the Mayor's Management Report. And if you look down at particular units of appropriation, for example, the Department for the Aging, Chair Hudson, is seeing poor performance on home-delivered meals and case management services. The Department of Finance, Chair Brannan, is taking longer to process SCREE and DRE applications because they have high vacancies in that U of A. New York City Emergency Management is conducting fewer emergency preparedness drills and tabletop exercises, and a perennial city council bone of contention, and one you know I am still on about. The Parks Department is completing fewer capital projects on time with high vacancy rates in its design and planning shop. And this is not on, to kind of heap on the agencies. If you don't have people in the critical spots, there are issues, places where it's just challenging to get the work done. I was glad to see flexible work arrangements, including hybrid and remote work and targeted salary adjustments for hard-to-recruit positions included in the recent tentative agreement between OLR and DC 37. But I'll be honest, I hope to hear more from the budget director about how those were going to be implemented with expeditiously and with real managerial attention today. My office and the Five Borough Institute recommend expedited hiring, allowing hybrid work for appropriate positions, considering compensation levels for key hard-to-recruit spots, especially where the MMR shows we're falling short, and designating a chief talent or recruitment officer to drive all of this work. A couple of words about the capital budget, which, as many of you know, is really my favorite part of the financial plan. The January 2023 capital commitment plan totals $96.5 billion in all funds authorized for FY23 to 27, just a 0.6% increase from a year ago. New York also has a once-in-a-generation opportunity to draw funds from Federal Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, which for the first time allows for a focus on local hiring. So, for example, Deputy Speaker Ayala, that Second Avenue subway, the federal funds can be designated for local hiring from East Harlem residents, which has not been allowed previously on federal infrastructure bills. Similarly, the New York State Environmental Bond Act and the Inflation Reduction Act. These resources collectively represent an extraordinary opportunity to improve our infrastructure, our economy, address the affordability crisis, get the city ready for climate change, and create good union jobs. But for that to work, we have to reform the city's capital process to deliver projects on time and on budget. That's why last week I was pleased to be in Albany with leaders of the administration, Deputy Mayor Meera Joshi, the DDC Commissioner, and others, talking with state legislators about changes to streamline capital approvals, improve procurement processes, and manage our projects more effectively. Our office proudly updated and modernized Comptroller's Directive 10 and are registering contracts in record time. Later this spring, I look forward to the long-awaited citywide capital projects tracker, which I was working for about the past decade. The city also must ensure that projects are equitably distributed to diverse contractors. Last week, we released a report on the still abysmal share of city contracts going to MWBEs, showing that construction firms actually lag further behind than other sectors, such as goods and services and professional services. One area that's especially critical in the capital budget is, of course, affordable housing. I continue to believe, as we advocated last year, the city should allocate at least $4 billion for housing, including $1.5 for NYCHA. And as we know, allocating that capital is not enough. HPD must be adequately staffed to get projects reviewed and into construction right away. I believe we also have a real opportunity and an obligation to ensure that housing construction spending makes the biggest impact possible. That means targeting our affordable housing dollars to the level of affordability that we need, not subsidizing market rate development, and investing in housing outside of the speculative market to make sure it will remain permanently affordable. What if we started a Mitchell-Lama 2.0? Maybe we could do that in the Neighborhood Pillars program this year, allowing developers to receive capital subsidies, tax breaks, and density increases to create permanently affordable, multifamily, shared equity cooperative home ownership for the next generation of working-class New Yorkers who need an opportunity and sure don't have one in this marketplace. Finally, just a word about planning and investing for the long term, which I really do think is the big challenge before us. Last fall, the governor and mayor brought together 59 business leaders and policy experts to craft a plan for the city's future. The new New York proposal agreed that we must invest in the fundamentals that make the city a stimulating place to live, work, and play. They recommended significant investments in affordable housing, in transit, in universal childcare, in climate resiliency, in the public realm as ways that will ensure New York's long-term economic vitality and a better shared, thriving future. I think for just a moment, let's imagine what it would look like if we followed and built upon the recommendations of that report, because we could be a city that provides pathways for working-class families to affordable home ownership, universal childcare, first-class mental health, and high-quality education for all kids from 3K up through CUNY. And if we did, our families, our economy, and our city would flourish. But let's be clear, while savings and efficiencies are necessary, they won't be enough to allow us to invest in the ambitious programs that will secure New York City's economic success while also closing the large budget caps we face. New funding will be necessary in addition to a focus on expenses. Structural adjustments are needed both on the expense side and on the revenue side. So I believe this budget cycle is the time to start asking Albany for the resources and authority to raise revenues necessary to invest in the city's future. Any new revenues should come from those who can afford to contribute more. New York State actually saw the number of millionaires rise this year by 14% as wealthy households became wealthier and benefit from a thriving city. Obviously, we can't let the state shortchange the city on our own revenues and obligations, so that'll be critical. My office will be working over the coming months as we move toward budget adoption, and I would welcome conversations with you as we do so. As we look to the long term, we do have very real challenges and also very real opportunities. The best path forward is to build a city that spends wisely and prudently, that sets aside adequate resources for a rainy day, and that invests in the future that New Yorkers deserve this year and for the years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Controller. We've been joined by Councilmember Wan. You mentioned the Five-Borough Institute Solving the Staffing Crisis report, which I also read, and I thought there was a lot of good ideas in there. What are some of the things you think that the city could be doing, not just to attract top flight talent and folks that want to work for the city, but also to address attrition, make sure that we're keeping the folks that do you think we need to just completely change? The city needs to completely change its view on hybrid work?
Yes. My office, for example, is, for the most part, we have some folks, obviously our facility staff are in 5 days a week, but most of our staff can be 3 days in person, 2 days remote. We have seen that to be helpful in recruiting. Not perfect, we have, still substantial vacancies, but there's no doubt in my mind that in the Bureau of Asset Management and in the Bureau of Budget and other places, having a hybrid schedule helps a lot. That's what we're competing with in so many of these key areas. The underwriters for HPD projects, they're being wooed by banks that'll let them work remotely 5 days a week and pay them better. And so, yes, I really hope that the conversation that's referred to in the DC 37 tentative agreement is a significant effort to think through where can we use hybrid work, and let's get it implemented and moving quickly. We actually just promulgated, we had gone 3 days a week in September 2021 under Controller Stringer during the emergency, and we just promulgated a set of new policies to try to make sure we're actually being thoughtful about what's taking place in the office, what's taking place out of the office. If a supervisor believes someone really isn't working on a day they're out of the office, how do we do that? How do we build a culture of good hybrid work? It's time for New York City to move seriously in that direction.
Talking about pension assets, so according to your office, pension assets remain more or less flat as of December in the current fiscal year. The current investment landscape for the retirement system's two largest asset classes, public equities and fixed income, create a unique obstacle for fund managers to recenter portfolio allocations as rising interest rates continue to suppress bond prices, and high inflation puts downward pressure on share prices. So how are fund managers reallocating pension assets during this strange environment for financial markets?
Yeah. I will say we had a good January. So while at the end of the year we were about flat on average across the 5 funds, at the end of January 31st we were at 5% up for the fiscal year, which is still below the 7% target, and I don't have a crystal ball for where we'll be at the June 30th. You know, we assign our managers, so we do a few things. We have hundreds of managers across the asset classes that we have, both in the public markets and stock markets where they have some ability to adjust, and in private markets where you have a lot less so, where they make investments that then kind of play out over the next 5 to 7 or 8 years. So there's some adjusting that you can do, you know, kind of within any given month, but mostly we're making building a portfolio for the long term, and we watch, and that means in some years like fiscal year 21, we have a really good year when we were up 26%. Some years like last year, we have really bad years. We're down 8%. This year, I mentioned where we are. And those returns get smoothed over the city's budget over the subsequent 5 years. So, you know, when you have a good year, that, you know, in that year that we were up 26%, that meant $8 billion less that the city had to put in over the subsequent 5 years. Last year's down 8%, $6 billion more, but it nets out over time. We are about to enter what we call strategic asset allocation. So that's what you do every 3 to 5 years. You look across your asset classes and say, okay, if we think we're going to be in an era of higher inflation, what does that mean for our portfolio? Should we consider new asset classes? For example, we don't currently invest in commodities, and some people think of that as something that might make sense if you're in an era of slightly higher inflation. Are there other things that it makes less sense to be in? So we'll be doing that, start with the trustees of the 5 pension funds. Actually, starting right now, that asset allocation process is getting underway. It'll run through the latter part of this year. Then the 5 boards will adopt an adjusted asset allocation. So that's most of how we're thinking about how to face the times we have. In the short term, we watch our managers, and if they're underperforming, then we replace them. But generally, we give them the room to make modest adjustments during periods like this.
Okay. Turning to some of the economic risks in the city, there's obviously a considerable level of uncertainty over the next few years with regard to the city's economy. How much of a threat do you think, you know, whether it's inflation, supply chain disruptions, the war in Ukraine, how much of a threat do you think this would cause to our economy, and where do you set the sort of the durability of the city's economy versus what OMB seems overly conservative?
Executive Deputy Controller Brindisi is an economist, and so I could read you the notes that he wrote for me, or I could just let him tell you what we think.
Thank you.
Comptroller. Nobody's perfect. I'm an economist, but the main risk to the city's economy is certainly the risk of a recession. Inflation and higher interest rates go hand in hand. If the inflation becomes it's not slowing as much as projected or as deemed necessary by the Fed, then we're going to have higher interest rates and a higher likelihood of a recession. As the comptroller said, nobody has a crystal ball. Even the Federal Reserve Chair said nobody knows when and if or how severe a recession is going to be. But that's That's the biggest risk. The supply chains are easing, and that's allowing inflation to moderate. So that's not as much of a concern. Certainly the war is a concern, but also the negotiations regarding the debt limit for the U.S., and they're going to come to, the usual last-minute, agreements, and that can create volatility and uncertainty. And so those are issues that we're watching.
And I just think it bears saying our economic forecast is better in this report than it was for the report we released in December. We are now projecting, our economists are forecasting, are projecting a quote-unquote soft landing, a slowing of job growth, but not actually it turning meaningfully negative. But despite that fact, the out-year budget gaps are larger, not because we project that the economy will be in recession, because revenues actually we project above OMB's projection, but because, as I mentioned, of the increased costs of the labor settlement, of shelter and services for asylum seekers, and the risks of the state budget.
Let's talk about our favorite subject of property taxes.
Let's.
FY20, I hear everyone tuning in across the country right now. FY24.
I will tell you, Chair, that I was marching yesterday in Queens in the St. Pat's for All parade, and I may have gotten one or two people talking to me about Medicare Advantage, I won't say, but I did hear someone shout from the side of the parade, "Keep going on property tax reform!" Right. So it is parade stuff.
That is very exciting, very exciting. In FY24, the tentative property tax assessment roll, tax class 2 saw very slow market value growth of just 1%, despite all signs pointing to a scorching hot rental market all around. Does that slow growth make sense to you? And what is your outlook for future market value growth in the city and its impact on property taxes?
This was very confusing. Class 2 properties, for those watching at home, are generally multifamily rental properties, multifamily residential, where rents are through the roof, and yet that's the one tax class where values are down. Commercial office properties, where we actually are very worried in the real world about values because of work from home and high vacancy rates, valuations are up, and they're up as well in class 1 in home ownership. So maybe that's because cost inflation means that costs are also up, costs of borrowing, supply chain, and so net operating incomes could be down. But honestly, this is something that we also noticed and that the team is going to be looking into.
Okay. Talking about the budget stabilization account, given recent history, do you expect the BSA to end with a higher balance by adoption than in the prelim plan for FY23?
So I'd like to start by saying, the size of the budget stabilization account is driven. It's a surplus in the current year to pay for to address the budget gap in the following year. So that's what eventually drives it. So in the past couple of years, we had an extraordinary amount of tax revenue recognized at adoption between executive and adoption that helped increase the resources for the current year, and because they cannot be spent immediately, they are transferred to the next year. So that's why we had that exceeding $6 billion BSA in the past couple of years. So this year we have, as the budget director testified, the executive plan is going to recognize the cost of the DC-37 tentative agreement as if every union is going to achieve that pattern, and that puts $2.5 billion just in fiscal year 23. So it's a little it's always a little different, but this year doesn't seem a year where we're going to have similar patterns than before. That said, over the course of the year, more resources are found typically, and the budget stabilization account increases, but it's not likely that it's going to be an increase, if there is one, as much as the previous years.
Okay. With regard to the asylum seeker response efforts, does your office agree with the estimates that have been provided from the mayor and his administration?
We're in general agreement with those estimates, and I'll ask Deputy Controller Olson to say a little more. We're going to come to the immigration hearing tomorrow with some additional information on this topic. We're taking a dive into what we can tell from looking at the contracts so far, which is different from the budget, but is pretty illuminating. So yes, we think the numbers that they're projecting are approximately right. And well, actually, let me let, and then I'll say one more thing after Krista.
Hi, yes, we can replicate what OMB has done, basically using the current trend in the increase in the number of asylum seekers since August, and the general average cost that we've been seeing. So we do think we're trending towards that 1.4 billion for fiscal year 23, and then the fiscal year 24 amount really holds the census flat for next year, which, you know, it's pretty hard to say whether the census is going to continue to keep growing or decline. So given the overall uncertainty, we're keeping in line with their projections.
And just to say a little more here now, with praise to the council for the announcement last week on resources to community groups to help provide supports and services, well over 99% of what we've contracted so far is for shelter and its related services, and less than 1%, therefore, is going for the things that will help people get out of shelter. We really need an all-hands effort to make sure every asylum seeker knows that they have a one-year deadline to file their application, knows that once they file their application, it can be 6 months until they get work authorization, supports them to get that work authorization, and then what a good time this would be to double down on the services that help people get out of shelter, to get ready in advance for, knock wood, those housing access voucher program vouchers, to make the adjustments to city FAPs. Like, this is a time to say, okay, we need all hands on helping people get out of shelter. It's been understandably hard to do that the last 6 months while scaling up the shelter system, so this isn't really criticism so much as a strong recommendation that it's time to make the pivot to focusing on helping people get out.
Something I asked Director Jiha earlier, do you think had DHS and HRA been nearly full-staffed prior to the influx of asylees, could the system have served these new arrivals without the necessity for all this outside contracting?
Well, pretty much the whole shelter system is outside contracted. So, you know, not just the 20,000 spots we've added, but the 50,000 spots we've had are almost all provided through contracts with nonprofit shelter operators. Some of those in long-standing city facilities, like the Park Slope Women's Shelter at the Park Slope Armory, but many of them already at hotels. So I don't think, you know, maybe you could have found an additional city facility faster here or there, but no, the mostly, and obviously it could have been done differently instead of building a significant number of new shelter beds in the DHS system and then a significant number of additional beds in the H&H HERC system, but something, and those are being contracted pretty differently. DHS contracts with an individual nonprofit that subcontracts for all the other things, for food and security, and whereas H&H is more or less operating the HERCs, you know, directly with then subcontracts that it holds. But something like that was going to be necessary.
Two last questions I want to turn over to my colleagues. So, speaking about housing, the Housing Our Neighborhoods plan that the mayor released this time last year, I think it was, or no, it's probably 6 months into his first term. Do you believe that the city has budgeted enough capital funds to achieve the mayor's goal of 500,000 affordable homes over the next decade?
No, I don't think we have budgeted enough capital, but currently we're not able to spend even the levels of capital that we're budgeting. So the first thing to do is to address those vacancies at HPD. If you were going to do 500,000 over 10 years, you'd have to do 50,000 units a year. Now, those won't, the mayor's not projecting that those will all be affordable, but we were on, projecting in the MMR, I think, or in the budget to do 25,000 units a year. But last year, we were only able to start 18,000. So the first thing to do is to address staff vacancies at HPD, grow the capacity so that we can achieve the capital targets that we've set now. But even those would not be enough to hit 500,000, I don't believe, and additional capital would also be necessary.
Okay, lastly, you mentioned we should start thinking about asking Albany for authority on a tax increase. Do you have proposals in mind?
I want to come back and have that conversation at exec, or we can have that conversation along the way. We wanted to get ready, look at the preliminary budget, and make sure we really think it's time to open that conversation. But for the reasons I outlined in my testimony, I really think it is. We do have serious out-year budget gaps, and that still doesn't reflect this critical set of needs that we know are necessary for the city's future thriving. That doesn't mean we don't have to focus on expense reductions and efficiencies. We absolutely do, but they will not be, I don't think, enough on their own. So it's time to start looking at that, not necessarily for this year's budget, as I say, for 23 and 24, I think you guys will be able, not that it'll be easy, but I think you'll be able to achieve balance with some restorations of harmful cuts. But beyond that, as we look toward next year, I think we need to open that conversation. It's not a simple one, since Albany will have to, it would have to give us authorization, and we can't have them give us authorization on the one hand, but then take it on the other, as they're doing. So we'll dig in, we'll workshop some ideas. We'd be glad to talk with you and to the council's team as we're doing it.
Thank you, Controller. I'm going to hand it over now to Councilmember Brewer for questions.
Thank you. I know we're all focused on the vacancy issue. I certainly had a hearing about it about a year ago in my committee. So my question, though, and I hadn't thought about this, I must admit, until today, but the budget director opened up with this issue. We kept talking about it. And I know for a fact that many of the outside contracts exist because we can't hire fast enough. So my question is that something that you've looked at? It's hard to perhaps delineate them, but it seems to me we have an awful lot of contracts that exist because we can't hire somebody fast enough. At DOE, it's the issue, I know for a fact, it's the issue of mandated services, got it, et cetera. Yes. So I'm just wondering if that's something that you think is worth looking at, because it occurs to me there's a lot of money, and if we're so-called, as the budget director said, I was kind of skeptical, we're gonna hire fast. I'd like to see what that looks like. Maybe we could get rid of some of these contracts. I didn't know what you thought about that.
Yeah, let me give you what I think of as like the most egregious example. The Department of Correction, has a particular issue because they have a lot of people still not coming to work in addition to vacancy rate. So it's pretty clear to me that contractors are just approaching them with their hands out. So the private prison services contractor that provides phone service and some commissary services has now proposed that the Department of Corrections stop allowing people detained at Rikers to get physical mail, because those letters are opened by correction officers or DOC staff to make sure there's no weapons or drugs. And instead, this private firm, the mail will go to them. They'll scan it and email it to the folks in detention, who they'll give tablets to, so you can't get the card your kid sent you or the physical drawing. It's both cruel, but also, it seems to me, just a privatization scheme driven by a private contractor in the name of staffing issues.
And I can say the same thing about those who need mandated services for special ed and they can't get the psychologist, so we have an outside, which makes no sense to me.
Yeah.
It's just a question of, so anyway, that's something to look at for all of us.
Agreed.
Number two is, NYCHA is hurting, people aren't paying rent. And so, of course, there's no ERAP money on the state level, we know that. Is that something, it seems to me that's a real crisis. Those people need to pay rent and the NYCHA needs their money. So to the credit of Assemblymember Grace Lee, she's listed the 369 million needed on the state level, and I think 106 for us here in New York. So is that something that you think would be the kind of funding that would be appropriate, maybe some city, some state, because that's a crisis right there.
Absolutely.
Okay. And then finally, do you ever look at the uncollectibles? Because I'm always told by the administration, don't look at that because you'll never collect the sanitation, the consumer, the list is endless, fines. Is that something that your office ever looks at? It's billions, I know.
So yes, notionally it's billions of dollars, and it's definitely something that we should be looking in with a little more detail. There were amnesties in the past, all right, that sort of increased the collections. The issue with many of those fines and fees that are overdue is that the businesses are out of, they are bankrupt or they don't exist anymore. So a lot of the, notional is a very large amount, right? The actual amount that you can collect is a lot smaller.
Okay.
And the OIF has been working on that, year
So
in
you
and
are
year out as
you are
well,
looking
but-
at that?
But we will, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
No other questions? Okay, thank you all so. Councilmember Ayala.
Sorry about that. I asked a question of OMB earlier regarding the payment of existing contracts, and how we're seeing more and more nonprofit organizations really struggling to make ends meet, and just wondering if you had any insight on what is being done to try to rush these payments through.
Thank you for this question, Deputy Speaker. This is a passion of mine. We've just normalized a really unacceptable system. Right now, on average, a nonprofit human service provider gets their contract registered 300 days, 10 months, after they're expected to begin providing service. I imagine if we said to a school or a firefighter house or a police precinct, you'll start providing services on July 1st, and like next May or June, maybe we'll start paying you. They will be like, we wouldn't have any police or firefighters or teachers, but that's what we do with these nonprofit organizations, and then expect them to get a loan or bridge the gap, and that's our system. So we are working hard to make it somewhat better. I'm pleased to say in my office, we get 30 days at the end of the process. We're at about half that. Our average, I think, is 16 at the moment, and we really are watching it. But I've also teamed up with First Deputy Mayor Sheena Wright and the new nonprofit office to say, we've got to do something about this. We made the announcement last summer about clearing the backlog, but if you don't speed up the system, you just wind up with a new backlog again. So some good steps have been taken. That's part of what we were in Albany for. For example, many contracts have to have a budget hearing no one goes to 99% of the time. So we're trying to get rid of that. For many contracts, that adds 3 weeks. There's just so many places where the system adds time. I really think one area we would love to work with you on is discretionary spending, which is the worst. It's only 3% of the total value of human service funding, but it's 40% of the individual contracts because they tend to be small, and they are the latest of all. I think I gave you that 300 average. I think it's 340 days for discretionary. So we have a couple of ideas of things we might be able to pilot that could work with the council, work with the Mayor's Office of Contract Services and our offices to see, could we align our systems better so that maybe when people give you their applications in January, it's already in the same system. Right now, you get all that information in January. You decide who to fund, and you fund them in June. Then in July, the council sends that to the agency, but then the agency in September sends a letter to the nonprofit. Here are the 14 things we need. And they're thinking, didn't I give those things to the council back in January? So I think there really is some streamlining broadly. I don't want to put it all in the discretionary process. It's the whole system. But there are, I think, some things we could do together, Chair and Deputy Speaker, that I really think would be worth working on.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Stevens.
Thank you so much. And yes, you know as much as I do, nonprofit is a passion of mine and contracting, and so definitely continue to work with you and see me as a partner as we continue to try to mitigate some of those issues, because my prediction is that we will continue to lose good nonprofit providers if they're not paid and paid on time. So my ears really perked up when you started to talk about Mitchell-Lamas, because no one ever says that word anymore. It's like non-existent. And I have a Mitchell-Lama in my district, Concourse Village. And I know you mentioned Mitchell-Lama 2.0. I would love to hear more what that model would look like. And when you say that, what would that be? Because, we often hear a lot about affordable housing, but for me, in my district specifically, I'm really pushing for affordable home ownership because I think that that's the route we need to be going when you're thinking about generational wealth. It starts with owning property and those things, and those opportunities aren't not always given to communities like mine. And so one of the things, like, and even my predecessor who left a number of good projects on to build some cooperatives and some two-family homes, this is what I want to see more of. So I just wanted to hear more about like what this 2.0 model would look like.
Thank you for the question. It's such an important one. I know you also read that story in the Times about Black New Yorkers leaving the city, and so many of them are young families who want an opportunity to buy and are thinking, I'll never get that in New York. And the Mitchell-Lama co-ops, especially more than the rentals, I think most people agree are like the best affordable housing program New York City ever had, and yet we're not doing any of it anymore. So what I think it would look like, I mean, we're not going to build at the scale of Co-op City. We don't have land like that. But when we are building multifamily buildings in working class neighborhoods of that 100, 200, 300 unit type, they essentially could be a similar structure to Mitchell-Lama, which is to say, you buy at an amount that is affordable at, your income. Let's say that there were bands at 60, 80, and 100% of AMI. I'm really just spitballing here, but sort of working class families. That might mean you could buy, a co-op unit for $200,000, which is not nothing. I mean, a very low-income family can't afford it, but that's the kind of thing that a working class couple, would be able to get financing for. And you'll stay 10 years when you're ready to sell. Maybe you're now ready to go and buy a home. It's appreciated modestly. So you might sell it for $300,000. That's not what you would get if you just, were in the unfettered marketplace, but you made $100,000, you put down roots, you were able maybe to build some wealth over time. We could be focusing, you could give subsidies, tax breaks, and even a density bonus. I bet people in neighborhoods would say, I don't want a developer building a new thing, but if that's what you're talking about, my kids could become homeowners, I'd let that building be bigger. So I'll just give the example. The Neighborhood Pillars program is an HPD program that is for subsidizing nonprofits to acquire failing rental housing, but it's mostly just a rental program. So let's add to Neighborhood Pillars a cooperative homeownership component. I think we could get started on that this year.
No, I mean, I really love it. And like I said, this is the direction that I've really been pushing. And most of others who talk to me, I'm always like, well, could we do home ownership? Because I think that that's the route we need to be going to. Like, obviously, we need affordable housing. But I think when we're thinking about it, how are we making sure that that's also an option? And definitely want to work with you to continue to talk about this and build this out and see me as a partner in this.
Wonderful. Love to follow up on it.
Thank you.
Questions? Okay. Thank you guys
Thank you
so
all for your
much.
patience. I know it's a long day. Appreciate everyone who's stuck around.
I know. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll take a 5-minute break and then we'll have IBL. Okay, welcome back. We're now joined by the Independent Budget Office. I want to congratulate Louisa on your appointment as Director of IBO, and thank you to former Acting Director George Sweeting for his service. I'm now going to have our council swear everybody in so we can get going.
Good afternoon. Raise your right hands, please. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and that you will honestly and faithfully answer council member questions? Louisa Chafee? Elizabeth Brown? Brian Kane? Michael Jacobs? Sarah Stefanski? Sarita Subramanian? Thank you. Please begin.
Thank you. Go ahead. Make sure that's on.
Good afternoon. My name is Louisa Chafee, and I am the Director of the Independent Budget Office. I am happy to be here today with the IBO team, and I thank you for welcoming us. I will not be testifying as today is day 4, and so I defer to my esteemed colleagues led by Elizabeth Brown.
Thank you, Louisa. Thank you, Louisa. As you can see, I'm joined by many of my colleagues, so thank you all for being here and listening to us en masse. I'm going to begin today with the discussion of our bottom line, one that may likely very well be changing given recent events. About a month ago, IBO released our analysis of the preliminary budget, along with our latest revenue and economic forecast. We projected that the city would end this fiscal year with a surplus of $4.9 billion, which is $2.8 billion more than the mayor projected. Our projection was based upon IBO's higher tax revenue forecast for 2023 and somewhat lower estimates of city spending in that year compared with the mayor. Assuming that this year's surplus would be used to prepay next year's expenses, we then projected a $2.6 billion surplus in 2024. After 24, we forecast gaps around $3 billion in each year through 27. We cautioned, however, that the greatest risk to these near-term surpluses was the cost of the city's unsettled labor contracts. And, as we all know, since the release of our report, the size of that risk has become somewhat clearer. As you know, as we all talked about today, the Adams administration 2 weeks ago reached a tentative deal with DC 37. Assuming this agreement is ratified, and assuming it sets the wage pattern for all other municipal employees, IBO estimates that the cost of the city, above what is already included in the city's labor reserve, would be between $16 billion and $17 billion over the 5-year contract period or the course of the financial plan. This is not materially different from what the Adams administration has estimated. Apart from the estimate of one-time bonuses, which we calculated using IBO's current headcount as of November, IBO's estimate is based on 2022 city staffing levels, as the impact of this agreement on attrition, hiring, and retention is so far unclear. When these costs are incurred depends on when each of the city's municipal labor unions ratify their contracts. For example, if all unions were to settle for a similar pattern as DC 37's tentative agreement this fiscal year, IBO estimates the additional cost to the city would be approximately $2.4 billion in 23, and that would include all back pay and one-time bonuses, $2 billion in 24, and growing to $4.8 billion in fiscal year 2027. This is, again, above the funds already budgeted in the labor reserve. If we assume no other changes to the preliminary budget, this would sap all but $300 million of our 2023 projected surplus and result in a shortfall of about $2 billion in 2024. While it's very unlikely that all unions will sign new contracts this year, this fiscal year, we're already more than halfway through, and there is no guarantee that all unions will follow the DC 37 pattern, the near-term impact of what was the biggest risk when we released our analysis is far less opaque today. Moving from this city's municipal workforce to the city's workforce writ large, I'd like to provide some highlights from our latest economic forecast. IBO's economic forecast is premised on slowing growth in both the national and local economies over the next 12 months, although we do not anticipate negative growth for a sustained period of time or a recession. For calendar year 2022, we expect the New York City economy will have added about 212,000 jobs based on preliminary numbers, which would bring the city's employment back up to 97.6% of its pre-pandemic level. However, the expected slowdown in economic growth will substantially slow growth this year and beyond. For fiscal year 23, we forecast the addition of only 45,700 new jobs before bouncing back to 93,000 new jobs in 2024. We now project the city will recover all lost jobs during the pandemic-induced recession by the third quarter of 24. The most prominent change to IBO's employment forecast since our report in December is an improved outlook for the leisure and hospitality sector, the industry that was hit hardest by the pandemic. The recovery of the 295,000 jobs lost has been sluggish until recently, but the healthy return of tourism has boosted this sector, which we now project will regain all lost jobs by the second quarter of 2024. Two other sectors in which our employment outlook has changed, although not as markedly as leisure and hospitality, are information and financial activities. Information, which had the quickest recovery of all sectors from its initial pandemic losses, is projected to remain essentially flat in 2023. Financial activities, including the securities industry, is projected to decline this year before minimal growth resumes. As these are the two sectors with the highest average wages, these changes to their outlook, although not particularly large in the terms of number of jobs, are worth noting. As for tax revenue, after double-digit growth in many of the city's tax sources last year, revenue growth is expected to slow this year, turning negative in some cases. The declines are particularly large in percentage terms for the income taxes and the property transfer taxes. Sales tax and real property tax are among the exceptions for which we forecast moderate growth. The weakness continues into 2024, with total tax revenues expected to shrink by about 1.3%. Growth is expected to remain weak for most tax revenue sources in 2025 through 27. When compared to OMB, our tax forecast is higher in every year, by $1.8 billion this year, $923 million in 2024, $1.7 billion in 25, and greater amounts in 26 and 27. In terms of specific taxes, our forecasts of business income, personal income, and real estate-related taxes are all higher than OMB's in each year, while forecasts of sales tax revenue are lower in most years. Turning to spending, we also have several notable differences in our estimates of city-funded costs than projected by the mayor. One area where we have estimated lower than budgeted cost is for personal services spending. This excludes uniformed agencies, which I'll get to in a moment. Using actual personal services costs from the first half of 2023, IBO estimated that spending on non-uniform agencies would be about $1.7 billion less than the mayor had budgeted, primarily due to the large number of vacancies. The settlement of the city's labor contracts in this year, however, could erode this difference, as funds that were budgeted to pay for heads would be moved to fund salary increases. There are several other areas, however, where IBO projects higher than currently budgeted city-funded costs. The largest of these is for the Department of Education. IBO estimates the DOE will require an additional $306 million in city funds in 2023 compared with the preliminary budget. The additional need grows to $905 million in 24 and reaches $1.5 billion in 26 going forward. More than half of the additional funding required in the latter years of the financial plan comes from the drop-off of federal COVID aid. IBO estimates the DOE will require $881 million in 26 and forward to fund ongoing programs funded by these relief dollars. Programs including Summer Rising, 3K, and Mental Health for All. IBO also anticipates that Carter case spending for children with disabilities and charter school costs will be above what the mayor has budgeted in each year of the financial plan. IBO also estimates additional city funding is necessary to cover the cost of providing services to asylum seekers. The city has budgeted $1 billion in federal funding, this has come up a lot today, in 2023 to cover the costs of providing services to this population. However, we know the federal government has only allocated $800 million to this issue nationally, and it's unclear how much will actually come to New York City. As we know, in the state executive budget, there was a proposal to help fund some of the shelter costs to reimburse the city for 29% of the cost for providing services to shelter services to asylum seekers with a maximum contribution of $1 billion over 2 years. So without real specifics on the federal allocation, IBO assumes that the city, and to a lesser extent the state, will have to fund the majority of these costs associated with asylum seekers. We estimate that the bulk of city spending on asylum seekers, although not all, is ongoing shelter costs. Based on the rate of recent asylum seeker arrivals, we project total shelter costs of at least $609 million in '23 and $852 million in '24. I should note that these estimates do not include the cost of constructing HERCs or costs such as weatherizing the Brooklyn Cruise Terminal. Based on the state's proposal, IBO estimates that the city's spending for asylum seekers will total $432 million this year and $605 million next year. An influx of asylum seekers beyond our current estimate would increase these costs. Any federal funding that did come in would obviously decrease it. IBO also projects higher than budgeted spending on overtime for the uniformed agencies, with the largest difference in our estimate being for the police department. IBO estimates NYPD is on pace to spend about $825 million in overtime this fiscal year, $369 million more than is currently budgeted. And we see similar trends in the out years of the plan. In addition to the areas where IBO has identified costs that will exceed what's included in the preliminary budget, as we've heard a lot about today, there are also proposals in the state's budget that could put increased pressure on the city. Most notably, it's a proposal to increase the city's contribution to the MTA by $500 million annually. This subsidy would consist of greater contributions to paratransit costs, which we expect would increase annually, contributions to MTA fare cards for city students, and increased payroll tax offsets. The governor also proposed ending Affordable Care Act savings that the city has been receiving and that it has historically passed on to H+H. The state's proposal would eliminate city savings of $124 million in 2023 and $343 million forward. This might put increased pressure on the city to support H+H as we've been passing that savings on to them. To conclude, the settlement of the city's labor contracts will likely eclipse IBO's surplus projection based on the preliminary budget, at least for 2024, and increase IBO's projected gaps going forward. While this does not come as a surprise, it does mean policymakers may be faced with tough choices, particularly in the out years of the plan. The 2024 potential gap of about $2 billion, if you include the new labor contracts, could be substantially offset with the budgeted reserve funds already contained within the budget. However, out-year gaps well exceed those numbers. That's all for me, and so I'm happy to answer any questions or refer them to my lovely esteemed colleagues.
Thank you so much. With regard to the budget stabilization account, it's typical for the BSA to increase from the November plan to the prelim budget to adoption. But given recent history, do you expect the BSA to end with a higher balance by adoption than in the prelim plan?
I would say typically I would. So we do see the budget stabilization account, which is where the city puts its surplus funds to pay down debt. We do generally see it increase from maybe a couple $100 million in November, maybe we're at $1 billion by this time. Right now I think we're around $2.2 billion, and then it does generally increase towards adoption. However, the preliminary budget did not account for the new labor settlements, and it sounded like today that OMB will be estimating out the total cost of the labor settlements, not just DC 37 in the executive plan, which all things being equal, we would think that it would likely impact what's in the BSA.
How prepared do you think the city is for the next few years with economic growth expected to slow?
Michael can talk about economic growth, but I will say, I mean, the city, for this year and for next year, the city has budgeted reserves that it has not used yet. So even if in the very unlikely, and I would say impossible scenario that the city had to pay, for example, back pay and signing bonuses for every municipal employee in this fiscal year, we estimate there would still be a bit of a surplus that could be pushed into next year. And that's even before we use anything in the general reserve. Next year, that gets a little more difficult, and in 2025, where we see we could project a $6 billion budget gap, given the labor settlement, that gets even more difficult. So I think in the short term, we might feel a little bit better, but once we get to 25, which actually isn't that far away, the gaps do get less than manageable, I will say.
Okay.
I would say something similar about the economic forecast. Compared to a year ago, our forecast is, in a sense, it's been reduced for national growth and for local economic growth. On the other hand, I think the possibility of a recession, which is still very great, has decreased. Partly because the fourth quarter growth on the nation's economy was unexpectedly wasn't high, but it was greater than expected. And there's been some attempt, there's been some success in reducing inflation. More needs to be done. So on the one hand, I think there's perhaps less recession is less likely, but we're forecasting slower growth both on the national and the local level.
With regard to asylum seekers, so my notes have IBO's estimate of costs is roughly $1.5 billion over FY23 and FY24. Is that correct?
Yes, that is specifically for shelter costs. I
Right.
will clarify that.
And how many asylees does that estimate?
So I guess we put this together in mid-January. At that point, we got numbers from the city. With that, I think 2,700 asylum seekers were quote unquote in the city's care, which meant at DHS shelters, and 27,000. Thank you. 27,000. Zeros matter. 27,000, and that includes HERCs and DHS shelters. We then projected how much we thought the population might grow, and I think we got up to around 35,000. We do this on an average, so we say, if there's an average of 35,000, there's an average of 30,000 over the year, what would the cost be? And 35,000 was the highest we got going out to 24. After 24, we assume that the shelter population, at least for now, sort of stays stable. It grows, but we're not seeing huge, much bigger influxes as we are right now. And that's because there's so much uncertainty around what will happen with this particular population.
Is there any additional information you've seen that might lead you to revise the estimate?
I mean, we've revised it several times, I'll be honest. So we did an initial estimate published an initial estimate early in November. We did another one at the November plan, like I guess 2 weeks later. And our estimate did increase between then and now as well. So it really all is driven by how many people are arriving and what the population looks like. And we're doing our best to forecast that, but it's a difficult one to forecast. So
why do you think the mayor's estimates might be so much greater than what IBO has estimated?
So well, first of all, his budget only had $1 billion in these large sort of buckets. So conceivably in the executive budget, there might be some more detail on the estimate that the mayor's been talking about today, and we could better compare it. As I mentioned, our estimate is really looking at what we're calling the ongoing cost of providing shelter. So that's sort of the hotel stay type cost. What we don't include, because we honestly have very little information on, is the cost of, for example, building that HERC on Randall's Island, taking it down, weatherizing the facility in Brooklyn. So we're looking at very specific costs. We think this is most of the cost. We do think this is most of the cost, but there might be other costs that he's including. Also, we don't know how they're projecting the population to grow.
Okay, moving on to labor settlements. Uniform unions don't always follow the exact same pattern as civilian unions. Do you have any estimates on how different those costs might be, uniform versus civilian?
So we don't. So we did an exercise where we looked at every municipal employee, we did it by union, but every union following the DC 37 pattern. Because we're not privy to what's going on in the labor negotiations, we hesitate to then make assumptions about how that might look. So it's something we could try to cost out, but we have not done that yet.
And There's been some mention, I know OMB, I think, denied this or said we were mistaken, but there had been some mention of settlement pattern perhaps differing from unions depending on their ability to work remotely. Is IBO aware of similar issues in other cities or states that might show us what's to come?
So yeah, so we've heard about that too, and it's been in the press. The unions have been talking about how to handle people's work environment that will be different than what other benefits that some employees would get. We did take a look to see if we could find this, because I assume this is something a lot of cities and states are confronting. We haven't found anything yet, but if we do, we can keep you appraised.
Okay. And last question from me is about the mayor's housing plan. Does IBO believe that the city has budgeted enough capital funds to achieve the goal of 500,000 affordable homes over the next decade?
So I will say, and this is going to a little bit sound like I'm echoing the comptroller a bit, well, first of all, the 500,000, just to make clear, that's not all affordable. That's a total moonshot of housing to build. We would love some more specificity on, what sort of income groups are targeted. Typically, mayor's housing plans have had, okay, we're going to build this many for extremely low income, this one for middle, moderate, and that helps us track it and keep them on their toes and say, are you meeting these targets? So the 500,000 is total housing overall. But I don't know that the capital budget is the biggest obstacle. We've heard today that HPD's housing starts are lower than they have been in many years due to the staffing difficulties, and this is HPD's saying this, been facing. So while budgeted funds, there might be more needed, I think the more immediate concern might be looking at what's happening with staffing.
Have any questions from my colleagues? Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you, and thank you to IBO for all your hard work for those of us who are trying to figure this out. I appreciate it. So I'm worried, as I think others are, about people who are on the low end of the spectrum in terms of economic opportunity and who need help from government. So, of course, I want some more money in some areas. Let me give you an example. The papers are full of the fact that the federal dollars are ending for people who need food. And to me, that's a crisis. And so you know that, is that something that you think should be added to the budget? There are, I don't know, millions of people, particularly seniors, who are not going to be able to eat. And is that something that you've looked at or you think needs to be addressed?
So we usually don't say what should be added to the budget, but it does seem...
Sometimes you have to look at that.
Sometimes we do, and I think it is a really important concern. We were talking about it today in terms of, in fact, the asylum seeker costs and what that was doing to food pantries and how IBO, for example, we don't see the food pantry budgets, but how could IBO position itself to look into these sorts of questions? So I do think it's a really important question, and maybe if we say that there's funding that seems to be necessary, somebody else could recommend it's added to the city.
Okay, because I will recommend it to you to look at if that's what's needed.
We'll take it.
Because I am extremely concerned, as we all are. Mm-hmm. And then the second issue along those lines with NYCHA and the fact that there are gazillions of people who can't pay the rent. The state emergency money ran out. Folks in Albany are suggesting something like $369 million statewide, 106 for NYCHA residents. How else do we get funding to be able to pay the rent and keep the buildings maintained? So it's another crisis, and it does cost more money. So I didn't know if that's something that you're looking at or not. These are concerns of mine.
That's a concern, and it's something actually last week, I think it was last week, or the week before, we put out a paper looking at the NYCHA Preservation Trust, and this is one of the issues. If you need capital repairs, not only to do big things, but do little things to make sure apartments are livable, you need money to back that up. You need to have money to pay the debt service on any sort of capital repair, and right now that's very difficult. So we know that NYCHA is exploring new financing options, but I don't believe that this was as big as an issue when they put together, for example, the President's
Blueprint
Trust.
I happen to support the Blueprint concept, but it's not tomorrow.
Right.
And I worry about these people today.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think it's something that we have to look at. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilmember Hanks.
Thank you so much, Chair Brennan. So hopefully you can follow along the line of this question. So ONB earlier today testified that the city agencies still have resources and budget authority to fill more than 23,000 vacant positions. However, you testified that IBO's estimated that it's lower because you haven't considered, your amount is lower,
Yes.
correct?
Mm-hmm.
Because you're not counting those.
So it's not that we're not counting them. So what we did is we looked, okay, we're what, 6 months, 7 months into the fiscal year? If these agencies don't have staff, if they have a huge vacancy rate, let's say.
100%.
And they're not paying people to fill these jobs, that means there'll be money left over. You know, they're budgeted to pay these jobs. So we're saying, okay, if you're not paying, that money could go somewhere. Where could it go?
I totally agree with that, but I think what I was getting at is that we also testified that that's going to be eroded because of the city labor contract. So all I'm asking is that, do we have some sort of sliding number? Because the city is now looking forward to filling these positions. They're taking, resources, and they are actively trying to fill. I mean, if they fill 23,000, we would all be happy about that. But is there a dollar amount that is being considered in this budget for those ghost 23,000, that we would have an accurate budget amount with the labor contracts and the
fully
sliding
staffed?
scale of the administration trying to fill these vacancies?
That's a great question. So the way that I spoke about it today, when I said, if nothing else changes in the preliminary budget, this is what IBO's surplus and gaps would be. Because I said nothing else changes, that meant that we would still consider the city would save money on these vacant positions. If the city is able to hire, 23,000 people this fiscal year, that means above what I have said, so above, now I can't remember it, but above, let's say, $2 billion yeah, thank you. The gap, that 1.9 gap would get bigger, because right now we're saying, okay, you're not going to spend all that money on budgeted headcount in 24 because you really haven't in 23. So that would increase, for example, our gap.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Questions? No? Okay. Thank you, IBO. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
We'll take a 5-10 minute break, and then we'll hear from Department of Finance.
Ken Grace, sit down. I know.
Okay, Department of Finance. We will swear you in, and we'll get going.
Good afternoon. Raise your right hands, please. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and that you will honestly and faithfully answer councilmember questions? Commissioner Nyblack?
I do.
First Deputy Commissioner Shear?
I do.
CFO James?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Brandon, members of the committee and of the City Council. My name is Preston Niblack, and I'm Commissioner of the New York City Department of Finance. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm joined by our first Deputy Commissioner, Jeff Shear. Many of you already know Jeff. Just a quick reintroduction. This is his first hearing as first Deputy Commissioner, to which he was appointed last fall after previously having served as Deputy Commissioner for Treasury and Payment Services. I think all of you have had the pleasure of working with Jeff over the years will know how grateful I am to have him beside me today and every day. I'm also joined by our Chief Financial Officer, Jackie James, who brings a wealth of experience in basically keeps the agency running day to day. So I'd like to say at the outset that the members of the City Council Finance Committee might be the only people in New York City who are actually look forward to hearing from the Department of Finance. But as I look at your faces, I realize I probably can't say that. If city government were a popularity contest, it's true that no one would bet on the agency that collects parking tickets and property taxes. Yet, few other agencies serve as many members of the public in as many different ways as the Department of Finance. To give you just one example, last year, 2.7 million unique customers used our CityPay page to make a total of more than 9 million property tax, parking violation, and other payments. And that's just one of the many ways that customers interact with DOF. The most recent. So since millions of New Yorkers are, or one day will be, Department of Finance customers, our responsibility is to make interacting with us as straightforward and effortless as possible. For example, if you owe the city money, it should be easy for you to pay with plenty of payment options to choose from. If you get a notice from the Department of Finance, it should be clear enough that you understand at a glance what action you need to take. And if you apply for a program administered by the Department of Finance, you shouldn't have to take a week off to assemble all the required documents, and you should know when to expect a response. The objective of all of my efforts as Commissioner is to continually improve our interaction with the public to ensure that our customers get clear and accurate information and prompt and professional service. Happily, DOF staff take pride in providing the best possible experience for our customers. I would love to be able to introduce you to all the extraordinary people that I've had the honor and pleasure to meet and work with over the last year. Since I can't do that, I'll tell you a little bit about the makeup of our team. We have approximately 700 staff who are in customer-facing roles, serving the public at our business centers, property exemptions call center, external affairs division, and in the field. 190 of our staff are the property assessment professionals responsible for valuing more than 1 million properties worth a total of nearly $1.5 trillion every year. 150 are the hardworking law enforcement professionals of the New York City Sheriff's Office, and approximately 300 are collection staff, auditors, and others responsible for helping ensure that we are collecting more than $46 billion annually in property taxes, business taxes, fines, and other charges. I can't overstate the importance of the work that our staff performs day in and day out. Just under 50 cents of every dollar that the administration and this council agree to spend annually is collected by Department of Finance staff. Really, the entire function of the city depends in large part on the DOF team, and I know I speak for all of you when thanking them for their extraordinary service. It's been an especially busy year for DOF as we emerged from the pandemic and began to resume more normal business operations, and I'd like to share some highlights of our accomplishments since I came before this committee at this time last year, virtually. First, we've successfully implemented several programs that were high priorities for the administration and the council. In the summer and fall of 2022, the Department of Finance issued property tax rebates up to $150 to over 400,000 households, putting much needed relief into the hands of New York City's property owners. Meanwhile, following the mayor's successful campaign in Albany last session to enact the Child Care Center property tax abatement and business tax credit, DOF has been working diligently with City Hall and our sister agencies to implement them. The property tax abatement is available to property owners whose construction, conversion, alteration, or improvement completed on or after April 1st, 2022, resulted in the creation of a new child care center or an increase in the maximum number of children allowed in an existing center. Online applications are available at nyc.gov/childcareabatement, and the application deadline is March 15th. Last month, we sent letters to nearly 200 property owners who may be eligible for the abatement based on DOHMH-issued licenses. The business income tax credit for businesses that provide free or subsidized childcare for their employees will be applicable for tax years beginning this year. Our team is working to make the application available this summer, well ahead of the November 1st due date. The Child Care Center abatement and credit are critical to the administration's plan to increase child care availability citywide, and we will continue to do our part to make sure that eligible taxpayers can take advantage of these incentives. Finally, another highlight of the past fiscal year was the Fine and Interest Reduction Enabling Recovery Program, also known as FAIRER. The FAIRER program allowed businesses and individuals to pay a reduced amount for eligible Environmental Control Board judgments. It helped more than 33,000 participants resolve $144 million in debt, $47 million in paid base fines, and $97 million in abated penalties and interest. In addition to implementing these important programs and initiatives, we've focused over the past year on improving the customer's experience through innovation and staff excellence. As I said earlier, people don't necessarily choose to be Department of Finance customers, which makes it all the more important that we make the experience as frictionless as possible. We've introduced a number of improvements toward that end, with more on the way. We've recently rolled out a new self-serve payment plan website for parking tickets. This will allow most customers to set up a payment plan at their convenience online without the need to come into a business center. Even prior to doing any marketing of the self-serve payment plan, it's already proven successful. Since our soft launch earlier last month, we've already had more than 1,800 customers who've created online payments and made approximately $450,000 in down payments. We've also added more applications to our online smart file system, including the property tax rebate application, primary residence self-verification for the co-op and condo abatement, not-for-profit tax exemption applications, and real property income and expense filings. As a result, we received a total of almost 193,000 online applications in 2022, a 165% increase over 2021. Of course, some customers will always prefer to visit us in person at our business centers rather than conduct their transactions online. So we made it easier to do business at the business centers by installing self-serve payment kiosks, self-service payment kiosks that accept credit card, checked, or cash payments for parking and camera violations. They're prominently located in the centers, don't require customers to create an account, and can display information in both English and Spanish. Staff are on hand to provide assistance as needed, and beginning later this month, customers will also be able to pay their water and sewer bills at a kiosk. In addition to working continuously to improve customer experience, we also endeavor to make sure that New Yorkers have the opportunity to receive all of the benefits and savings for which they're eligible. This past year, our public outreach efforts have returned to full strength. We're fully back in the field following the pandemic, and we continue to offer virtual outreach sessions to reach New Yorkers facing mobility or other challenges to travel. We've partnered with the Mayor's Office of Public Engagement and the Department for the Aging on various initiatives to connect residents with the rent freeze and homeowner tax exemption programs. And as many of you know, we've hired a Director of Constituent Services, Rita Genn, who worked closely with your offices to resolve constituent issues. Once again, this year we partnered with the IRS and the New York State Department of Taxation and Finance to contact taxpayers who were eligible for the Earned Income Tax Credit in previous years but didn't claim it. We mailed letters to approximately 2,500 taxpayers to inform them that they may be eligible for the EITC, and to another 54,000 non-filers to let them know they may also be able to receive the refundable credit even if they don't owe any federal tax. We've also sent letters earlier this year to approximately 15,000 property owners who may be eligible for enhanced school tax relief or enhanced STAR. We focused on two audiences: customers who are currently receiving Basic Star but we think are likely eligible for the enhanced benefit, and customers who are not receiving Star but are receiving the senior citizen homeowners exemption and therefore should be eligible for enhanced Star. Let me turn to our plans for the coming fiscal year. The Department of Finance's fiscal year 24 budget, preliminary budget is $332 million. That includes $174 million in personal services funds to support an authorized headcount of 1,878 full-time staff and $158 million for other than personal services. And let me just add my thanks and appreciation for the 19 staff that were restored to the Department of Finance in the most recent budget modification for this year. We have many initiatives planned for fiscal year 2024 that will help us achieve our objectives of improving the quality of our web and print communications, modernizing our revenue collection systems, and making it easier for customers to conduct their business with DOF. First, we're working with the Office of Technology and Innovation and a vendor specializing in user experience to interview a broad range of New Yorkers and gain valuable insight and data to help reshape the future of DOF's website. A redesigned website will be focused on human-centered design and offer a more user-friendly experience with an improved layout, intuitive site navigation, and fewer clicks to get where you need to go. I'd really like to thank Chief Technology Officer Matthew Frazier and the terrific digital services team at OTI for their invaluable assistance with this project. We'll also be introducing a new and improved property information portal to make it easier for customers to access important information about their properties, including a new digital tax map, which upgrades the city's map to incorporate 3D floor plans and interactive data tools. The improved map will help customers better understand how we value their properties and connect them to resources to address their questions or issues at a single point of entry. We will modernize our collection system, which will deliver many improvements for our customers, including automatic payment deductions for ECB and parking ticket payment plans. This will help to ensure that fewer customers default and face potential collection actions. We're also planning to configure the Business Center payment kiosk to accept property tax payments in addition to parking ticket and water bill payments. As many customers who come into our business centers do so in order to pay their taxes, having additional in-person payment options should reduce wait times and make the visiting experience more efficient for the customer. We are also redesigning our property tax statement of account so that customers can more easily understand their bills. This will include the usage of color and industry standard design elements to call attention to the most important information customers need to know, including how much they owe, how those charges were derived, and how to pay. We plan to introduce parking hearings by video, giving customers another option for disputing their tickets in addition to the ability to dispute tickets online via a mobile app, in person, or by mail. And finally, we're working with the council and the state legislature to pass a couple of bills. One, to improve our parking and illegal license plate enforcement, to ensure that New Yorkers are able to park near their homes and without competing for space with ghost parking plates or tractor trailers. And we're also working with Albany to simplify the income definition used for applications to SCRI, DRI, and the senior citizen and disabled homeowner exemptions. This will be terrifically beneficial for applicants and for us in terms of how quickly we'll be able to review and process applications. We also think this will expand the number of people who are eligible by about 17,000 New Yorkers. In summary, we have a busy year ahead of us. We'll keep you informed of our progress on all these and other initiatives. We share your goal of ensuring that DOF provides excellent service to your constituents. We remain committed to a productive working relationship with the council. Thank you again for the opportunity today to testify, and I'll be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Commissioner, for outlining the new, kinder, gentler Department of Finance. Staying on SCRI and DRI, which you just mentioned, as you know, the programs that protect the city's most vulnerable. Why have the indicators for SCRI and DRI been so negative during the first 4 months of this year?
So the primary reason it relates actually to the renewal applications. We had 2 years during which renewals were automatic for SCRI and DRI by state law. We went back to the regular cycle this year. We had a number of people who sort of didn't renew, and we held applications open longer than we normally would. So normally after about 90 days, 3 notices in about 90 days, if we haven't heard from you, you haven't renewed, or you haven't responded with the information that we need, we'll close out the application. We kept them open in order to allow people more time. We used that time to do a lot of outreach. We worked with council member offices. We worked with the mayor's public engagement unit to make phone calls. We sent notices to landlords, which we'd never done before. So we made a lot of outreach efforts to make sure that everybody who was we thought was eligible for renewal was responding. So the fact that the time went to 25 to 29 days to close out applications was really a reflection of the fact that we just held the applications open longer than we normally would, given the sort of unusual circumstances.
Okay. Have any of the vacancies, or have any of those, have you felt they've really impacted revenue collection for DOF?
I don't think we've really had, I don't think we've really seen an impact on revenue collection per se. We've had a terrific year, as you heard earlier, as you mentioned earlier, actually, in our audit division run by Deputy Commissioner Ben Cosme. We have a terrific collections division that's run by Assistant Commissioner Pamela Parker Cortijo, who are always, very innovative and hardworking. And I think even though headcount is below what the authorized level is in both of those divisions and elsewhere, we've managed to sort of really continue to do, I think, a great job as far as revenue collection goes. Not that I'm advocating for not filling those vacancies, but the staff really deserves, I think, a lot of commendation for how hard they've worked and how creative they've been.
Would you consider hiring additional auditors to be a revenue peg?
I don't know if I would call it a revenue peg. I mean, we have vacancies in our audit division. We have just had a hiring pool for city tax auditors where we picked up 30 new auditors, which is a fantastic result as far as I'm concerned. And we have a new list for city tax auditors, so we'll be going back. Again, it's very important to continue to hire auditors because you want to have a good pipeline. More senior auditors are able to take on more complex cases, and that's very important to develop that skill set over time. So we are constantly trying to refresh vacancies at city tax auditor 1, level, and 2.
My notes say the average salary for a city tax auditor is $67,000. Would increasing that salary increase the number of applicants?
I mean, I assume that all things equal, a higher salary will always induce more applicants. I was happy to see the DC 37 settlement. Our auditors are represented Local 1407, part of DC 37, so that will raise the starting salary for auditors and make us more competitive with taxation and finance and the IRS. We have hired at a slightly higher than the base starting rate, which I think helped us pick up those 30 auditors in last month's hiring pool.
Do you think your department would benefit from remote work or hybrid schedules?
That is something to be discussed and explored in the committee that was established as part of the DC 37 collective bargaining agreement. We look forward to that. I mean, my understanding is there were a number of options, including compressed schedules, remote work, et cetera, that are going to be explored. There are some titles in DOF that might work for and others that it won't. And I think the mayor's concern has always been that we not have a two-tier employment system, and I share that concern. So I just want to make sure that we implement this in a way that is fair and recognizes sort of the constraints on some staff's ability to work remotely.
Let's talk about the sheriff's office. So they're under the purview of DOF. Recently, I think most people have heard about the sheriff's office in relation to the crackdowns on the illegal marijuana dispensaries. What's the head count at the sheriff's office? How many sheriffs do we have?
So the sheriffs right now are about, I'm going to defer to Jackie on the exact numbers, actually, if I can.
259, authorized head count.
And deputy sheriffs?
150?
About 150. There are about 20 vacancies currently. Sorry, here it is. Sorry, 173 is our authorized head count. We have about 150 active, so yeah, we have about 24 vacancies, including supervisor level. About 14% vacancy rate. Like every part of DOF, we have vacancies that we're continually trying to fill.
Sure. Has a lot of time and resources been focused on this new responsibility to crack down on these illegal dispensaries?
Yes, I think it's taken up, it's taken up resources in a number of agencies. It's an interagency task force led by the Sheriff's Office. It includes NYPD, it includes the Department of Consumer and Worker Protection, obviously the State Office of Cannabis Management, our Office of Tax Enforcement participates. So, yes, it's definitely been a multi-agency, resource-intensive effort.
We appreciate the work they've been doing. I know Albany kind of dumped a hot plate of chili into our laps on this. But.
And I want to commend Sheriff Miranda for the excellent work he's done. He's really, taken the bull by the horns here, and I think made the most of his legal authority to really, and working with the other members of the task force to tackle a really big problem, and one that's a very high priority for the mayor to address.
I have one or two more I want to give to my colleagues. School bus cameras. 2019, the state passed a law allowing municipalities to collect revenue from drivers that pass the school buses illegally, where there's a camera in the stop arm. Can we talk about why the administration has not gone forward with the installation of these stop arm cameras?
I cannot talk about why the administration has done or not done.
Has there been discussion around that?
I'm not familiar with that. Again, if the Department of Finance, we're on the back end, right? Once the enforcement is carried out, then we're in charge of collecting. So I don't, in terms of decisions about how enforcement will be conducted is in somebody else's hands, not ours. So I can't really speak to that.
Okay. FY24, the tentative roll revealed that less than 1% growth in overall total market value for Class 2. Could you walk us through the disconnect with what DOF published in the assessment guidelines relative to the minimal growth reported on Class 2 to the tentative roll?
I'll tell you sort of what we saw. I don't know that I can speak to a disconnect, but I'll tell you what we've seen here.
Yeah.
So first of all, it's just important to remember that we're using real property income and expense statements from calendar year 2021 that we receive in mid-2022 to value properties as of the taxable status date of January 5th, 2023. So for fiscal year 24, just to complete the confusing list of numbers. At that point in 2021, vacancy rates in Manhattan in Class 2 rental properties exceeded 10% for over half the year. And it didn't really come back down to a more normal 2 or 3% until the end of the year. We try to trend forward income and expense information, and obviously there was significant inflation last year. So that drove up expenses without necessarily a corresponding increase in income. So we had lower NOIs and higher vacancies as a result. So in Manhattan, at least, which is 44% of Class 2 parcels citywide, assessed market values were down 1.5%. Elsewhere in the city, they were up somewhat, but the values in Manhattan, because there's such a large part of the total Class 2 value, drove the overall increase to down somewhat.
Is that as puzzling to you as it is to us?
Well, I'm sorry that you're still puzzled. No, I mean, I think it's a complicated process, and we have to remember also that, you know, we are two things. One, we're looking at slightly lagged information, right? So the property assessment that you get reflects data that is a year old. So your property assessment is always kind of catching up a little bit. We're doing assessments, not appraisals. So, you know, what a property would sell for on the market reflects the expected income stream in the future. We're just looking at a snapshot of what's going on at the time that the RPIEs are filed. So I think just in terms of the 2021 data that we were using for this valuation, it's pretty consistent with, you know, I think what you would see in market reports from CBRE or Jonathan Miller or Douglas Elliman or whoever.
Okay. Let's talk quickly about some technology needs.
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe how DOF has utilized technology to support the administration of the city's tax and revenue laws, and how investments in technology might bolster DOF's revenue generation? You mentioned a little bit of that.
Yeah, we've done a few things here. I mean, I did mention the self-service payment plans we've been doing. We're planning to, that should be completely rolled out here shortly. And that is tremendously beneficial to customers because it makes it easy for them to have to come into a business center. It reduces the amount of staff time necessary to process applications, so that's also good for the customer, and it means that we can handle more with the staff level that we have. We've been putting more applications on SmartFile. We've been doing more applications and documents that you can sign via DocuSign without having to have a wet signature and scan it, send it back, et cetera. So we're doing a lot of smaller steps like that, but which make a big difference in terms of customer experience. There's some bigger projects that we have in the works. One is replacing our collection system, which is on a platform that is no longer basically sustainable. It's mainframe based. So we have to really ensure that we can have, you know, a sustainable 21st century collection platform. I think that will, you know, that was just a necessary replacement that will add some functionality to the collection system and make it a lot easier. Right now, people literally have to swivel between, you know, multiple monitors at the business centers sometimes to complete transactions. We're investing a lot in cybersecurity and data loss prevention to make sure that we're in compliance with federal and state mandates for the protection of our sensitive confidential tax data. The current parking system architecture is really antiquated and kind of built from multiple pieces that have been sort of strung together with baling wire and Scotch tape, and are, you know, also large parts of which are reaching end of life. So that's a project that we're now working on. We have an RFI that will go out shortly to replace the whole parking architecture. So yeah, we have a number of we're a very technology heavy organization. Fortunately, we have a terrific chief information officer in Caroline Carney, who's really leading the charge in getting all this work done and keeping us up to the standards.
Has more of these operations been moved to the cloud, or are we still dealing with?
Yes, a lot of it is moving. A lot of it has been moving to the cloud. And we've been doing a lot of migration, property tax system, we've been migrating all of that. So we have, you know, databases that were on Access that we're now moving to Azure. You know, there's a lot of work that we've been doing to make sure that data is, first of all, not sitting in physical servers, you know, in a DOF office or an OTI office, and that it is more secure and reliable.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to hand it off to my colleagues who have questions. Gail?
Thank you. As you can imagine, I'm a big fan of the sheriff's because of what he did when I went out with him to the stores that were selling illegal cannabis. So my question is, do you think, is that something that, given this new role, that there should be a new need? In other words, more sheriffs, more capacity in order to accomplish his job? And that question is not just coming from me. I think people have seen what he's doing and are impressed and are asking me that question.
You know, our first step will be to fill some of the deputy sheriff vacancies that we have.
Yep.
We're working off kind of an old list, and we have a new exam coming up in April for deputy sheriffs. We had 4,000 applicants for it.
Wow. Okay.
So we're ecstatic that we have so many applicants and so much interest in working for the department. That's terrific.
Okay.
And, you know, we are constantly in communication with OMB, I'm sure much to their annoyance, about, you know, evaluating our needs as we go forward. If at some point we think we need additional headcount there, we will ask for it.
Okay, because people are asking me. The next question is the issue of parking tickets, because I just have a question. Manhattan, when Governor Cuomo, to his credit, got rid of the tow pound in Manhattan and made it a park, Pier 76, and the tow pound went everywhere. I shudder to think what happens to people, where they have to go to get their car if it's towed, because it's not going to be in Manhattan. Has that had any impact on collection? Do you hear complaints? I mean, we're all trying to find a tow pound in Manhattan because most of the cars get towed in Manhattan. So I was just wondering, I don't know if that's something that comes up in your agency.
I'm going to defer to Deputy Commissioner Scheer.
Hi. So that tow pound is a NYPD tow pound.
Yep.
And we are not using it for the cars that we have booted and towed for parking ticket violations. So it is not impacting
So
us.
you boot, which is fine. You can't always boot. I mean, that's why, you know, you can't boot in front of a hydrant or something.
Right.
So where do you tow them or you don't tow?
We do tow. So if the boot
The sheriff tows or you do contract?
Sheriffs and marshals.
Yeah.
The sheriff's office oversees the marshals.
Right.
There are 14 marshals that are booting vehicles. If the boot isn't addressed within 24 to 48 hours after it's placed, then it is towed. It's not towed to a NYPD pound, but it's towed to one of our pounds from tow truck operators that support that operation.
Okay. And if it's a Manhattan situation, then they're towed to Manhattan? Is that the idea?
I don't believe we have a pound in Manhattan, but we'll get back to you with the locations.
I'm just concerned, I don't have a car, and I don't think people should put it in a to be towed situation, but those who do are traveling pretty far. So yes, if you could get back to me about that.
Will do.
Okay. In terms of SCREE and SHE, I know that, to your credit, Rita Jen, and also putting staff in our office to help once a month is a big deal. We appreciate it. What are we going to do, or what suggestions do you have in terms of outreach? I know you've tried almost everything, but there are still, I think, many, many seniors and people who are challenged with a disability or, you know, the whole community, owners and renters, who are just not signing up. And it's a shame because we want their taxes, their renter or their mortgage to be frozen. So what other ideas do you have about outreach?
I do think that the legislation that simplifies the application will actually make a big difference because it will be a lot easier. We get a pretty large number of people who start an application and don't finish it because it's an onerous process to apply. I think when we have a very simple application that, you know, it's federal AGI plus IRA distributions, then, you know, that's a lot easier for people to apply for, and I think more people will be able to access the program that way. We do a ton of outreach on this. We're always happy to do more. Assistant Commissioner Jackie Gold will always send out her outreach team anywhere, and they're happy to go. We have talked about doing perhaps some advertising. We do a lot of direct outreach, but maybe more indirect outreach, as it were, through advertising on bus stop shelter, or bus stop shelters or buses or whatever it might be, another way. So we're open to thoughts about how to reach people.
Okay, I think we're all trying. And on speed cameras, I shouldn't know exactly where we are in terms of Albany. We'd like more, at least I'd like more. And I was wondering what the revenue looks like, what it could be in the future. Do you feel like it's something that, are you able to collect it? And we know we have the license plate problem, et cetera. So just if you could update me on speed cameras.
I will have to get back to you, I think, with numbers, but the numbers that I recall from the report that we did in beginning of February on parking and camera violations, there was a significant increase in violations resulting from the new camera expansion. They are more often upheld, and they are less often, people come in and dispute them less often because it's a picture. So, we do see a lower rate of people disputing their parking, or their camera violations rather than parking, and fewer appeals. So, we do tend to have a higher collection rate on those. Ghost plates is a significant issue, one that we want to address at both the city level and the state level. We'll have legislation shortly on.
Has to be on the state level, I think.
There's some steps we can take on the city level as well. We'll have legislation on that shortly, I think.
And then in terms of, maybe you said this and I didn't see it, but in terms of collection of property taxes, what's the percentage of people who don't pay? Just give me a sense of, this is the general, where we're at in terms of property taxes. I know about assessments, but just in terms of where we are, like.
So right now, most recent numbers that I saw, and I'm going to get back to you with the exact numbers, but about 3.4% is what I recall, which is, 0.3 of a point above what it was last year this time.
Okay.
But generally not too far off from where we are this time of year.
Okay, and is that something that can be addressed, or that's kind of going to stay like that?
Well, since you went there, we are working on legislation that we look forward to working with the council on property tax enforcement that we hope will meet some of the criticisms of the lien sale process in the past.
Okay.
And we need a tool. We need an enforcement tool. It's very important that we're able to do that.
Okay. Everybody who could pay should pay.
And everybody who legitimately can't pay, we want to find a way
Exactly.
to help.
All right. Thank you.
Kinder, gentler, Department of Finance.
That's my middle name. KGDOF.
This morning I asked Budget Director Jiha about looking for savings in the city's tax expenditure programs. He said to ask Preston.
Well, I actually think that's a question for Jacques, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean the Jihad, said it was a question for you. Are there savings you think can be found in tightening up and reforming the city's tax expenditures? I was reading my notes about IBO did an evaluation of the commercial expansion and revitalization programs, which together cost the city like $27 million annually. But the IBO found that the tax break didn't have any noticeable impact on the decision of businesses on their investment decision. So is there anything like that planned or automatic that we look over all these tax breaks?
The governor included extension of that program and a couple of other programs, including a couple of lower Manhattan programs in her budget, and we're examining those.
Okay.
To see whether.
But are there some you think? Are there some that you think we could do without, that we could lose?
I mean, I can't speak to any of them right now in particular. We are going to take a look and see whether we think that they're cost effective and, how many beneficiaries there are, how much they're getting, and to what extent we think it's influencing behavior.
Okay. Because the commercial expansion and revitalization program, basically it looked like the tax break was a waste of money. So I'd love to know if there were others that we might be able to dig into. We have any questions from my colleagues? No? We're good. Okay.
All right.
Thank you guys so much. We appreciate it. We're going to take like 5-10 minutes and then we'll hear from DDC. Need a barrister in here. Okay, we will now hear from the Department of Design and Construction after our committee council swears everybody in. Thank you for coming.
Good afternoon. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and that you will honestly and faithfully answer council member questions? Thomas Foley?
I do.
Rachel A. Sarin?
I do.
Magali Austin?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
You can begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Brennan and members of the committee. I am Thomas Foley, Commissioner of New York City's Department of Design and Construction, and I'm pleased to appear before you today. I am joined by Deputy Commissioner and CFO Rachel Lazarin on my right, and Executive Deputy Commissioner Maggie Austin on my left, and other members of our DDC leadership team. This is a time of growth and change for DDC. The agency is moving ahead with major programs, including borough-based jails, coastal resiliency, and citywide green infrastructure and pedestrian ramp programs, while continuing to pursue more traditional responsibilities as the city's chief builder of infrastructure and public buildings. At the same time, we see tremendous potential to maximize public investments by planning, designing, and building better for the City of New York, as outlined clearly in our strategic blueprint and the Mayor's capital process reform report recommendations. As the city's primary capital construction manager, DDC builds on behalf of more than 20 city agencies, plus numerous museums, cultural organizations, and other nonprofits that receive funding from city sources. This January capital commitment plan contains over $4.7 billion in new planned investments, which include expenditures for our core infrastructure and buildings programs, coastal resiliency projects, green infrastructure, and borough-based jails. This figure includes almost $1.6 billion for the infrastructure division's projects and $3 billion for our public building portfolio. Capital spending for DDC varies year over year, and it is dictated by the agencies that sponsor our projects and the funding we receive from them. We advise sponsors about scope and cost, but ultimately priorities are policy-driven. DDC's fiscal year 2024 operating budget is $145 million. This includes $114 million for personal services and $32 million for OTPS. Our budgeted headcount is 1188. Our total operating budget includes $125 million in IFA funding and $20 million in city tax levy funding. In public buildings, we have 114 projects in active design, totaling $2.6 billion, 111 in active construction, totaling $2 billion. On the infrastructure side, we have 125 projects in active design, totaling $4.4 billion, and 87 in active construction, totaling $4.1 billion. I am very pleased to report our progress for design build, which is already showing incredible benefits versus the old one-size-fits-all approach known as design bid build we have been forced to use for generations. Public design and construction are plagued with extra steps, rules that defy common sense, and a lowest bid law that is supposed to control costs and corruption but instead delays projects, drives up costs, and forces us to partner with contractors who may not be up to the task in some cases. DDC now has permission to use one and only one new approach called design build. Design build allows designers and contractors to partner together as one team with shared business goals from the outset, ensuring projects move faster, allowing construction to begin while designs are still in development, and avoiding conflicts and change orders. It allows transparent, value-based selection of vendors through an RFP process instead of just accepting the lowest, quote, responsive construction bid, as well as setting MWE goals for both design and construction at 30%. Our first design-build project has been completed, and the results are extraordinary. The structure, a community space and parking garage in Kew Gardens, Queens, was completed in less than half the time it would have been under the old system, with more than 10% savings, cost savings at that. We completed our first design-build project in 22 months, saving at least 2.5 years of what would have easily been a 5-year-plus project, and brought down costs as well. The opportunity to use design-build can be transformational, and we are actively expanding design-build through a pilot program of public buildings and infrastructure projects. We recently unveiled designs for the Shirley Chisholm Rec Center in Brooklyn and the Mary Carlton Dalton Rec Center in Staten Island, both of which are projected to be completed in less than and at least 2 years faster than under the low-bid contracting model. We started procurement last year. They go into construction this year, and you have to love that. And this spring, we anticipate awarding our first design infrastructure project as well. But there are many other tools, methods that we could take advantage of. You see, every time we want to make a slight change to how we procure, we need to ask the state for permission. We have to spell out every permutation of how we want to procure and get permission. This year, the Adams administration worked with the governor to include language in the state budget to allow more such tools: progressive design build, construction manager build, construction manager at risk, approaches that yield unprecedented results during the pandemic, and recently at Rikers Island, where DDC is completing $200 million worth of emergency work in only 1 year. We are also seeking legislation to have DDC declared a state authority, with all the opportunities to create a new outline for capital project delivery. Our goal is straightforward: simplify the process, give us the tools we need, and let us do our job so that New Yorkers don't have to wait years for construction projects. I ultimately am responsible, and I welcome that. For example, a recent change in citywide procurement policy brought some DDC procurements back into the oversight regime of the Mayor's Office of Contract Services, even though DDC has successfully executed these procurements without additional review, which was delegated to us years ago. This change was not targeted to DDC, but it would impact us potentially by adding time to our procurement process. We are the design and construction experts in procurement as well as project delivery. We would administer our own contract services. We would ensure integrity while getting the work done. We would write procurement rules quickly and efficiently. We would issue contract in far less time. All this could be to set in place your continued support. Let me be clear. This legislation would not alter our relationship with OMB and the City Council in any way. Our budget would look the same as it does today. Our responsibility to you would be the same as it is today. But we all have to acknowledge the current system does not work. We are trying to change that, and we need help. As our portfolio expands, we continue to tackle major new programs, including coastal protection and the East Side Coastal Resiliency Program, ESCR, along with its neighboring project, Brooklyn Bridge Montgomery Coastal Resiliency, what we refer to as BMCR, very technical terms, which entered construction earlier this year. At a combined construction cost of almost $2 billion, the two projects will form a 3.2-mile flexible barrier on the east side of Manhattan. This is the largest resiliency project in America. We continue to make good progress on both projects and anticipating opening the new Stuyvesant Cove Park this spring with flood protection as well as recreational amenities for park users. DDC also continues to make great strides on the city's green infrastructure program, building assets that collect stormwater for streets, sidewalks, and other hard surfaces before it can enter the sewer system will cause local flooding. By reducing the amount of stormwater that flows into the sewer system, green infrastructure helps prevent sewer overflows and improves the health of the local waterways. To date, DDC has constructed over 5,600 green infrastructure assets: bioswales, rain gardens, infiltration basins, and stormwater green streets. We have installed over 7,700 linear feet of permeable pavement and expect to add over 300,000 more by 2026. Those green infrastructure improvements represents $250 million in registered contracts and another $300 million anticipated in the next 3 years. DDC continues to represent large percentage of the city's overall contract awards to MWBEs. In fiscal year 2022, our utilization rate on projects local law was 19%, with contracts valued at $515 million. For the first quarter of the current fiscal year, DDC is at a utilization rate of 31%, with award contracts at $80 million. As noted, our design-build portfolio includes 30% MWB requirements for both design and construction. In May of 2022, 49 firms were selected to participate in the agency's first mentoring program. Participants received tailored business management and growth planning support, as well as exclusive opportunities to bid on designated construction projects valued up to $1.5 million. I am pleased to announce that we realized significant success in establishing an MWB pre-qualified list, what we call a PQL, for our small general construction procurements between $500,000 and $3 million. There are now 16 approved MWB firms on our list. We further support the state proposal to lift the MWB discretionary cap to $1.5 million, it's currently at $1 million, and establish an Office of Community Hiring and Workforce Development. In closing, I want to acknowledge the incredible diverse staff at DDC, who represent over 60 countries, speak more than 56 languages and dialects. We are proud to be among the most diverse city agencies. Our talented staff are managing a huge number of complex projects that touch nearly every aspect of life in New York City. Our portfolios continue to expand, but with this amazing dedicated team, we continue to tackle new responsibilities while simultaneously improving the way we do business in fundamental ways. We appreciate your support to get stuff done for the city. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Glad to hear Design Build is working. I helped lead the charge to get that passed up in Albany in the past council, so my only wish is that more departments and agencies were able to take advantage of it. I think Design Build's a great thing, and we need it across all agencies, especially Parks Department. In the preliminary budget, there's a reduction of 123 vacant positions at DDC. It's estimated to save $5.8 million in FY23 and $11.5 million in FY24 and the out years. At the time this vacancy reduction was implemented, DDC had a vacancy rate of nearly 20%. Could you talk about what positions have been eliminated with this reduction, and does DDC expect any reduction of service as a result?
So no specific positions were reduced, council member, and DDC has discretion. We continue to recruit for all budgeted positions as well as those from the vacancy reduction from the PEG. When we successfully hire and fill these positions, we work with OMB to restore the budget, understanding that these are essentially capitally funded positions through our IFA.
Could you talk about what roadblocks you've encountered in trying to fill any vacant positions?
There have been a number. I would say we're a very, it really is an amazing agency. We have an amazing team. It's very professional. It's technical. It's been a challenge in hiring engineers, architects, lawyers, and IT. It has been a huge challenge. I've held many hiring fairs. We actually have one this Thursday. We teamed with Deputy Mayor Joshi and the operations team. We're going to be having an engineer hiring fair at Gracie Mansion in May for those that have recently graduated. And one of the things that we're working now, I just met with the Deputy Mayor, and one of the things working with the Deputy Mayor and OMB is to have some flexibility when it comes to some of these hard-to-recruit titles. It's very challenging hiring engineers starting at $59,000 a year. Privately, they'll make over $75,000. So anybody that has any family members or kids that are studying in high school, college, I strongly recommend engineering, and they could be a DDCer for life. So hand over the resume, and we'll get them hired as soon as possible.
Have you found salary to be the biggest roadblock, or what about remote and hybrid schedules?
I think that it all plays into it. There are, during the pandemic, my team did an amazing job out in the field. The engineers and architects, that field work will continue, 5 to 7 days a week. But there are certain titles. Our design teams have done amazing work during the pandemic, working remotely. Our lawyers and IT, there needs to be obviously flexibility there to allow with the hiring. And I think that it all plays into it, but the flexibility with some of these hard to recruit titles would go a long way. And this is something that, that we're working towards with the administration to have some of that flexibility.
The capital budget includes nearly $1 billion for the East Side Coastal Resiliency Project for Area 1. How did DDC decide on where to begin the project, and why was the decision made to begin in Manhattan instead of one of the other better boroughs? Sorry, I didn't know you were still here.
I won't comment on that aspect of it, but the East Side Coastal Resiliency Project, as I highlighted, is just that. It is the east side of Manhattan. This is a project that was obviously impacted post-Sandy. This is a project to protect 110,000 residents in Lower East Side, 28,000 of which are in public housing. The project is going extremely well. This is one of our first, I wouldn't say it's one of our first resiliency projects. It's one of the first of that scope. I was actually as a civil engineer working for DEP. It was one of the first, 20 years ago, working on the first Blue Belt project. So we have a number of resiliency programs, Blue Belt, green infrastructure, what have you. But obviously this, $1.4 billion endeavor, as I mentioned, is the biggest in the country. We are on budget and we are on schedule.
That's great. What is the expected completion time?
2026.
And what's the estimated cost?
$1.4 billion.
Okay. And could you provide a breakdown of where those funds are coming from? I know it's a blend, right?
So there's $335 million that's coming from the federal government. Everything else is New York City capital, bonded construction cost.
Got it. So the 335 is the only pot of money outside city funds?
Correct.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, there's private utility work as well. We do not pay for obviously the private utility work, the Con Edison work, Verizon, Level 3. Those funds they're paid by them, they're managed by us. Okay. So that's another source, but they're paying for their own work, as they should.
Does DDC have plans to begin other coastal resiliency projects after ESCR completed?
We're delighted that we recently kicked off with the mayor. We had a groundbreaking at BMCR, Brooklyn Montgomery Coastal Resiliency. That project is $350 million, and we're also finalizing our design at Red Hook in Brooklyn. So we're really excited about wrapping that design up and getting that out to bid this year.
You spoke a bit about the possibility of forming a DDC authority. Is the administration in favor of that proposal?
Yes, it is, and actually I listened into some of the controller's testimony earlier today, and we were up in Albany with the controller and other task force members that the mayor had convened, and we're really excited about the possibility for getting things done, about the task force reforms. I've been up in Albany 4 times so far this year, and meeting with electeds and their staff to ensure that they know what the request is, what the benefits are, what's in it, and it's also important what's not in it. This is about getting things done. It's about capital process reform. It's not necessarily, our team will continue to be DC 37 members, still have the pension. We're still going to be reporting to council. We're still going to have separate, we don't own our own debt. So it was extremely informative, and we're fingers crossed that we're really hoping to get some of these tools to get things done a hell of a lot quicker.
How much how much do you think would you expect to save in various costs and time if DDC became an authority?
I think just the authority would lend itself to a number of things. It would be for additional tools for delivery, such as progressive design build, CM build. It would also improve a lot of the it would remove a lot of the inefficiencies. So just on the overlooking it, I would say at least a year on each and every project, and that in itself, time is money. So you're looking at over $1 million on a normal size capital project for the agency.
Okay, last question from me is about the capital project tracker. The tracker was mandated by Local Law 37 of 2020, scheduled to launch this spring. Could you give the committee an update on the tracker and when it'll be finalized?
So I know that we're coordinating with Mayor's Office of Operations. We're providing that information to them, and that's, anything else I would ask that the council would go through the Mayor's Office of Operations or the Mayor's Office for that. We basically provide information, it then come up to the dashboard, but their team is working on the technology behind that and also the interface.
Okay. All right, is DDC still advocating for the procurement policy board reform?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Gail?
Thank you. As borough president, I signed off both on East Side Resiliency and the jails. So I know the projects extremely well. Where are we with the jails?
So we're right now we have there's 7 of the 11 procurements are out. So basically 7 projects where we have 4 contracts now with dismantling the existing facilities. The one in the Bronx where we're doing site prep and cleaning up the old Lincoln Hospital that was impounded there. There's also the parking garage and community center that I referenced earlier that is substantially complete in 22 months. In 22 months, that was a design build project, the city's first. We're really excited about that. And there's 2 infrastructure projects that are currently ongoing, one in the Bronx, one in Queens, and the 4 vertical facilities are currently in procurement.
Okay, so Manhattan nothing's really happened in Manhattan, is what you're saying also then?
We're in the process of dismantling, but as far as the facility, correct.
Okay. And there's no hope to purchase or work with the federal building next door, as far as you know?
I don't know about that. I know that there was talk of it, but I don't know. I know that the mayor's office was having that conversation.
Okay. The other issue is libraries. Libraries don't love you. You know that.
I know that.
They don't like you at all, actually. Because you cost too much. And so what's the story with the libraries? Because we love libraries more than we love you. I just want to let you know. So we love libraries.
I would say my mother would probably say the same, but I'm going to leave it at that.
All right, so how can we make the renovation of our beloved libraries, I know all the Carnegies, for instance, less expensive, or, can the libraries do it themselves? This is an ongoing discussion. It's been going on for 40 years, or however long DDC's existed, I don't know.
25.
Okay, so 25 years I've been having the same conversation. But I would like to know, because it does add to their cost, and of course, those of us who put in Reso A have to put in more money. So just talk about the libraries, what we can do differently or not, as you see it.
I think, and I agree, and I certainly understand there, and I meet frequently. I'm meeting with QPL this week and working with them. We have a very positive relationship with the library systems. I understand and I echo their frustration when one of the officials from the library had said that our agency should be blown up. I totally agree. We should be an authority. And there's certainly that has resonated within the library systems. We need to design, build quicker, and having the tools as an authority, such as CM Build, would be a major, major change, and we can get things done. It's no secret that we have an amazing, dedicated team. I think we have the best public servants, not only in the city, but in the country. And the work that we were able to do during the pandemic, during an emergency condition, just because we have an emergency deck, that should be happening each and every day. We could build out field hospitals in a matter of weeks. We could build out permanent healthcare facilities literally in 6 months, $130 million, that should be our standard operation each and every day. So I
you're-
totally echo that.
You're saying if you're a state authority, then the libraries would not be charged as much because the time would be less? What are you trying to say about the libraries and the state authority?
As an authority, I could do we, as in DDC, can do their work a lot quicker. We would have the tools that they're currently using at their Carnegies, the CM build. I can't do that. And it's absolutely crazy that I'm an engineer. I said, get us the tools. I will be held accountable and responsible, and we'll get the work done.
Okay. What's an example of another state authority that is comparable to what you're proposing? Is it SCA?
Right. I'm over at 3030. I walk down the hall. SCA pays their engineers and architects a lot more than, secrets out. Don't want to make sure my staff doesn't hear. I think they know about this already. SCA pays more. They could hire quicker. And they have the
They're a
tools.
state authority is what you're saying? SCA.
Yeah.
Okay. I like SCA, so it's not a bad idea. I got it. But I don't know that we have the same oversight, but I guess that's to be discussed.
We welcome this is all about just getting work done.
Okay. Now, in terms of the federal infrastructure money, which, Biden deserves credit for, we just haven't seen any money from it. Do you have any sense? Obviously, you're not the MTA, you're not, et cetera, but do you have some sense of where it might land in your bailiwick in terms of any of this federal infrastructure money?
So we're part of a task force that's convened by the Deputy Mayor of Operations. And I know that there's work that's coming out, some of the work that, through DOT, but there is nothing with us at this point from the feds.
Okay. And then this is my question, because I am very invested in the East Side coastal resiliency. I put in a lot of effort there. You work, my opinion is if you're working in a neighborhood and you have a construction project, it's hell on the neighbors to have the weekend permits because of all the noise, et cetera. But for the park, there is not a next-door neighbor. I know exactly where NYCHA is, but it's not right there. So do you work weekends?
Yes.
So they are work, because I don't see it, so I was just wondering.
Yes, there is significant work that's happening. It's scheduled, obviously, weather permitting. They'll do a lot of the concrete pours and things like that, but totally agree with your assessment that we're going, and as I mentioned earlier, we are on schedule, we are on budget, and continue to have conversations in coordination with Con Edison and others in the area.
And in terms of the community advisory council, et cetera, is that something is ongoing with the community?
Absolutely. Dedicated meetings. We have our 2-week look-aheads. We have our daily notifications. We have permanent CCLs on these community construction liaisons.
Right.
And obviously, the council member knows those well, but we have those dedicated on each and every one of our capital projects.
Okay. And in terms of the MBWBE, there's always the issue of how many go to the Black community, how many go to white women, for lack of a better word. Do you have that breakdown? And if not, could you get it to us?
We'll certainly get that for you. It's something we've been tracking for a number of years, the disparity within the disparity, but absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hanks?
Thank you very much. You testified, which I'm very happy about. I grew up with the Cromwell Center, which was...
I used to run there.
Yeah, I was tortured. My brother would play ball there, and I would have to stay there forever. But it was a gem even in the our waterfront that was destroyed. And I was really happy to hear that that project is going to be part of the Design Build pilot program. Through your testimony, it sounded wonderful, but can you just elaborate on really what Design Build is?
Sure. It's a 2-step process. For us, it's a 2-step procurement process that we would, it's quality-based selection of hiring a designer and a builder all at once. It's the way that that capital work used to be everywhere from, literally in Europe. That's the way that work was. We had a master builder working with a designer. It was one-stop shop, and that's why projects were able to be expedited. Through the last 120 years here in the city, we were forced to use design bid build, which has its own challenges. But what we found is that when we have new capital projects, new buildings, we would partner, select a team, obviously rigorous criteria, hire a team We already have a budget. We would say exactly what our budget is, such as $130 million or so for Dalton. And then we would, the team would then be able to work with us, and in this case with Parks, formulate the design. And then as the design is progressing, the work can start immediately. They could start working on the foundations, doing the site preparations, then the foundations. All that can happen while the design continues. So the work can obviously progress, and that we don't have to wait 3 years to start construction until after the design is complete. And so we're seeing great savings on our first design build project, and we're looking to emulate that throughout our program.
Thank you. That sounds exciting. I'm looking forward to talking to you more about that. So you talked about some of the benefits. What are some of the drawbacks to the design build model that you've encountered?
Some of the I wouldn't necessarily say drawbacks. I mean, for us, it's selecting those projects that are new builds. For us, in working with the libraries, it would have to be a new build. We wouldn't be using design build here in the chambers here if there was renovations necessary, because there's too many unknowns.
Like historic preservation.
Exactly.
Projects.
Right. But if it's a new build, and in this case, in working with the community, it's a great benefit. But working within existing libraries or cultural institutions or old police precincts that need to be renovated, that isn't the type of model that we would use to deliver a project.
Thank you very much. That's all. Thank you.
DDC, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
We'll take a 5-10 minute break, and then we'll hear from the public.
check, 1, 2.
Okay, you want to call up the first panel? I'll do it. Okay. Okay, we're now going to hear testimony from the public. We have Maria Policarpo, the president of Local 1757, DC 37. We have Shane Corian, Center for Justice Innovation. We have Paula Siegel, Take Root Justice. And we have Hannah Amouche, I'm sorry if I'm saying it wrong, from East New York CLT. If you're here, you could come up to the panel, and we'll do you guys all together. Marie, you want to start?
Okay. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair Justin Brannan and members of the City Council. My name is Maria Policarpo. I am president of DC 37, Local 1757, which represents assessors, and I work as an assessor in the New York City Tax Commission. I'm going to speak in regard to the critical need for the hiring of additional assessors as a crucial part of the Department of Finance budget for the upcoming fiscal year. Assessors are responsible for overseeing the valuation of approximately 1.1 million parcels within the 5 boroughs and the single largest source of revenue in New York City. Staffing at the Department of Finance has been at a crisis level and continues to decline. There are currently 23% or 39 less members in 2023 versus 2020 at DOF. And I would like to point out, in contrast to what the Commissioner testified of 190 assessment staff, there is actually only 134 at the Department of Finance. Manhattan, which represents over $176 trillion, or 61% of the total taxable assessed value, had 12 out of 18 vacant districts for the tentative 23-24 tax roll. Frankly, this is incomprehensible. The modeling system was meant to be a tool, yet management continues in its attempt to have it take the place of the assessor. In turn, the quality of the tax roll was very poor. The loss of revenue due to the lack of actual assessors valuing properties versus a flawed computer modeling system run by random titles is immeasurable, along with glitches from the delayed rollout of updated valuation software. The uncollected revenue, which would be sustainable, could fund vital public services. The hiring of an additional 100 assessors and assistant city assessors will help to fill the current vacancies and create smaller, more manageable districts. We have been advocating for a line of succession and warning about attrition for years. Unfortunately, both retirements and resignations have outpaced any hiring efforts. We must immediately hire from both current open competitive lists for these titles. So let us begin property tax reform now, where we actually have the power to do so by staffing the assessment division. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Marie, did you want to highlight something that in TDC's testimony about, I think there was a discrepancy in the head count?
Correct. Commissioner Nyblack testified that there were 190 assessors in the finance department. And I actually just ran into him outside and asked him where that number came from, and he admitted that he was working off of old data. My membership run shows me that we only have 134 combined assessors and assistant city assessors in the Department of Finance. That's a pretty big difference.
Did he clarify, is 190 what they're budgeted for, or
He did
we don't know
not.
what that number is?
He did not. He simply said he's working off of old data.
Okay, we will follow up with him on that.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Go ahead.
Great, thank you so much. And first, I'd like to start off by apologizing. Thanks to a technical issue, you were getting just the first page of a many-page testimony, but hopefully you appreciate the succinctness after a very long day.
Don't apologize, it's 5 o'clock.
So with that said, my name is Shane Karaya. I'm the Deputy Director of Government Partnerships at the Center for Justice Innovation, and I'll be discussing the justice system today and the many silos that it runs through, from public safety to mental health to housing security. Framing this is that public safety remains high in the minds of New Yorkers, and in 4 years, we're supposed to safely close Rikers Island by reaching a daily population of 3,300. But currently, we've only been able to reach mid-5,000s, and in fiscal year '24, it's projected to go up to 7,000. The center has ID'd several ways for modest investments to build trust with New Yorkers around programs that work when adequately resourced. As an initial issue, supervised release provides and permits appropriate defendants a chance to wait for trial in community while maintaining jobs and stability rather than in jail because they can't afford bail. Compared to fiscal year 22, we're seeing funding contracts cut 10%, while caseloads for our most intensive cases have more than doubled their contracted amounts. We ask for restoration to those prior levels at minimum. We're also seeing a need for $2 million for just our organization to respond to increased referrals where defendants plea into alternatives to incarceration. This is a good thing because we're seeing this across all 5 boroughs, and we provide accountability and supervision in contrast to time on the more expensive Rikers Island where we know criminogenic risk need factors increase in mental health. We request resources to sustain our successes at the prior rates and to deal with the incoming increases in case volume as we try to lower the jail population. Next, we're also aiming to expand our youth-based programming in Staten Island to bring equity to the borough with the Community Justice Center and expand our youth weapons diversion programs, which is a hopeful but unfunded partnership with the law department. I think I can get that done in 20 seconds.
You can finish.
I appreciate that. We're also aiming to expand our footprint of housing navigators who help clients navigate complex housing issues. As an example, in our Brownsville Community Justice Center, a client who had an issue with FEPS was on the verge of eviction. Our housing navigator was able to assess them, to help them, and they then received a list from the landlord of dozens more at-risk of eviction individuals with delinquent FEPS vouchers. Finally, many of these asks are supported in their nascency by a $500,000 council award that allows us to rapidly incubate and measure these approaches for expansion or handle lengthy contract delays that we experience with the city. But for over 10 years, we've received the same amount while our organization has more than doubled in size. Over the coming weeks, my colleagues will dig deeper into these issues at the appropriate and relevant hearings, but thank you for the space to give a global view of what we'll be discussing.
Thank you, Shane.
Good afternoon. My name is Paula Siegel. I'm speaking today as Senior Staff Attorney in the Equitable Neighborhoods practice of Take Root Justice. I think everybody has a packet with a number of attachments. I'm just going to do a little flyover. Take Root works with grassroots groups, neighborhood organizations, and community coalitions to help make sure that people of color, immigrants, and other low-income residents who've built our city are not pushed out in the name of progress. There's a one-pager in the packet that actually lists our various practice areas and our partner organizations in your districts. I think it's the second sheet. Today, I'm going to be drawing attention to the need to adjust the preliminary budget to reflect the fact that the city does not have authority to sell any liens. That authority expired last year, and the majority of this council has said that it will not reauthorize, and also to point out the need to expand the contracting allowance for their Department of Housing Preservation and Development, working with community land trusts. I'll start with an equitable framework for municipal debt collection. In fiscal 24, the Department of Finance must have the additional resources to bring debt collection into the ambit of the city, incentivizing timely payments and allowing owners who simply cannot pay to resolve their debt in a manner that increases the city's supply of affordable housing. We heard from the commissioner today that they're working on a model, and my organization is in partnership with about a dozen others in the Abolish the Tax Lien Sale Coalition. We've thought deeply about how an equitable framework for debt collection would work, and we think community land trusts are a key piece of the solution. Community land trusts partnering with the existing network of not-for-profit developers that Housing Preservation and Development already engages with through the third-party transfer program can create a stabilizing force across our neighborhoods for folks who are falling behind on their bills and for tenants and neighbors of properties that have been absolutely blighted by their landlords and neglected physically and in terms of their debts to the city. Do you mind if I finish? Thank you so much. So we attached a detailed framework. I'm very glad to bring it to you here in color and gorgeous today. It's been about a year and a half of feedback. I was looking back at my testimony from this hearing last year, and it was actually very similar. Our framework was very similar. The proposal was very similar, but we've taken the last year to really add a lot of detail and really flesh out what it would really look like in practice for homeowners at the request of this committee's staff. So very excited to be bringing that to you today. I'm going to switch gears and just mention expanded funding for the Community Land Trust Initiative. We are a member of the Land Trust Initiative and NICELY, which coordinates the initiative. My organization and me personally, we actually support community land trusts as counsel in their transactional needs and as they do deals with private owners and with the city and take over properties. There's a little bit of a summary of the initiative and of the kind of organizations that we work with. I just want to stress one point. The capacity of community land trusts has nearly doubled in the city since the initiative was first funded in fiscal 20. We're 4 years in, the demand for our services keeps growing. Organizing groups are looking at community land trusts in different neighborhoods in the city, but the budget stayed pretty much the same in various years, and I think this is a theme, but we're really hoping that this year the budget will catch up with the work that's out there, with the needs that are out there, with a number of groups that are really looking at community land trusts as a solution. So we're looking for an enhancement to $3 million. And on the flip side, community land trusts are being used by city agencies as a way to actually move forward projects that have stalled. Projects like the Kingsbridge Armory in the Bronx, which I think was a subject earlier this morning when Councilmember Sanchez was here. Projects like the 4 buildings my clients in East Harlem took over and are now part of the East Harlem Barrio CLT, which were in the tenant interim lease program for nearly 40 years and came to us with millions of dollars in physical needs. The city really has to find capital budget along with the expense money to support the organizing and technical assistance, but capital money to put into those projects when the city gives properties it's disinvested from for decades to community-based organizations. Thank you for the extra time.
Look forward to continuing to work with you on this. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Great, okay. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Hannah Anouche, and I am the campaigns director for the East New York Community Land Trust, an organization that's led by East New York and Brownsville residents, dedicating to stopping displacement and taking community ownership of land. And we actually convened the Abolish the Tax Lien Sale Coalition, which is made up of over 10 CLTs, CBOs, and advocacy organizations from across the city. So I'm going to try not to repeat some of the things that Paula mentioned, but I do first want to reiterate the reminder that the City Council did not renew the lien sale and let it expire back in February 2022. So the final city budget should reflect that. I also want to urge the council to implement a just replacement system that will protect homeowners and also tenants. And so we've shared our proposed framework with you. But I really want to emphasize that the city's growing number of community land trusts located in almost every neighborhood in the city are ideal partners for this replacement system. The city can forgive the debts of owners who voluntarily transfer their land, but the land beneath their properties to CLTs. And this would actually allow the property owners and their tenants to stay in their homes and also preserve equity. Also, the FY24 budget needs to support the creation of this new system, and that really means funding for the Department of Finance and for CLT and CBO partners. And the budget should also include $3 million in discretionary funding for the citywide CLT initiative. There's a growing CLT movement across the city, and we really need the funding to continue to build our capacity. For example, can I just continue for 1 minute? Thanks. So for example, I'm the only staff person for the East New York Community Land Trust, and we've been able to do a ton thanks to the work of a really dedicated group of volunteer members. But we really need funding to hire an operations manager, another organizer, as well as consultants with real estate and legal expertise. This work around the tax lien sale is only one area of our work. So as you can imagine, it takes a lot of capacity. So thank you.
Thank you all so much. Thanks for waiting. Okay, we got a bunch of folks on Zoom. Okay, starting with Gloria Kim, if you're still with us. I give you 2 minutes.
You may begin.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Brandon and members of the Council Finance Committee. My name is Gloria Kim, and I'm the Senior Policy Analyst of the Human Services Council. We're a membership organization representing over 170 human services providers in New York City. We thank the Council for the $60 million workforce investment in last year's budget, but it's not a true cost of living adjustment, which is important in keeping up with the inflation as underpaid human services workers leave nonprofits for better paying jobs in government or the private sector, and it deprives New Yorkers of services from the most experienced, well-trained staff and jeopardizing high quality services. So we're asking that you include a 6.5% COLA in the budget to be included in every human services contract. So while human services workers advocate for COLA year after year, the city asks providers to hire highly trained staff to deliver services, but effectively mandate wages far below the demands of their roles and the value of their skills. So human services should at least be supported with adequate pay and a COLA. During the pandemic, human services workers were at the front line risking their lives to support their communities and faced increased need for services even when they didn't have the resources to do so. And currently, providers are serving people seeking asylum, in which 96% of nonprofits consulted by HSC reported providing services to people seeking asylum entirely or partially out of pocket. So providers are over capacity and straining to meet existing needs, and yet they continue to help the city create a sanctuary and meet the needs of communities. Providers continue to experience chronic delays in payment, underfunding, and a lack of sincere collaboration to create meaningful and lasting interventions, which strips away at limited resources. And low wages have a sweeping effect on workplace conditions and the outcome of programs, with high staff turnover and vacancy rates, resulting in heavy and unsustainable workloads. A 6.5% COLA for all city-funded human services contracts is needed so that this vital workforce doesn't slip further into poverty. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. Now we have Greg Morris.
Time begins now.
Thank you very much for this time. Good evening, Chair Brannon, for your leadership and the opportunity to provide testimony. I'm very grateful. Today, I am the CEO of the New York City Employment and Training Coalition, a 25-year-old organization who's played a vital role in presenting and championing policy priorities that support the alignment and coordination of workforce development and economic development in New York City, and seeking to provide every New Yorker with a pathway to the skills, training, and education needed to thrive in the 21st century. Today, this coalition is an industry voice for 200 plus members focused on workforce development across the city. And I think of it as connective tissue, meaning it is the provider that's focused on connecting the dots between employers, workforce development providers, between education and philanthropy, between labor, city and state officials, all for the purpose of creating an inclusive and equitable economy. This has been a long hearing, so I'll just try to check off some points for you, but I do want to note some specific data that is of great concern, specifically the New York City's unemployment rate, which is at 6.1. For Black and Brown New Yorkers, it's even higher at 9.8. Unemployment rates, in particular for 18 and 24-year-olds, hardest hit by the pandemic, have surged, have not bounced back. And I also want to note that cash assistance in the city, the need for cash assistance, has surged as well by 112,000 recipients. I know that because it is the coalition in partnership with other intermediaries, which has done some work in terms of policy and research priorities related to workforce development in our city. We have been encouraged by this mayor's ambition and effort to think about jobs and a focus on apprenticeships, but the reality is we need to create a better workforce development system right now. And so when we hear in the preliminary
Your time
budget
has expired.
about cuts, we worry about that, and we want to fight those, and we ask the City Council to step forward and to support our efforts moving forward to ensure a fair and equitable workforce development system for all New Yorkers. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Always good to see you. Now, Tori Casso.
Your time will
Thank
start
you.
now.
Good afternoon. My name is Tori Queso, and I'm the campaign director for Climate Jobs New York's Carbon Free and Healthy Schools initiative. Our coalition is calling for the acceleration of solar installation on New York City schools to 150 schools per year, along with the commitment to completing deep retrofits and installations on all school buildings by 2030 with good labor standards, and is asking for the City Council support in this year's budget. The time is now for this investment. Climate science demands urgency, and we have found ourselves presented with a historic funding opportunity to invest at the scale needed to make a lasting environmental and economic impact. Last year's passage of the Inflation Reduction Act has provided a previously unavailable source of federal funding New York City can access to meet these commitments through the income tax credit direct pay provision. However, if we delay any longer, we could miss out on the chance to make lasting impacts for our city and communities. The IRA has made this initiative more fiscally sensible than ever before. In taking advantage of it, the IRA can provide 40% in federal funds to install solar and 20% of the cost of retrofitting schools. Much more detailed testimony will be submitted, but the benefits of this initiative would go beyond these significant energy cost savings and emissions reductions. Carbon-free and healthy schools is also a green jobs initiative. This initiative is not just an investment in the physical structures of schools, it is also an investment in economic and racial equity, helping historically marginalized communities access careers that provide good wages, benefits, job security, and dignity. It is also an investment in our students, teachers, staff, and administrators, and is a physical representation of the city's commitment to the success of our students, no matter where they're from, that will have a lasting impact for generations to come. Recently, over a majority of city council members signed on to a letter of support expressing your commitment to this initiative, and we are deeply grateful and greatly appreciative and encouraged by your support, and we are asking that you stand by that commitment in this year's budget. Thank you. And as I said, more detailed written testimony will be submitted.
Thank you, Tori. Now we have Deborah Ack.
Your time will begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Brannon and council members. My name is Deborah Ack, and I am a member of the East New York Community Land Trust, better known as the East New York CLT. I'm also a 30-plus year resident of East New York. After realizing that East New York, Brownsville, Bushwick have more properties on the tax lien sale than any other district, we convened the Abolish the Tax Lien Sale Coalition, dedicated to getting rid of New York City's current predatory and privatized system of debt collection. The tax lien sale law expired last year, and it's up to the council to create a new system that removes the private trust from the equation and protects homeowners and tenants. Before the tax lien sale in December of 2021, East New York CLT members knocked on the doors of every homeowner in the neighborhood who was at risk multiple times. People were so grateful that we came to them. Some people said no one had reached out, or that they could not get help that they needed to apply for exemptions. We know that it makes a huge difference when people from our community come knocking on your door offering support. Through our outreach, we met Marcus, a senior homeowner in East New York, who is a Vietnam War veteran who makes ends meet through Veterans Affairs and Social Security benefits. Marcus inherited his home from his father over 12 years ago, and the mortgage is paid off. Marcus struggled to keep up with the property tax and water bills, and several liens were sold on Marcus' home. So far, the Lien Trust has added over $18,000 in fees and interest to his bill, money with which it pays only back to its investors. Even though we were able to help Marcus get a COVID hardship exemption for the 2021 lien sale, he should have been eligible for numerous exemptions. However, since no one came to his door to provide
Your
support—
time has expired.
2 seconds, please, council member,
Go
and
ahead.
I'll be through. Marcus does not want to sell his family home, but he does not have $64,000 to pay off the debt. He is at real risk of being foreclosed on by the Tax Lien Sale Trust. Marcus' situation is not unique. We need funding to do major outreach to all homeowners who have property tax and water bill debt, because we know it makes a difference. Through this funding, we can also find other people who want to stay in their homes but can't afford to pay off the liens. We may be able to offer them an alternative where we pay off their debt if they want to put their land in the CLT. Today, I am here to ask you to make sure that the budget for the department reflects the staffing needs for co-creating a new system with advocates and members of the council, and for making the new system a reality. Thank you for the extended time. Thank you for allowing me to give testimony.
Thank you, Deborah. Always good to see your face. Now we have Guillermo Salazar.
Yeah.
Your time will begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Memo or Guillermo Salazar. I am a longtime Queens resident, and I'm also the current co-chair of the Western Queens Community Land Trust. We've been working with many of the folks here that have been testifying tonight on the Abolish the Tax Lien Sale Coalition to revamp the way that the city collects homeowner debt. And as we're sitting here discussing the city's budget and discussing whether we should allocate money towards this or that, there is currently a man by the name of Sugar Ray Marston who's sleeping outside of the Department of Ed building in Long Island City on a 2-week hunger strike. He chose to do this on his own, no prompting from any of these groups, because he had hit a point of frustration in seeing his community ignored and pushed to the side time and time again. He's not alone in that frustration. As you know, millions of New Yorkers are feeling it every day as the cost of living skyrockets. And we support Sugar Ray in his hunger strike because it's the exact same reason that we and many of our CLT partners have come into existence. But currently our support is limited to words. We lack the funding to help homeowners get out of debt and work with land trusts like ours to stay in homes that become permanently affordable spaces for New Yorkers. As you know, the City Council has allowed the predatory tax lien system to sunset, and that's a good thing, and it's currently developing a new debt collection model, but that system will also fail unless it's adequately funded. And so I urge you to do both, to push forward a bold new community-driven tax lien system that lets CLTs do what they do best, and also to fund that system adequately so that 20 years from now, when we look back, we can point to this as a pivotal moment in our city's history. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Yesenia Mata.
Your time will begin.
I want to say thank you to the chairman of the Finance Committee, Justin Brannan, and to the rest of the council members for allowing La Colmena to testify today on this important hearing. My name is Yesenia Mata, and I'm the executive director of La Colmena, an immigrant and worker rights organization based in Staten Island, and also form part of the Day Labor Coalition. Now, being an immigrant rights center in Staten Island is not easy due to the anti-immigrant sentiment that comes out of this island. However, despite those challenges and the constant threats that La Colmena receives, we continue being in the forefront. We have been in the forefront with the City of New York in supporting asylum seekers. Currently, we are a satellite for the city and have been added to the Welcome NYC initiative, so we can continue doing this work. Our centers see hundreds of people every week from different types of backgrounds and ethnicities because of the services that we provide. We have 2 centers in areas that are very diverse and that need much support. These are also the same areas where the Black and Latino communities were dying at a higher rate during the pandemic. And La Colmena was there to provide support. This is why this year, as every year, it is important for La Colmena to continue being funded and supported, because if La Colmena disappears in Staten Island, so do the many services that the immigrant community receives. We understand that La Colmena is loud and unapologetic of the work that we do in Staten Island, and because of that, it makes many uncomfortable. But we will continue doing so, because for a long time, the immigrant community was forgotten. And now we are showing that they are here, and because of that, they keep growing. This is why we are looking into opening up our 3rd center. And even though there's a long fight ahead of us, at La Colmena, we have full faith that the Finance Committee will ensure that Staten Island immigrants are not left behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the work that you do. Now we have Ashley Young.
Your time will begin.
Good evening.
evening, Chair Brannon. My name is Ashley Young. I'm the Director of Legal Services at the New York City Anti-Violence Project, also known as AVP. AVP is the only LGBTQ-specific victim services agency in the city. We operate a bilingual 24/7 hotline and have introduced texting capabilities to the hotline in addition to voice and other online recording services. The Legal Services Department in particular provides free, holistic, culturally specific, and survivor-centered legal services to survivors of all types of violence, including matters from orders of protection in family court to housing to immigration, and many, many more. In addition to legal services, AVP also provides counseling and community organizing and advocacy. And much of the time, it's the same clients that are involved in all of our programs. We are currently operating in a hybrid model with our counselors, advocates, and attorneys available both remotely and in person at our office. And during times of crisis and economic stability and many forms of violence increase. So right now, AVP's work is more important than ever. We work with community members who are among the most marginalized and vulnerable in the city and who have become more so over the last several years of the pandemic and the related economic insecurity. And we've also seen the rise of immigration-related legal cases since 2016. And over the past year, we've begun to see a shift toward a wider variety of legal needs, in addition to the growing amount of discrimination and violent rhetoric in the city against LGBTQ community. This, combined with the loss of our federal legal assistance for victims grant, has made it more challenging to continue to meet the needs of our clients, who are, again, survivors of violence. As that anti-LGBTQ sentiment and legislation and harassment rises across the nation, so do the needs of our community members here in New York. And the time and effort required by our staff on our caseloads has increased. We appreciate the council's past support of our legal services work, and we're seeking restoration and general operations funding, DOVE, the outreach work to connect persons involved in the sex trades with supported services initiatives, the Initiative for Immigrant Survivors of Domestic Violence, the Legal Services for the Working Poor Initiative, as well as Hate Crimes Initiative and Partners Against Hate. We recently had to turn away about 3 of our 5 new intakes, actually this week, just because of our capacity. So we appreciate the past support and look forward to working with you to build a more equitable future in New York City. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Now we have William Spisak.
Your time will begin.
Hi, good afternoon, Committee Chair Brennan and members of the Finance Committee. My name is Will Spisak. I'm a Senior Program Associate at New Economy Project, a citywide organization that works with community groups to build a just economy for all New Yorkers. We're co-founders and coordinators of the New York City Community Land Initiative, a citywide coalition working to expand community land trusts to ensure permanently affordable housing and equitable neighborhood-led development. Since fiscal year 20, the City Council has supported CLT organizing, education, and technical assistance through the citywide Community Land Trust Initiative. We serve as technical assistance providers for the initiative, which has helped to catalyze the growth of CLTs in low-income Black and Brown neighborhoods across the 5 boroughs. We have more than 1,200 homes in CLT portfolios or pipelines, according to HPD. CLTs are stewarding dozens of affordable storefronts for small businesses and working to develop community and cultural space in historically redline neighborhoods as well. And we've made tremendous progress with the funding that the council has provided so far. We thank the City Council for that support and ask that for fiscal year 24, we increase the initiative funding to $3 million in this budget. With this enhancement, the initiative will support 20 organizations, including CLTs in Edgemere, Queens, and Flatbush, Brooklyn, which will be the 2 newest to join the initiative. CLTs are gaining recognition as one of the most effective ways to address our city's affordability crisis, combat displacement, and advance racial equity in housing and land use. COTs also could play a vital role in replacing the predatory tax lien sale. We applaud the city for allowing legislation authorizing the lien sale to expire last year, and we urge the city to implement a full-scale replacement of the lien sale for fiscal year 24 and beyond, and put in place a new system that includes using COTs as a tool to keep community residents in their homes and convert neglected multifamily buildings, vacant lots, and commercial properties into social housing and community-controlled assets. By giving communities shared ownership and control over land, COTs serve as a bulwark against predatory development
Your time
and
has
displacement.
expired.
By maintaining affordability over generations, we protect public investment in housing and other community development. Please continue to support COTs in this fiscal year. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, William. Now we have Lucy Sexton.
Your time will begin.
Thank you, Chair Brannon, members of the City Council, for hearing my testimony. My name is Lucy Sexton. I'm with the Cultural Advocacy Coalition, New Yorkers for Culture and Arts. In addressing the FY24 budget, we need to talk about what keeps families in New York, what drives local and citywide economies, what can create an equitable and sustainable city. Culture is central to all of those goals. If we support culture and arts in every community, helping every neighborhood recover economically and emotionally, we will lay the groundwork for an equitable and thriving city. Arts and culture have led the city's economic recovery during past crises, inhabiting and revitalizing the hollowed out industrial spaces in the 70s, creating festivals that drew people back downtown after 9/11, and getting people back on the streets and into businesses coming out of the 2008 crisis. Now is the time to invest in this critical economic driver. The New York City Comptroller's 2019 report showed the creative economy generated $110 billion in economic activity, a full 13% of the city's output, generating more than 300 jobs. If any other industry had these numbers, they would be the first thing in every discussion of this committee. It is time to acknowledge and support culture as the economic heart of the city. Culture is also critical to solving other problems facing our city. Data shows communities with strong cultural centers are safer, have less youth involvement with criminal justice. Sorry, just lost my computer here. And have improved outcomes in education and mental health. Cultural activity drives foot traffic to restaurants and other local businesses. The New York State Comptroller's report found that half of the $50 billion that tourists spent in New York City in 2019, 12% of it went to arts and culture and entertainment. The other 88% went to hotels, restaurants, retail shops, and local transportation. People come for the culture and spend money in the local economy. Finally, culture is an insanely good investment. The city's cultural budget is less than 0.25% of the full budget. Now is the time to stabilize and add to that investment so that every neighborhood benefits from cultural programs that drive the economy, that increase the tax revenue, and show measurable
Your
improvements.
time has expired.
We're asking that you at long last increase the baseline of culture's funding, securing the $40 million added last year, and that you invest an additional $10 million to ensure that culture benefits every community and builds an equitable New York City. Many thanks for your attention and for your support.
Thank you, Lucy. Now we have Sarita Daftazi or Daftari.
Your time will begin.
Thank you, Chair Brannon. It's pronounced Daftary. You did a good job. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Sarita Daftary. I'm the co-director of Freedom Agenda, one of the organizations leading the campaign to close Rikers. This council, and particularly this committee, is tasked with setting budget priorities to ensure the best use of our city's resources, which are, of course, substantial but finite. And Rikers Island is the worst possible use of our resources. And this city budget must prioritize investments to strengthen communities and improve safety while reducing incarceration and honoring the city's legal and moral obligation to close Rikers Island by 2027. New York City is currently in the unacceptable position of spending 350% more per incarcerated person than comparable jail systems in LA and in Cook County, Chicago. Yet people in DOC custody are subjected to some of the worst jail conditions in the nation. This has real and lasting harm for people all over our city. I'll just talk about one of our members whose son has been at Rikers since he was 18, and he's been there for 4 years. He's now 22. In that time, he's repeatedly missed court dates because officers failed to bring him. He suffered serious injuries and has been unable to get medical care, including when he got a stomach infection for being placed in a cell with a broken toilet. His mother worries about him constantly, but is barely able to see him. DOC stopped offering weekend visits during COVID and still has not resumed them. And her requests to schedule video calls are frequently denied because of high volume. This horrific treatment comes at a price tag of over $500,000 a year per person. Her son could have spent the past 4 years of his life in college on a full scholarship with all expenses paid, and it would have cost our city far less. To be clear, there's no staff shortage at Rikers driving this problem. There's an accountability shortage. New York City has the only jail system in the country with more officers than people in custody, but too many of them abuse sick leave, and when they do come to work, will refuse to work in the posts that are most necessary to provide services to people in custody. The FY24 budget represents a $35.5 million increase for DOC.
Your time
when
is
so many other
expired.
agencies are seeing cuts. Thank you. I'll wrap up quickly. We have identified some clear and common sense ways to reduce the uniform headcount in DOC to 5,760 officers, down from their current 7,000, and free up $359 million for crucial community investments that could support all of the things that colleagues have talked about throughout the evening, and really important priorities that have been identified both by advocates and by the council. So we'll follow up with written testimony outlining exactly how those cuts could be made. And if the mayor has abandoned his intention to go upstream and prevent people from falling into the criminal justice system in the first place, the responsibility really lies with the council to acknowledge the reality that Rikers Island is the most expensive but least effective intervention that we have, and to shift our budget priorities to invest in community resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarita. Now we have Margaret Joyce.
Your time will
Hi.
begin.
Oh, sure. Hi, thank you, Chair Brannon and council members for taking the time to listen to my testimony supporting the carbon-free and healthy schools initiative that Tori Casso was speaking about earlier. So my name is Margaret Joyce. I am a fourth grade teacher at PS 35X. I'm also the mother of two of my own children that attend PS 267 on the Upper East Side. And today I urge you to support the carbon-free and healthy schools initiative in this year's budget. There's a myriad of reasons why I believe that you should, but today I really want to focus on my students. I want to see our city do more to serve the needs of my students, the students that I teach in the South Bronx. And I believe that if implemented with fidelity, the carbon-free and healthy schools initiative would benefit my students' health, because asthma, as many of you know, is prevalent in the South Bronx. There are communities which are predominantly low-income Black and Latino, who we know are often underserved. Their futures, and my students, particularly their dignity, their feelings of being valued and respected. And I talk about dignity and respect because as the mom of two attending PS 267 on the Upper East Side, and the teacher of many students in District 9 in the South Bronx throughout the years, I have witnessed a vast inequity in our city. Every morning, my two little ones walk into their school, a beautiful, well-appointed modern school building that was built in 2010. In fact, it was one of the first schools, actually the first school to be completed in compliance with the new sustainable design standards mandated by the city council. Conversely, my students in the Bronx walk into a building over 120 years old, falling down around us. Classrooms with leaky pipes, peeling paint. In fact, a few weeks ago, large paint chips fell on my student's head during a computer class. Most of the rooms in our school only have 2 outlets, which you can imagine during this day and age where we're constantly using devices is a huge hindrance. My school is in desperate need of an electrical retrofit. Last year, in particular, the air conditioner in my classroom was broken and the custodial engineer was able to install portable AC, but unfortunately, every time
Your time has expired.
I'm just going to finish this one little bit. The AC overwhelmed and blew out the fuse. And I just want you to take a moment to imagine what it was like to be a student in my room with the disruption of losing power, not just the smart boards, but lights and not being able to charge those devices. And going without AC is not a viable option. As I mentioned, asthma is prevalent, and when you are in high temperatures, that triggers asthma symptoms. I strongly urge you to fund this initiative, and please consider my students' health. Please consider their dignity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Margaret. Now we have Vanessa Marquez.
Your time will begin.
Hi, everyone. My name is Vanessa Marquez, Director of Development at New Immigrant Community Empowerment, or NICE. We're grateful to the City Council Finance Committee for your time today. NICE's mission is to organize new immigrants, day laborers, asylees, and their families in New York City to build their collective power. We combine the strength of workforce development training, worker rights, advocacy, and programs tailored to immigrant workers across the construction, food services, and domestic work sectors, to name a few. We create long-term pathways to stability and security for workers and their families who have risked their lives to be here. We're here today to call on the City Council to not only continue investing in organizations like NICE, but to increase that investment in recognition of the growing obstacles the community and our organizations face. Specifically, we call for increased funding for the Day Labor Workforce Initiative, totaling $4.75 million, as well as robust funding for the low-wage worker support and the construction site safety training. These programs, in conjunction with our one-on-one dedicated support, respond directly to the many challenges immigrant workers face, whether they've been here for 10 years, 6 months, or arriving directly to our office from Port Authority with just the clothes on their back, as often happens. In the past year and a half, we've seen a great increase in people seeking our services, sometimes reaching numbers higher than even the worst moments of the pandemic. Our community is experiencing housing insecurity, hunger, wage theft, job insecurity, and workplace injuries at alarming rates. They need and deserve dignified housing, food, and healthcare resources. And equally important, they need support, tools, and resources to plan for their futures as new New Yorkers. They need a steady job and safe income. In 2022 alone, we helped workers recover $250,000 in stolen wages, welcomed 1,500 new members to the NICE community, and trained close to 15,000 members in worker rights, workplace safety, civic engagement, and English as a second language. We also connected thousands of Thank you. I'm almost done. We also connected thousands of workers to the Excluded Workers Fund, 78% of which say these funds prevented homelessness and hunger. This is why thousands of immigrant workers are coming to us every year. To put it simply, nonprofits like ours that work on the front lines of the crisis are running out of funding, space, and we need a bigger team to continue scaling our work. We urge the City Council to renew and expand funding for fiscal year 24 to increase access to workforce development and training opportunities, as well as legal support for immigrant workers. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Vanessa. Now we have Rachel Goodfriend.
Your time will begin.
Good afternoon, good evening, Chair Brennan and members of the Finance Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Rachel Goodfriend, and I'm co-founder of Brooklyn Level Up Community Land Trust. We fight for community stewardship of land and buildings in East Flatbush, Flatbush, and Flatlands. East Flatbush has some of the highest rates of home ownership by Black New Yorkers in the entire city. At the same time, our neighborhoods have experienced intense speculative development over the past decade. Our CLT was born out of this predicament. Brooklyn Level Up CLT educates and empowers our neighbors to protect and keep their homes. We're also focused on securing properties for community stewardship to help stabilize our small businesses and provide deeply affordable rental and homeownership opportunities. Brooklyn Level Up is part of the citywide Community Land Trust Initiative. We are also a member of the Abolish the Tax Lien Sale Coalition. The citywide Community Land Trust Initiative, which supports the development of CLTs and permanently affordable housing, commercial and community spaces in low-income and historically red-line Black and brown neighborhoods, is deserving of all of the financial support currently requested. Since fiscal year 2020, the initiative has catalyzed the growth of CLTs across the 5 boroughs and engaged thousands of New Yorkers in education and organizing. More than 1,200 homes are in CLT portfolios or pipelines right now, according to HPD. We thank the City Council for its vital support and urge you to fund the citywide CLT initiative at $3 million in the fiscal year 2024 budget. With this enhancement, the initiative will support 20 organizations, including new CLTs and fairly new CLTs like ours. Since last year, Brooklyn Level Up has engaged with hundreds of community members seeking small business and land use support. Our neighbors of East Flatbush and Flatlands do not have much. We do not have much city-owned land in our neighborhoods. That means we need to fundraise and come up with other creative solutions to achieve CLT goals. City funding from the CLT initiative.
Your time has expired.
Okay, so I'll just wrap up right now. The CLT funding would help us secure the first substantial pool of funding for the Brooklyn Level Up CLT, which would then unlock further opportunities for funding from foundations and mission-driven lenders. In addition to supporting the CLT initiative and abolishing the tax lien sale, we urge the City Council to ensure robust capital funding for the acquisition, development, and preservation of affordable housing, and to fight cuts to HPD, DSS, DHS that would threaten the housing security of thousands of New Yorkers. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Rachel. Now we have Ravi Reddy.
Your time will begin.
Hello, thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to speak. I'm Ravi Reddy, the Associate Director of Advocacy and Policy here at the Asian American Federation. And going into fiscal year 2024, our community faces a number of challenges, as I'm sure you're aware, from a teetering economy to continuing anti-Asian hate. So I'm just going to jump right into it. In terms of direct services, since the pandemic struck in 2020, Asian-led, Asian-serving direct service providers have been providing every kind of basic needs service that our community members have needed. In partnership with our organizations in 2021, our mental health programming resulted in 13,000 Asian New Yorkers gaining access to mental health services in the languages they speak. In 2022, AAF released the first ever online mental health provider database that prioritizes providers who speak Asian languages and understand our cultures. There are over 100 providers now on that database, and we're updating that regularly. In the first 3 quarters of our flagship anti-violence program, our Hope Against Hate campaign, 102 safety trainings took place. They've been organized and trained almost 2,500 individuals across the city, especially in South Brooklyn and our ethnic enclaves in Queens and Manhattan. In youth programming under Hope Against Hate, almost 7,000 children have been reached. When it comes to victim support services, 3,706 referrals were made. And in light of the tragedy in Queens, I can't emphasize enough how important it is for the city to continue supporting the critical work we're doing, that we're leading and coordinating with more than 30 organizations across our city and state. The city's support has been absolutely critical, and we couldn't ask for, it couldn't be more urgent right now, that support. In terms of immigrant small businesses, as we discussed last year, our small businesses continue to have to deal with language access and process accessibility issues. So we're asking for continued support for our expanding in-demand small business service, technical assistance, and capacity building programming. So I'm just going to roll through our citywide requests just so you have them on file. Much of this is urgent work, capacity building support, technical assistance, and capacity building work for many of our member organizations, as well as our direct service programming. We're
Your time has
requesting,
expired.
I'm just going to roll through these real quick. 400,000 from the Speakers Initiative, 250,000 from the CUNY Citizenship Now program, 150,000 from the Mental Health Services for Vulnerable Populations Initiative, 200,000 from the Hate Crime Prevention Initiative, and 100,000 from the Immigrant Health Initiative. We're also asking for the API Community Support Initiative to be increased to 7.5 million, and we're requesting 250,000 from that portion. We're also requesting Communities of Color Nonprofit Stabilization Fund be increased to $3.7 million, of which we're asking for 150,000. Just 2 more bullet points. We're also asking for continued funding of our worker cooperatives for Asian language interpretation at $700,000 as part of a broader $2.25 million ask, in addition to a broader $2.25 million ask for a community interpreter bank. And then finally, we're asking for $90,000 in support for the operation and expansion of our small business programs. Now, all of you know the urgency of this work. We can't emphasize it enough, but we're so thankful that you gave us the time to speak, and grateful that you're making it through this endurance test. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ravi. Now we have Alex Stein.
Your time will begin.
All right, guys, thank you so much for having me. Real quick, I just want to start off by apologizing to Councilwoman Brewer. I had called her old, and let's be honest, I mean, she's no spring chicken, but she doesn't deserve to be called that. So I just want to apologize. She's actually, an okay woman. And next thing I want to talk about is, the 134 employees at the Department of Finance wouldn't be so bad if they weren't letting go of good people like myself. I was let go from the Department of Finance. For 2 years, I was able to work remote. Literally, the safety of my house. My wife, her boyfriend, they were able to do stuff. They could nap all day. I took care of the kids. I took care of the cats. Now I have to go into the office, or had to go into the office. And guess what? I got adjusted to my life on Zoom. And I'll be honest, it was hard to let go of some of the bad habits that I have. And you know what? Honestly, I don't think the habit's that bad because they fired me for not wearing pants at work. And honestly, these cover everything. You cannot see my butthole. You can't see anything. And it's just ridiculous. Like literally, you can't hardly see a thing. And you guys are going to fire me because I don't have the proper clothes on. And look, I mean, I'll be honest, I am showing some calf and some thigh, but listen, more thighs, more guys. And that's what I'm saying. And I'm boosted and I got boosted for the job. And I'll be honest, listen, I have a little pericarditis and I don't care. It's not that. It's because of climate change. But I just don't understand why I can't go into work because I identify as not wanting to wear pants. So please let me have my freedom to go into work with no pants. I don't want to wear pants any longer. So thank you guys so much for your support. And Councilwoman Brewer, you're old, but you still got a lot left in the tank. I love you guys. God bless. Primetime Stein on Instagram if you want to find me and talk to me about getting me a new job.
Okay, now we have Juan Calcutta.
Your time will begin.
Can you hear me? Oh, there I am. Okay, sorry. Yeah, that was interesting. Anyways, so my name is Juan Calcutta. My pronouns are they/them. I'm a grad student focused on meteorology with hopes of being the first weather them. And if we're talking budgets, I think we need to prioritize taking care of Ukrainian veterans because, I mean, yeah, I know we have a lot of homeless American veterans in New York City, but let's be honest, they lost to the Taliban and we should not reward losing. I mean, something I learned from playing squash in high school. When we lost our match, we didn't get frozen yogurt after the game. That motivated us to win future games or wars on the squash court. But I'm gonna be real with you, you're probably gonna forget this. So the only real way to remember me is if I'm memorable. So I'll be quick, I promise, and I'm done. A 15-second tribute to helping Ukraine. So this can be in your mind. So it's go insane for Ukraine. Please let's give them some cash. AOC, she agrees. If you don't kiss my ass, Ukraine's Azov battalion, Putin's face, they will smash. Go
Your time has expired.
For Ukraine, let's kill Russians en masse. Anyways, we don't like Russia. Let's support Ukraine. They are the most important people on earth right now. Thank you very much. Juan Calcutta out.
Thank you, Juan. Okay. And that's it, right?
Yes.
Okay, and with that, the first hearing of the FY24 preliminary budget process is adjourned.